or you could attack for this. Just the pass.
Wow.
And he's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Onto a Morgan, is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout, defeats old Chua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left, I know, it's
Show them what you got. They already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome to Louisville, Kentucky for our second regional championships of the season here in North America. It is an exciting, beautiful fall day here in Louisville, and our competitors are in the stadium and ready to start competing for that coveted second regional championships title. My name is Evan Ricolat, and yeah, I know I'm pretty. There's no need to feel intimidated by it. And I'm joined by my good friends Jake Clay Muller and Rosemary Lacey Kelly. Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Pretty great, Evan.
Doing great. Happy to be here.
It's a spooky time here in the lounge. We got the cobwebs out. All the spiders have been extremely busy, and so have our players.
Of course, that we have had so much action in this first month or so of the 2025 season, multiple regional championships across the globe, but of course all eyes here on Louisville this weekend as our North American trainers look to make an impact in this second event.
I'm really excited to see where the meta is going to go, because I feel like now that we've seen a couple of events over in Europe, also in Latin America, it comes back here, and I feel like the North America trainers are always some of the most creative, so we're going to see some surprises, I think.
Absolutely, and this is our last regional championships before our first international championships in Sao Paulo. You can take a look at the schedule. We are just getting started. Baltimore, of course, concluded a couple of weeks ago, and now here we are at the Louisville Regional Championships. And then, of course, the internationals in Sao Paulo, London, and New Orleans later on this year. And, of course, we still have Sacramento being played on the Regulation H meta, and then we'll be switching back to Regulation G.
Exciting. It's going to be really cool to see how trainers progress through an entire meta game and then go back to one we've played for a little while. That's not something we've done yet in this setup we have in the Scarlet and Violet era with these regulations. So it's going to be an interesting to see how people return to form and then try to adapt from there.
Yeah, and as they are competing here in Louisville, they are competing for the title of regional champion, but also in order to qualify for the Anaheim World Championships at the end of this season, they will need these championship points. Of course, we have switched over away from a championship point bar to only the top 75 players in North America will be able to qualify for the World Championships. And you get there by getting those championship points. A first placement here in the regional championships will also qualify you for the World Championships. But you know, if you're second place, if you're third, fourth, those are huge amounts of championship points to add up, and you're going to need to be earning as many of those as possible as we move through.
So we already have a couple of players that have qualified to compete at the World Championships. Taking a look at Baltimore, we can talk about two of those players now. And I realize that I've actually gotten way ahead of myself. There's probably a lot of things that maybe people need to be filled in on for Baltimore.
Yeah, we do have our first event concluded here with Baltimore, so we can take a look at the Baltimore Regional Championships and see how that went.
The first regional championship of the 2025 season took us to Baltimore. It was the first tournament using the Regulation H rule set and showed that there is quite a bit of fun to be had with this metagame. 167 unique Pokémon were used between all Masters Division players. Some notable standouts include Toedscruel, Flamigo, Meowscarada, Scyther, and Electabuzz. It was a showdown at Charm City. Our field of 642 players whittled down to 21 after 11 rounds of Swiss for an action-packed top cut. Our first finalist was Paul Chua, a 6-time regional champion. Paul's unique take on Dragonite and Alola Ninetales helped overcome Toller's Ursaluna Porygon 2 team in top 4. On the other side of the bracket, first-time regional competitor Nicholas Morales' Rain team overcame Dawei's creative Porygon 2 Ursaluna team, ushering in the fall of the House of Ursaluna. Paul took Game 1 after Nicholas double-targeted into a protecting Dragonite, allowing Paul the damage needed to pin Nicholas. Nicholas kept his composure and relied on the power of family for the rest of the finals. That's right, the family Pokemon, Mousehold. Mousehold's population bomb bolstered the defense of our Chaludon and never collapsed after that. In Game 3, Nicholas decided to go on the offensive and secured key knockouts on Dragonite and Alola Ninetales with population bombs that had the entire audience counting along.
5!
This
can
family
we do
of
it?
3, can it do it? Another one, another one! Give me 2 more! Oh my goodness!
Mousehold has taken 2 KOs by itself!
With such a strong lead, Nicholas Morales became your first regional champion and Worlds qualifier of the 2025 season.
And Nicholas Morales takes it! He does it! He beats Paul Chua, 6-time regional champion. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all!
This is only the first regional of the season, and there's so much more to look forward to. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to stay up to date on your chance to become a champion.
Congratulations to Nicholas Morales for becoming our first Worlds qualified competitor of the season at his first regional that he's attended. So it just proves that all you have to do is show up to one event and you can still qualify for the World Championships here this season. And wow, what a finals that was. Rose, you were there counting along with everyone else to those population bombs. What was it like just being in the room while that happened?
Honestly, the energy was incredible. It's why I was so excited to talk about this so early. I was getting ahead of myself because it was just something really special to know that the audience was all cheering along for all of the different KOs that this Mousehold was getting. There was just so much excitement that came from this match, and honestly, why we love Pokemon.
And I was counting along at home, and our cat got really concerned. But it was so exciting. It's like you mentioned, Evan, too. Nicholas's first regional championship coming away with a victory. A story we've seen a couple times now in this Scarlet and Violet era of Pokemon VGC. And it's always so heartwarming to see someone, you know, attending your first regional, might be a little bit nervous, but now at least 2 people have done it. Who's to say more people can't? And so really exciting to know that anyone can show up to a regional and walk away with the championship and an invitation to the Worlds as well.
Absolutely. And of course, taking down a competitor like Paul in the finals and a really interesting team there that we'll be seeing a little bit more of in a bit. But first, we have to hop over to Europe to see another interesting, unique take on the Regulation H meta. David Miraglia did take the Dortmund Regional Championships with the Double Dragons, but this time Garchomp and Hydreigon instead of the Garchomp and Dragonite that we had been seeing before, alongside Annihilate finally taking a regional championship. I think everyone sort of had Annihilate as one of the top threats early on, but had underperformed, but now finally here. A couple years later, Regulation H, that's Annihilate's time to shine.
Absolutely. I'm also looking across the way, though, at Maddie's team. Sneasler, I think, is another Pokemon that's really popped up as just a very big surprise factor, I think, for a lot of folks. Looking at the Suian Pokemon that have made their appearance in this regulation, Sneasler is certainly one of those Pokemon you look at and have to respect.
It's very strong, it's very fast, and frankly, it's just annoying to play against. It's got Fake Out, it's got Coaching, it's got Dire Claw, which can inflict 3 different statuses. There's not a whole lot you can do in the face of a Sneasler unless you know like exactly what it's going for. And of course, even with those open team sheets, oftentimes there's 3 or 4 different things it can be doing on a given turn.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time talking to some players yesterday before the event, and so many of them mentioned Sneasler as a Pokemon that they were worried about, even if they felt like they had good counters, just because Dire Claw always has that chance to put your Pokemon to sleep. Even, you know, if you don't get the sleep, you get unlucky and you just get a paralysis, then there's the chance of getting paralyzed and you lose the speed. And if you get even worse luck and you just get poison, it just ticks down your HP over time. And then you just feel bad, but then also you still win, so.
Can't feel too bad when that's happening, huh?
And we have also had a regional in Joinville in Latin America, and here is that double Dragon, Garchomp, and Dragonite team. A mirror match in the finals between two of Latin America's greatest competitors, Gabriel Agati and Sebastian Escalante. Incredible to see both of these players continuing to perform at the top of their game, and this team, I think it was this result in particular, after seeing Paul do well in Baltimore, and then the repeat here, taking both of the finalist spots, that has made this team such a threat in Louisville.
So, fun history fact for everybody looking at this team and seeing that Paul Chua had used it at Baltimore, Gabriel Agati is actually the original team creator, and it does not surprise me at all to see that Gabriel Agati was able to see the success that Paul had with his team and go, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to go win a regional myself with it also. And Sebastian Escalante, what a throwback to be able to see his name, even so many years later, still being able to find himself in finalist spots.
And even beyond the fact that they're running the same 6 Pokemon, there's some differences in like the items and move choices. Gabriel is running Choice Band Garchomp and Choice Specs Alolan Ninetales, which are two things that we don't see too often, but it's a really unique take that makes this team much more offensive. You know, obviously the Mungus and the Incineroar kind of defensive backbone provides you a lot of flexibility, but you also have the option to just step on the gas with those really, really strong threats.
Absolutely, and let's take a look now at our leaders in the championship points race. No one has solidified a World Championships invite in North America except for Nicholas. Now, last season, Toller Webb at the top of our leaderboards at 500 championship points would have secured a World's invite by this time. But of course, we are competing for the top 75. So Toller's probably feeling pretty good about his place right now. But none of these players have qualified for Worlds just yet. And you can see these are our top 12, some huge names here. Of course, Toller, former world champion, standing at the top right there.
I saw Toller tweet the other day, like, oh, I got 500 championship points. I qualified for, wait, what? I haven't yet? Oh, no. But yeah, of course, you got to keep competing all season just to make sure you stay in that top 75. But of course, Toller off to a great start. Paul Chua there at number 8 with that second place in Baltimore, having a great season as well. Kylan Van Severen, who's someone we've seen had success at the regional and international level as well. Like you said, Evan, just people on this list that you're not surprised at all to see.
Worlds 2. Kylan Van Severen, one of the top performers in North America at the World Championships last year. Christopher Hahn also finding similar success at the World Championships, but in the senior division. So seeing that evolution to this year is also very cool to see him continue to do well.
Yeah, no surprise to anyone who has followed Chris throughout his career as a junior or a senior to see him at number 9 in the Masters division this first season as a Master. Let's take a look at the leaderboards in Europe. Likewise, none of these players have qualified for the World Championships, except I think Michel, actually, because of his performance at the World Championships last year. So they're sitting in the number 2 spot. Michel, of course, the World's finalist in 2023 and semifinalist last season. And of course, Maddie Morgan, after getting the second place position at Dortmund, is leading the pack in Europe. Again, all of these players are competing for a spot in the top 75 to qualify for the World Championships. And some of the top players in Europe, of course, always ending up here at the top of the leaderboards.
Of course, David Miraglia, the champion over in Dortmund as well, does have his invite along with Michael, but everyone else has to keep fighting all throughout this season. Again, there's really at no point, unless you have maybe like 2,000 points like Riley Factura did last year, can you maybe take a rest. It's important, keep those points up and make sure that you're going to cement your spot in that top 75 come the end of the season.
If anybody watched the Dortmund Regional Championships, you might notice Jack Clark is a name on this list. Ended up using a very interesting Toxtricity and Drifblim team at that event, so I'm excited to see what Jack could potentially cook up for the rest of the season too.
Yeah, of course, one of our UK players would use the punk rock Pokemon there with Toxtricity coming out in Dortmund Regionals. I was cheering him on from home.
Yeah.
Never mind the Boom Burst. Let's take a look at the meta coming on here in Louisville. Tricks or treats. We have seen some incredible amount of stability in the meta. A lot of these Porygon 2 teams, Ursaluna teams, as well as the Steezler, Dragapult, and a Follow Me Redirector Balance teams, and of course that one team that you may be a little tired of seeing already because we showed 6 teams and it was 3 of them. Those 3 have emerged as sort of the top teams to beat. Do y'all think those are the teams that we're going to see continue to do well here? Or will there be new techs, new archetypes, new styles that are going to come out on top in Louisville?
I would imagine we see, if not the same teams, very similar teams, like the same archetype, the same structure, maybe with one or two Pokemon different, maybe some like move or item choice switches. But I think right now, with how wide open the meta is, we know that there's this subset of Pokemon that are very good, especially considering what else is popular, and it is pretty easy to just pick those and then maybe build out the rest of the team around them in a different way. But I would be really curious to see if people are going to go straight into left field and, you know, come up with this cool tech.
I hope we get a chance to see at least a couple of new Pokemon that maybe we haven't had a chance to see just yet at the top tables in a regional. But I do think that you're right. You guys are both onto it. It's going to be about the techs. It's going to be about the small decisions that these trainers are going to make sure that their team is going to stand out above the rest of them. I think Dawei was a perfect example of that at the Baltimore Regional Championships, having very standard Pokemon, but then having some unique differences like the Terra type on the Porygon, like the fact that it was Covert Cloak Volcarona, that made that team stand out in such a big way.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. It actually kind of feels like some of our restricted metas in a way, in that you have a bunch of Pokemon that just have higher stats, like better stats than a lot of the other Pokemon, but it's a relatively small pool of high-statted Pokemon. You have your Ursalunas, you have your Porygon 2s, you have, you know, a bunch of these Pokemon that have been able to compete in, you know, previous metagames without sort of the ban list that we have here in Regulation H. So you have like a bigger difference between the top of the tier and then sort of the mid and lower tier. But there is also plenty of room when you have some of those kinds of centralization. You can have those interesting little techs that show up. Like, you know, we saw number 3 on our Europe leaderboard went out and posted on social about how Fevzi almost brought Yanma to the regional because it got compound eyes, which improves the accuracy of Hypnosis and the accuracy of Screech. And that's a Pokemon that never would have made it anywhere near a team in any of our previous regulations. But because there are just a few big top tier threats, there is a space for a Pokemon like Yanma here.
I think the bugs are winning.
Yeah, the bugs
Actually,
are
the bug-type
absolutely
Pokemon
winning.
are totally winning right now. let's count them out here. We've got Illumise, Volby, maybe Yanma also making an appearance. Rabombi, where?
Yeah.
Right?
I saw a couple Rabumbi.
I like the way you described it, just balls of stats, Evan, because I think that's what some of the best Pokemon in this format are right now. You know, we have some of the fastest Pokemon, like Dragapult is a really big meta threat. There's no Calyrex Shadow around to ruin its day by being faster with those Astral Barrages, and so it has so much space to just sit on the field, go for those Dragon Darts and like Choice Band Phantom Forces as well. But you also have Pokemon like a King Gambit. It's very strong, it's very bulky, it can sit on the field against a lot of things. It deters some of the more like errant strategies that might be running around. So I think it's the question is, like, how do you get around these huge balls of stats? Is it with different strategies? Is it with cool abilities, cool tech moves, and that kind of stuff?
I think one of the other things that's really important about the Regulation H meta is there is no Flutter Mane in this meta, which means there is not a powerful fast fairy type, which means the dragon types are free to play. Like, they are out there on the field causing havoc. And we can take a look at our caster predictions. This really exemplifies sort of the big change here. There are so many dragons here. You've got double dragons, Dragonite and Garchomp rows that you have selected based off of the team that Paul and Gabrielle used to come in finals and then win that regional. And of course, Jake, you also have the Dragapult there. And, you know, double dragons also showing up there for Lynn, Garchomp and Dragonite. And Joe, we always forget about Archaludon as a dragon, but it is also a dragon type. And
It's
it is
not,
out
wait,
here.
it's not an electric type?
It's not an electric type.
I'm just kidding.
Not always.
It wants to think it is sometimes.
It does want to think it is. It's cosplaying as an electric type sometimes. But I think that's such a great point about no Flutter Mane. There's very few fairy types that are actually going to bring chaos into this meta. And so you take a look at some of these Pokemon, we consider them maybe the colloquial term pseudo-legendaries, but the powerhouse Pokemon are actually all viable right now, which I think is so interesting. We haven't really seen Goodra yet, but that I think is a Pokemon that still has a ton of potential. Komao isn't on any of these team archetypes that we have picked here, but that's also something that I think could find a ton of success at this regional.
Salamence and Metagross, I think, also have places in the metagame as well, just in that same
for
line
sure.
of Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Hydreigon we did also see make it into the championship positions in Dortmund. But these two teams that y'all have selected to really highlight here, Jake, let's start with your Dragapult Sneasler balance team. You got the three main offensive components there, Dragapult, Sneasler, and Kingambit, and then the follow me user. That could be like Electabuzz, Magmar, or Clefable.
Yeah.
What is it about this team that really draws you in?
I think it's just so flexible. You know, those four Pokemon, the Dragapult, Sneasler, Kingambit, Electabuzz, usually partnered with like Rillaboom and Primarina. Sometimes you'll see different water types or grass types there, but that's kind of the main core that you can then venture out from. But there's so many things you can do with that set of Pokemon. There's so many different sets you can run. Kingambit itself has like 4 or 5 different items it can run, which is like equally as scary every single time. Swords Dance is terrifying, Assault Vest is terrifying. Electabuzz provides so much support with Follow Me, with moves like Electro Web, Eerie Impulse. Like, there's so many different things you can do there. And there's even flexibility within the Pokemon choices as well. Like you mentioned, Evan, you can run Magmar, Clefable. There's different redirection users as well, like Mousehold, Amoonguss, Volcarona even. And there's just a lot of things that this team can do, even when you're in the game. Like Sneasler, we've talked about. Coaching is a really cool move that's been picking up in popularity that can support the rest of its team very well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And just offensively, a lead of Sneasler and Dragapult threatening Dire Claw and potentially Dragon Darts into anything. Then Rose, of course, you have chosen Gabrielle and Paul's team to highlight there as well. What is it that draws you into that team?
This team is really important in the meta right now, and I think something that all of those players were able to touch on is the fact that it covers a lot of really important offensive damage. You've got ground type damage from the Garchomp, you also have flying type coverage there from the Terraflying Dragonite, and you also are getting something really important with all those dragon types running around, where you have Alolan Ninetales, which is way bigger of an offensive threat than I think a lot of people gave it credit for. Typically looking at it as a snow setter where you can use Aurora Veil to help set up those screens. But this thing's got Blizzard, it's got Moonblast, it has a lot of really good offensive coverage that I think hits the meta very hard.
Yeah, I think what's super interesting about that Ninetales on that team is that neither of them ran Aurora Veil.
Yeah.
They ran slightly different Ninetales between Paul and Gabrielle. Gabrielle using the Choice Specs version just to get even more offensive pressure there, and I believe Paul ended up to opt with Encore as an option for his Ninetales. And you're right, when you have this kind of is a throwback to some of the earlier metagames in VGC history when dragons were so powerful. Ice was one of the most powerful coverage options you could have. Things loved to run, back in the day, Hidden Power Ice or Ice Beam wherever you could. Now you've got Blizzards, and now the Fairy typing that Alolan Ninetales also has, being one of the only decent Fairy types in the meta right now.
But you also get to tear it. I think that's one of the things that Ice types have really struggled with in terms of just competitive Pokemon, is that they don't necessarily have the best defensive typing. So now that we've got Terra in the game, you're not always going to be an Ice type anymore.
Or, I mean, if you're running this Choice Specs Alolan Ninetales, I think they've been running the Terra Ice type. Just make it even stronger.
Yeah, just like the Articuno teams from last season. Well, if you are excited about any one of these teams, let us know on social. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon for a chance to see your tweets featured here on our stream. Make sure you are also, if you miss any of the action, subscribe to the YouTube channel at /Pokemon to make sure that you are able to catch all of the VODs from the weekend. They will all be there so you can catch up on every match that you missed and every match that you want to relive. And of course, join in the community, follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch to make sure that you're catching all of the action this weekend, because we have so much going on here in Louisville, and I'm really excited to get started. And I'm hearing that our competitors are at the gates and they're ready to get started on this race.
Woohoo!
Let's go ahead and kick it over to our casters to kick off this regional championships.
Thank you very much, Evan, Jake, and Rosemary. Very exciting to be here in Louisville, Kentucky, the birthplace of Muhammad Ali, the home of the Kentucky Derby, and the host of some great Pokemon VGC action this weekend. I am Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel. And Len, we're in Louisville, or is it Booville? Is this the spookiest regional of the season?
Spooky regional, plenty of ghost Pokemon out in the field ready to give us some spooky action. All
right, so let's start to get into that action. We have a format video to cover for anyone who hasn't watched our regional streams before. This is how pretty much the Swiss tournaments breakdown in our format will be this weekend.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And out of the hundreds of VG trainers that have made their way to Kentucky this weekend, here are 3 of the top trainers in the field that we think you should keep track of. Our players to watch. Any of these 3 can come away with the regional championship this weekend. Paul Chua, Toler Webb, and Justin Knox.
Yeah, Paul, of course, no stranger to winning regional championships. Has won a bunch of them and was in the finals just a few weeks ago in Baltimore. Definitely a threat to win again here this weekend.
And then Toler Webb making top 4 at Baltimore, as well as winning a regional last season. And Justin Knox, one of the highest performing North American players at the World Championships back in Honolulu just a couple of months ago. It's been only 2 months, but it feels like forever ago when we're in a new format, Len. We have all these new Pokemon. Some of the old favorites are no longer available to play. But if any of these 3 trainers do win the regional championship this weekend, they are going to walk away with a lot of prizes on their side, more than championship points and more than the World Championship qualification as well. These are the prizes on the line for our masters here, and that's a lot of booster packs.
That's a lot of booster packs. It's a lot of cash too. $6,000 for the winner here.
Yeah, definitely something. It's a little different from your regional championships back in the day, Len. I don't know if you were getting that much. You weren't walking out of the venue with as much cash back then. Maybe a 3DS and a playmat and a high five. Yeah, no, things have improved a bit, but also the competition has heated up. It's a lot more difficult to win these days, and I'm always so impressed by the players who can do it. Yeah, absolutely. And our players are getting ready on the stage for our round 2 matchup here. Ben Grismer and Patrick Connors. Ben, one of the well-known players for very creative team building, and Patrick Connors, one of the new superstars here in VG, winning NAIC last season. Yeah, Ben's always cooking up something new, often Size Spam, often Trick Room, but this time not Trick Room. It's a bunch of very fast Pokemon. You swapped out the female NDD for male NDD, going a little bit faster. Swapped in the Delphox, going to be one of the fastest Pokemon on either team. And then you just keep going with speed after that. Sneasel, Earth Unburdened, Dragapult, fastest Pokemon in the format. Mousehold can hit as well, and then Tailwind support. So it's going to be all-out offensive pressure with plenty of speed. It's going to be up to Patrick to try to withstand this attack from all these big attackers. Yeah, sometimes you got to flip the script, and Ben here using the Size Spam team, you're using a hyper-offensive team where he's usually known for Trick Room, as you're saying, but say, hey, why waste a turn clicking Trick Room when I can just use the faster NDD? And Delphox is a faster Armarouge, right? And have Life Orb Expanding Force just the same. Sneasel with Unburden is also going to be a massive problem to deal with that double speed. So if anyone can deal with it, it would be Patrick Connors on the other side. But Ben got top 4 at the Orlando Regional Championships last season, also top 32 in Baltimore, so is playing pretty well right now. Of course, someone else who's played well in the last year is Patrick Connors, an AIC champion last season, with his first tournament for this season, bringing this balanced team with Rillaboom, Volcarona, Electabuzz. And so when you're looking at this matchup, you have to look at what tools Pat has to withstand that attack. And so, of course, things that stand out are the King Gambit that can, of course, take
The Psy Spam has to watch out for Delphox, that has to watch out for Sneasler. Rillaboom is really important for disrupting the Psychic Train. Another interesting tool is the Volcarona. If it's just kind of brought to the side, it's going to be really difficult to find a space to Quiver Dance because there's going to be so much offense coming out. But if it's supported and given the chance, once it has that Quiver Dance, then without Trick Room on the other side and instead a full-out foot race with speed, that Quiver Dance is really valuable to get above Ben's Pokemon, and then because they are big attackers, they're more frail. It's going to be easy for Volcarona to just try to sweep through them. So I think there's a couple of very different game plans here, whether to really focus on the Volcarona or not, and just try to fight head-to-head with these damage trading Pokemon.
And unfortunately for Patrick, Calyrex Ice Rider is no longer legal in the format, which the Pokemon he used to dominate back in New Orleans. Also a betrayal of Pelipper. You know, Patrick was the Pelipper guy at NASC last season, but instead using the Aqua form of the Paldean Tauros, which is another Pokemon that has become relevant in the metagame again for the first time in forever with the lowering of some of the power of the Pokemon. That fighting typing, water type as well, and the Intimidate is really crucial.
Yeah, I think there's a water fighting type missing that makes it a little bit easier to use Tauros instead. But yeah, another valuable Intimidate Pokemon. Of course, not too many good Intimidate threats on Ben's side. Only the Sneasler, really, because of the clear body on Dragapult and then a bunch of special attackers. Mousehold's not too bad to get intimidated either.
All right, we are off to the races here in Kentucky. Round 2 of the Louisville Regional Championships. Ben Grismer, Patrick Connors, both these trainers 1-0 right now. Dragapult, Electabuzz for Patrick, Sneasler, Dragapult for Ben.
It's a jet race. Dragapult's on either side. Of course, one of the fastest Pokemon available. It'll be interesting to see if either trainer said, I already Dragapult's so fast, I can just opt to be trained and attack and sit and go a little bit slower. That would give a big advantage to the other side here. Of course, Sneasler can also get unburdened and try to then outspeed Dragapult and go for a Throat Chop, but Electabuzz can just follow me that away and disrupt it. So probably both Dragapults not really looking to attack each other, but to deal with the partners on the other side.
Follow me from Patrick here on turn 1. Going to redirect any attacks that were towards Patrick's Dragapult and go towards the Electabuzz instead. U-turn will hit into the Electabuzz. Not doing too much damage, but it does allow Ben to pivot the Dragapult out.
Yeah, and Ben's Dragapult moving first here, really valuable information. We'll have to see if that is consistent. But right now it means the NDD gets to come in, activate the Psychic Train, and so activate the Psychic Seed and speed that Sneasler up to then move next.
Thanks to the dynamic speed in the game, mid-turn as Unburdened will activate Sneasler, activating its Psychic Seed ability, boosting its special defense, and now no longer having an item means it will be having double speed. Dire Claw does not get status condition into the Electabuzz, and Draco Meteor lands into Sneasler, gets the two stat drops onto the Dragapult, but does not pick up the KO on Sneasler.
Yeah, some good decision making there for Ben. The not going for the Throat Chop, but understanding that Electabuzz was going to pretty clearly follow me there, and so getting good damage into a Dire Claw, but not going for the close combat that would have meant that Draco Meteor got the KO. The Psychic Seed also necessary to be able to take that Draco Meteor and still get another attack off this turn, and that's the difference between being able to target down the Electabuzz or not this turn.
Indeedee Male on Ben's side will swap out into the Dragapult. Ben feeling confident, not too worried about Patrick's Dragapult on the other side of the field since it did use the Draco Meteor and lower its stats. It wouldn't be doing as much damage on this turn. But the close combat from Sneasler goes into Electabuzz's Protect, so no damage from the Sneasler on this turn. And with the swap of Dragapult, it's gonna have to eat this Draco Meteor. It's still super effective, even at -2. The critical hit, Choice Specs critical hit for Dragapult gets the KO.
I have to imagine that's enough damage even without the critical hit. I think a good decision from Pat there to understand the NDD might pivot out, try to be in the back in case the Rillaboom came in the future, and doesn't target the low health Sneasler. Instead gets a really valuable KO onto the Dragapult on the other side, and then critically also protects the Electabuzz. That means that this turn Electabuzz is still free to follow me and try to keep Dragapult healthy. Delphox, though, is now out on the field. A expanding force into both of these targets would do so much damage and is not really threatened by either of them. But this might be the moment where Rillaboom does need to come in, start disrupting the Psychic Train, lowering the damage output, and turning the expanding force into a single target move.
Right, either the Rillaboom or the Kingambit, potentially, if Patrick brought either of those two Pokemon, are going to help him out a lot, because Rillaboom would set up the Grassy Train, which would get rid of expanding force, not only the extra damage from Psychic Train being on the field, but get rid of that spread attack. It would become a single attack. And Kingambit can't take any damage from expanding force. As a dark type, it is immune to those psychic attacks. Double swap for Patrick on this turn. Wants to keep that support from Electabuzz Electabuzz later on in the match when he brings Dragapult back in at full effect. So it will be King Gambit, Rillaboom, as we predicted the final 2 Pokemon for Patrick, setting up the grassy terrain. Sneasler protects here, so a wasted protect as no attacks will be coming out on Patrick's end. And now Expanding Force is only single target, and because he specifically hit the right slot, that's a Dark type taking no damage.
Such a valuable turn for Pat. He gets good damage trading out of the first couple turns. His Dragapult wins the Dragapult fight, the other one goes down, and then manages to perfectly pivot out of that situation, getting a double switch where he takes no damage. Now has control of the terrain, has the Rillaboom in and King Gambit in to fight, but of course, both those Pokemon, weak to Heat Wave. There's another multi-target move available from Delphox that could do so much damage. You can only Terastallize one or the other. Of course, Rillaboom would very much like to get off the field again to be able to set a grassy terrain again in the future when the NDD comes out on the other side. And then Sneasler, no slouch here either, threatening big damage into both, so it may force a grassy glide into that slot just to make sure a close combat doesn't come out. So the pivot happens, gets Dragapult off the field, but still a strong position for Ben.
No swap out for Patrick on this turn. Will Terastallize Rillaboom into a fire type if Ben went for the Heat Wave. That goes from super effective to resisted damage onto the Rillaboom. Sucker Punch will land into Sneasler because there is no psychic terrain. Sneasler gets KO'd from that Sucker Punch. Ben down to his last 2 Pokemon. Heat Wave from the Delphox is not enough for the knockout into King Gambit. Does hardly any damage to Rillaboom, but does get a burn onto this King Gambit. So now Ben is forced to bring his Indeedee back onto the field this next turn, which is perfect for Rillaboom to swap out with this U-turn and get rid of that psychic terrain once it comes back in the field.
Yeah, the terrain war now permanently won for Pat. Indeedee is going to be forced out, which just lets Rillaboom come back in. You can see how much emphasis Pat put on that by using the Terastallization not to keep the King Gambit safe, but to keep the Rillaboom safe, to make sure that Heat Wave didn't do too much damage and Rillaboom would be free to fight later on. In exchange for that, King Gambit ends up taking a bunch of damage, but critically does get the Sucker Punch onto Sneasler. If that had been Indeedee coming in on the previous turn, then that Sucker Punch would have just failed. Indeedee would have come in safely, the Terrain Wars would still be underway. The Sucker Punch lands, and now it is 2v4 and an extremely strong position for Patrick.
And now the Delphox, or Ben has not Terastallized at all here in game 1. It has Terra Fighting as the option on both Delphox and Indeedee. You don't see Terra Fighting too often compared to some of the conventional Terastallization types like Grass and Fire and Water and maybe Dragon and Steel. But in the matchups against Dark types, it really does help Delphox. Terra Blast, Terra Fighting, you know, helps it win those matchups better.
It absolutely can deal with these Dark types, you know, if you had to still deal with the King Gambit at full health. But yeah, you can see Ben knows the writing is on the wall. One really critical element there is there's going to be no way to protect the Delphox. Eventually, the Dragapult was going to come back out onto the field and just be faster than the Delphox. There's no follow me. That is male Indeedee, not female Indeedee, right. So cannot follow me. Would have just picked up the KO. And so after a couple strong turns of damage trading and winning the Heat Terrain War, Patrick takes game 1 and makes Ben have to kind of rethink game plans of how to deal with this team.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that Patrick's able to win game 1, being a little bit more defensively swapping around, trying to anticipate Ben's moves, and it's not as simple for Ben in this matchup of you are a hyper offensive team, but you're not necessarily able to just click your offensive buttons every turn because you can get punished like this Draco Meteor one-hit KOing your opposing Dragapult. Then you lose the speed advantage and you lose a lot of massive amount of your damage output as well.
The role that Follow Me plays in these kinds of offense versus offense matchups is so crucial. The reason that early game was able to go in Patrick's favor and land the Draco Meteor first into the other opposing Dragapult is because of the Follow Me support. If that isn't there, right, Ben is just free to move first with his Dragapult and go for a Dragon move onto the other side. Is free to just try to Throat Chop and get rid of the Dragapult. So, but all it takes is one redirection move, and then the offensive team can't find the KO it wants to take. A lot of times, the defense for very offensive teams is moving first and taking KOs so that you don't get attacked back. One Follow Me can disrupt that game plan and start to make things fall apart. It feels like that was the key story to the early part of that first game.
And what's so great, we've seen such a rise of Electabuzz as a support Pokemon with Follow Me as just an electric type. It's only weak to ground, right? It's very hard to deal with this Eviolite, very bulky Pokemon that only has one weakness that's really not too common.
Plenty of Garchomps out in the field, but when you have it, not here. And so the Electabuzz is pretty tanky and can also support this King Gambit. is going to have some pressure on it, though. Of course, now the close combat is a big threat into King Gambit, but can be redirected. The Dragapult may want to just U-turn off the field again to avoid getting hit by the King Gambit, but has to watch out for a Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch, a very dangerous game for both players. Psychic Terrain could just come in the Sneasler slot and block the Sucker Punch, or it could just come out and KO Dragapult if you're too careless with a U-turn. And so I think both players will have to think carefully about how much risk to allow there and what the payoff could be.
Yeah, the Psychic Terrain could come out at any point, but when you are on Ben's side, you do have to be prepared and anticipate the Rillaboom in the back like you saw in Game 1. This time around, leading King Gambit next to the Electabuzz instead of the Dragapult, so you have to wonder, is he saving Dragapult for later? But for now, Ben will swap his Dragapult out here on this first turn, not wanting to anticipate or go into the Sucker Punch mind games with the U-turn, just swapping it out right away into Indeedee Mail, activating the Psychic Terrain, boosting Sneasler's special defense by one stage, and doubling its speed. So now it is the fastest Pokemon on the field, but it looks like Patrick is going to Terra.
Wants extra damage, wants to not be 4 times weak to close combat. But I think really critically the damage here as well, this King Gambit, if it's going to use up Electabuzz's health as a redirection Pokemon, oh no, it's not even a Follow Me, it's just a helping hand. This King Gambit will be doing so much damage, assuming it can make it to the end of the turn.
Oh, it's gonna do no damage. Helping Hand Sucker Punch in Psychic Terrain will fail because you can't have a priority attack while the terrain is up. That's a great close combat into the King Gambit for the one-hit KO.
Just a devastating turn for Patrick. Everything ends up going wrong. The Sucker Punch doesn't land. There's no Follow Me to protect against that close combat. And then the Terrestrialization might have been enough to take the close combat, except the critical hit gets that extra bit of damage in. And so after one turn, Ben is now up 4-3, has dealt with the Terrestrialization on the other side, but also crucially has dealt with the Dark type on the other side. If it is, there's already the NDD on the field, but if it's also the Delphox in the back, that Psy Spam is going to be so much easier to use, knowing the King Gambit's not there, and also having taken out one of the pivoting tools. It's harder to win the terrain war when you are the one who loses the first Pokemon.
Right, and with the lack of a Dark type now, as you're saying, Expanding Force, you don't care about Follow Me. Follow Me is not going to redirect a spread attack away that Expanding Force would have on both Indeedee Mail and the Delphox. But Indeedee will swap out on this turn for Ben. He's already shown off the Dragapult. He will reveal his 4th Pokemon here in Game 2, which is the Delphox. Sneasler protecting here. Remember, because of the defense drops, now the special defense is back down to neutral on this Sneasler from that close combat the prior turn. So maybe it does not survive the Draco Meteor anymore.
It would not be able to survive a Draco Meteor, but can protect itself against a Draco Meteor. I've been opting on this turn. Could have just had a close combat into Electabuzz for a lot of damage. Doesn't really have much of a better option this turn than that. But now it's a choice for the Dragapult. It can only go after one of these Pokemon. You can also continue to pivot around, try to get some support back in for Delphox, maybe the Dragapult to add in extra damage, but for now, just a helping hand to support the Dragapult. All-out offense for both sides.
Electabuzz believes in the Dragapult, and it will hang on through the Throat Chop. Just barely in the red. Helping Hand Draco Meteor into the Delphox is more than enough for the one-hit KO with the Choice Specs as well. That Dragapult does so much damage on Patrick's end. Now you can see Ben has to decide between the Dragapult and Indeedee. Indeedee, if you want to keep it around, you want to wait until Rillaboom resets the terrain to then swap Indeedee back in afterwards.
That was really the critical turn that Patrick needed to try to get back in this game. A Follow Me could have kept Dragapult healthy, but might have meant there wasn't the damage to prevent the Expanding Force on the other side. With the Helping Hand, Patrick's able to use the speed advantage over the Delphox, get the Draco Meteor out, and keep it from ever attacking in this game. But now there's still threat on the other side. We saw Ben lock in the Breaking Swipe, kind of an unusual move for the Dragapult, but really critical here because it'll go past the Follow Me. We expect that Ben's Dragapult is faster, and so that means the other Dragapult shouldn't have a chance to attack, even with this Follow Me coming out.
Finally, Electabuzz clicks the Follow Me to redirect the attacks, becoming the center of attention. Dire Claw goes into that spot. It is another critical hit from this Sneasler, but the Follow Me does not stop a spread attack, as we were mentioning. So Patrick's Dragapult is KO'd without attacking this turn.
A really difficult situation, assuming it is Rillaboom as the 4th Pokemon there. It's very difficult to decide to try to save the Dragapult, because if you bring in Rillaboom to take a Breaking Swipe, take a big chunk of damage, but also go down one attack step, also then probably lose the terrain war because NDD's in the back, it's hard to see where you win from there. So instead, Patrick opts for the riskier option, hopes it's not the Breaking Swipe coming out, tries to get a Follow Me off, but instead really just gives up so much on that turn. And so now a concession from the other side, writing on the wall once again. These are lightning fast games as really critical first couple of turns settle it one way or the other.
Yeah, I think we're through 2 games already. Moving on to our decisive game 3. There might be some games out in the field still in game 1, depending on how the matchups play. But when you have 2 offensive teams like Ben and Patrick have brought here to Louisville, really nice to see just fast-paced action back and forth. You start off, it starts with that Sucker Punch. Everything was invested. Helping Hand, Terra Dark, and the Sucker Punch does nothing, and Patrick got punished with the one-hit KO.
You could see the volatility that bringing King Gambit out onto the field first brings, because it is somewhat vulnerable, despite being Dark type, somewhat vulnerable to a lot of Ben's offense because of the close combats and the heat waves. And then its offense is somewhat inconsistent. If you want the Sucker Punch, if you want the big play to try to keep the Dragapult on the other side from attacking, then you have to risk so much. Before that turn one, we talked about whether either player would opt into the risk. Go ahead and click U-turn it. Go ahead and click Sucker Punch. In the end, it's Patrick who opts into the risk, goes for the big damage, hopes to get the decisive play to win game 2 and win the match by trying to get a Sucker Punch on the Dragapult, but instead it goes so poorly. Instead, you lose the King Gambit, lose the Trastalization, and even with a strong turn, the next turn, it was just already too far behind to come back. It was really easy for Ben to just trade damage back and forth. It'll be interesting to see if Patrick can find a way to introduce less volatility, maybe not bring the King Gambit when it was in the back, it has a little bit more consistent role, or just use it in a way that, you know, you just start clicking Kowtow Cleave, not investing as much in it, then you also don't risk as much with it.
The other thing Patrick has to be concerned about is we've now seen twice Ben's Dragapult outspeed Patrick's Dragapult, so that's something if he is keeping track of, you have to be prepared for. Maybe the Follow Me is that much more valuable than the Helping Hand damage, because you don't care about Breaking Swipe as a special attacker with choice specs, and you're going to need to protect it if his Dragapult's faster.
Absolutely. I think the Follow Me is just such a valuable resource, but it also means Patrick has to be really careful when to spend it. In that last game, never had the same value that it had in the first game, but some pivots up. We see the Tauros for this first time, we see the Mouse Hold for the first time. That Intimidate ends up landing pretty well the first time it's on the field.
Yeah, now Mousehold's going to be doing less damage because this is not the supportive version. This is the Technician and Population Bomb wide lens version of Mousehold. Going to be doing a little bit less damage there. But Tauros, the Aqua Breed version, means that Patrick left something in the back. Was it that Dragapult? Was he too worried about the speed?
If you end up deciding that your Dragapult is just slower than the other one, it's a pretty reasonable Pokemon to leave behind. It has dealt a lot of damage, and I think is crucially faster than the Delphox. That's the risk with leaving it at home, is that you have nothing faster than the Delphox, and so that damage is really hard to mitigate. It's kind of was the checkmate in game 1, was the one strong moment for Patrick in game 2, so it'll be interesting to see how he navigates the game instead if it was left behind.
Tauros swapping out here on this turn, wants to preserve that Intimidate for later on Patrick's end. Rillaboom will swap onto the field, now activating the grassy terrain for the field, but Ben has not put DD Mail onto the field yet, so at some point he can swap it onto the field and get boost to that expanding force damage. Delphox will protect this turn 1, avoiding any damage from King Gambit's Sucker Punch here, and now an Intimidated Population Bomb. So this is the Technician version where Population Bomb will do more damage because it is a low base power move. It's going to hit hopefully 10 times as Wide Lens makes it a 99% accurate move, and even with the Intimidate, that still is more than enough for a quote-unquote 2-hit KO into the Rillaboom.
Ben gets the better of that turn and dodges a really sneaky move from Patrick that could have opened up this game 1. The Rillaboom switched in as the King Gambit went for Sucker Punch. If Mousehold had switched out to the NDD to set Psychic Terrain and protect against the Sucker Punch, the Rillaboom switch would have happened afterwards. Because the Tauros is slower than the Mousehold, the Sucker Punch would have still landed, picked up a KO onto Delphox. But instead, the Delphox just protects itself, doesn't leave itself vulnerable to Sucker Punch, and Ben gets the better side of the turn. But a sneaky move there from Patrick that could have paid off in a huge way.
But now that it didn't, the Sucker Punch did not work out the prior turn. There are 2 fire-weak Pokemon on the field against a Life Orb Heat Wave Delphox on the other end, threatening super effective damage.
Yeah, when you go for a play and you miss, things start to look a lot more difficult. The Rillaboom has to switch right back out. Spending it in that way to switch in early, take a population bomb is going to make it so much harder to win the terrain war later on in this game.
Electabuzz swaps onto the field into the Rillaboom slot, so can't click follow me this turn since it just hit the field.
And confirms what the 4 Pokemon are, so no Dragapult in the back there.
Terra fighting on Delphox. Not the most common terrestrialization type that you see in the world, but with these psychic type Pokemon on Ben's team, this hyper offense side spam team, you want to flip the script in this matchup against those dark types. Patrick will match the Terra with a Terra Dark Kingambit. He still is weak to fighting, so if Ben went for the Terra Blast into that slot, it would be super effective. Here is the Intimidated Population Bomb from Ben's Mousehold into the Kingambit. It's doing less damage than he wants, but it could potentially bring Kingambit low enough. It does more than 50% to the Kingambit. Now it's up to the Heat Wave. It's not fully accurate, and Kingambit dodges the Heat Wave. Electabuzz hardly takes any damage from that hit. Now Kowtow Cleave in response, but Delphox is no longer a psychic type, so that's going to be resisted damage.
Both players dodging a bullet a little bit there. The Heat Wave doesn't land into Kingambit. What was a pretty good insurance play for Ben? You go for the Population Bomb. If Kingambit stays a Steel type, then is weak to Heat Wave. If it becomes purely a Dark type, then that Population Bomb does so much more damage, but then dodges the Heat Wave so it stays on the field. But then the fighting type terrestrialization on the other side helps Delphox then take the Kowtow Cleave, even though Kingambit is still on the field. You can see how important beating Dark types is for Ben. 2 fighting type Terra Blasts on this team.
Electabuzz will protect, Kingambit protecting as well on this turn, so Patrick just trying to play it safe, play it easy, see what Ben is going to value. He decides to follow me instead of the Population Bomb, but not like there's going to be any damage on the field this turn anyway.
Possibly worried about a Sucker Punch there. That Kowtow Cleave did a lot of damage. Some risk that a terrestrialization boosted Sucker Punch could have cleaned up the KO, and so Follow Me would help prevent that. But instead, we just get a turn of healing all around. Everyone gets a little bit healthier, and maybe makes that KO a little less likely. Maybe then Ben's more comfortable to go out on the offense with Mousehold.
You have the Electabuzz here, at least you know that Terra Blast from Delphox is really not going to be too much of an option as long as Electabuzz is here to redirect that attack away, and that's exactly what Patrick is going for. Wants to keep his terrestrialized Pokemon safe here in this decisive Game 3. Population Bomb goes into the Electabuzz, and that, even if it hits 10 times, it's not going to be enough, Len.
The Intimidate has provided so much value. Rillaboom, Kingambit, Electabuzz, all healthier than they otherwise would be because Tauros was out on the field on turn 1 to intimidate this Mousehold.
So Electabuzz tanks all 10 of those hits, but Heat Wave does not redirect Follow Me does not redirect a Heat Wave. Electabuzz goes down, but crucially, Kingambit will survive, and this time around does not get burned by the Heat Wave. So this is Terra Dark, Black Glasses boosted, Kowtow Cleave into the Mousehold for the one-hit KO.
Mousehold did its job, though. Did so much damage before going down to Kowtow Cleave there. Made Patrick second guess a couple of turns because of the Follow Me support. And finally, we have a game that doesn't look so decisive from its early game. Both players getting a little bit of what they want and a little bit of what they didn't want out of these first few turns. Both players still have their terrain setter in the back. Really crucial decision whether either one of them will opt to bring it on the field here. If they were to both bring it on the field, that would mean that Grassy Terrain gets set. And so a pretty pivotal moment.
It's a tough call for Ben specifically because your team, so much of the value of the team and the way that the team is constructed is around Psychic Terrain. You give Sneasler the boost to its special defense and the double speed. You give Expanding Force to both Indeedee and Delphox. But one of the reasons Rillaboom is like the #1 Pokemon in the format, on top of its own value, is its ability to shut down Psychic Terrain.
So helpful in matchups like these, and there are plenty of them. And so then both players do opt to bring their terrain setters out on the field. Here comes the Psychic Surge setting down the Psychic Terrain, but only briefly. Grassy Surge then comes in afterwards. The Rillaboom is slower than this male Indeedee, and so now Grassy Terrain back on the field. That means Kingambit is free to continue to Sucker Punch, but once again, 2 Pokemon weak to Heat Wave. Delphox, though, in Grassy Glide range. That's the problem with not having your Psychic Terrain. It's not just about all those boosts and extra damage, it's the priority protection. There are so many priority attacks available from Patrick's side, and as soon as the Psychic Terrain safety for these offensive frail Pokemon from Ben isn't there, things will look a lot more difficult to find a way to land your attacks. The Terrestrialization also meaning that Grassy Glide is neutral because you had to spend it earlier to be able to take a dark move.
Ben had not revealed his 4th Pokemon here in Game 3, so he will swap Indeedee Male out into the Sneasler. Delphox protecting on this turn, anticipating a potential Grassy Glide into that slot, and that is exactly what Patrick goes for. So Grassy Glide's not going to do any damage. The question now is, where did the Sucker Punch go into? And it would have failed either way into the Protect or the switch in on Sneasler.
Patrick tried to take it all on that turn. He wanted the Grassy Glide for a KO and a Sucker Punch to KO on the other side, but instead doesn't get any of it because the Sneasler makes the pretty safe, pretty necessary switch for Ben to try to reset the Psychic Terrain. The Delphox is going to need to attack at some point in this game, likely for Ben to find the damage that's left. Sneasler, though, comes in a pretty strong position. Isn't that threatened by either of these Pokemon, can of course threaten a KO onto either of these Pokemon because of the damage that Mousehold was able to put out earlier. Of course, Tauros, the last thing in the back for Patrick's going to be able to intimidate Sneasler. But even at -1, Sneasler can probably KO either of these Pokemon. Should be able to pretty easily KO either of these Pokemon. And Tauros itself would take a big chunk from a close combat and has to dodge any psychic moves from these 2 psychic Pokemon. So it starts to look like with Sneasler coming in for free there, the dominoes are set up in a way that definitely could be powerful for Ben, but it's not Sneasler attacking this turn. It's Indeedee coming in that slot and Delphox going out on the first offense.
Patrick certainly has to anticipate that Indeedee swap in to get rid of the priority boost on grassy terrain. So is he prepared for it? Yes, Rillaboom does swap out into the Paldean Tauros to keep that grassy terrain for later. As long as both of these trainers still have 3 Pokemon, they are able to keep that flexibility of which terrain is able to be set up on the field. But thanks to Psychic Terrain being here, that Sucker Punch will not work onto the Delphox. Not going to take any damage. And now an expanding force into the fighting type Tauros on the other end means that Tauros is knocked out from full.
Yeah, both players do not have 3 Pokemon anymore. Rillaboom going to be forced out on the field, and crucially, that Tauros going down. The Sneasler leaves the field, doesn't get intimidated. Now the Intimidate threat is gone. Both of these Pokemon don't do that much damage to Sneasler, and Sneasler can KO either of them. And it's lurking in the back, ready to win this game at some point for Ben, but of course can't deal with both of them at the same time. He's got to get something out of these 2 Pokemon in the meantime, and is once again in that position where there are priority threats into both slots. It can just be Grassy Glide and Sucker Punch for 2 KOs, but do you risk bringing Sneasler in here? Because it is kind of your big win condition at the end. It is going to switch in though. Indeedee goes back, tries to win the Psychic, the Terrain War for the last time in this match. It's gone back and forth, but it'll eventually be Psychic Terrain as the final. But first, Sneasler comes out onto the field while Delphox protects itself.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's not as easy as just swapping Sneasler in on that turn, which is what Ben does, but you have to worry about the risk of taking damage. Grassy Glide goes into the Protect, but the Kowtow Cleave hits the Sneasler on the other end. It will be resisted as Sneasler is a fighting type, but it's not a bulky Pokemon in any sense, so it does over 50%.
Does so much damage, like you say, over 50%. That means that if Patrick had made the call on earlier turns, found it switching in, and not just failed so many Sucker Punches, it could have had the damage. But now also means the Sneasler itself is going to need the Psychic Terrain priority. It's given up that full health bar that meant it could just safely attack, and now it needs Psychic Terrain to support it. The good news is there's nothing to disrupt that Psychic Terrain anymore. No risk that Rillaboom is going to be switching in at the same time or at some point in the future. And so now it's Delphox that leaves the field, and it's Psychic Terrain support for Sneasler to open up the safe attack.
The Indeedee Male will swap into Delphox's position here to keep Sneasler on the field. I like this alternative instead of keeping Delphox here. At least have Sneasler who can hit both of these Pokemon super effectively, either close combat into the Dark type King Gambit or the Dire Claw into the Grass type Rillaboom. It will be the Dire Claw for the knockout. Rillaboom is down. Patrick, just his King Gambit remaining in a 3v1 scenario, and he can't click Sucker Punch.
Can't click Sucker Punch, it will be a safe close combat in. Patrick has to make a play there, has to try to hope to protect from one Sneasler attack, but there's no reason for Ben to take any risk. The Rillaboom has the Assault Vest on the other side. It is a safe spot to put some damage and lock in Game 3 and lock in this match to go 2-0 so far.
What an exciting first game on stream here today in Louisville. Ben Grismer is going to be able to pick up the W over our reigning NAIC champion Patrick Connors. I think Lenny really showcased how that matchup with a bunch of offensive Pokemon, right? Ben's known for the hyper offense and strategies and trying to get knockouts as fast as possible. How you can use offensive Pokemon defensively, like swapping Indeedee around, swapping Rillaboom around, protecting against the sucker punches and things like that. You still got some defensive utility out of those offensive Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure, and especially when they're using things like the train. To me, the story of that match is all of the failed sucker punches. The games that Ben won were games where Patrick went for huge sucker punch plays and they didn't work out. In game one, the Draco Meteor is landing into Dragapult. It's finding the damage without King Gambit. But when you look ahead to game 2, you have the crucial turn 1 where a sucker punch is failed. And then game 3, several times Patrick goes for these sucker punch plays, trying to bring in Rillaboom at the right time or hope that Indeedee won't come in, but just failed sucker punch after failed sucker punch, let Ben slowly accumulate the damage he needed.
There's that throat chop that almost got the one-hit KO into Dragapult. As we watch the replays here, we go into game 3. The mouse hold, so crucial that Patrick was able to intimidate it and lower the damage from Population Bomb, which is a nice prediction considering Ben had not brought mouse hold in the entire set. But unfortunately, that's really, you couldn't intimidate the Sneasler at any point once the Paldean Tauros went down. And slowly but surely, Ben was able to just hold on to those win conditions. It seemed like I got Sneasler for Rillaboom, I have Terra fighting Delphox for King Gambit, and the lack of Dragapult because it was slower than Ben's Dragapult just made it so tough for Patrick.
Yeah, I'm not sure that adjustment to Paldean Tauros, even landing an Intimidate and Mouse Hold, went into Patrick's favor. Because you get the Intimidate, but then you have nothing that's immune to Population Bomb. It means it's very safe to put into every slot. And that gave Ben so much free damage. Mouse Hold never got a KO, but it didn't need to get the one-hit KO. It put the damage into Electabuzz that made Follow Me not valuable. It put the damage into Rillaboom that meant it was just safely in Dire Claw range later on. It put the damage into King Gambit that meant it had to watch out for Heat Waves. And also, like you mentioned, it's really crucial that without Dragapult, there was nothing faster than the Delphox, but also with Mouse Hold coming, nothing faster than the Mouse Hold. It meant both of them were just free to attack, made the priority way more necessary. In a game where you have some similar speed to what's on Ben's side, then Dragapult can just fight normally. But when everything was slower, then it had to be about Grassy Glides and Sucker Punches that ended up failing into Psychic Terrain because Ben stayed on the better side of the Terrain War throughout so much of that game 3.
Yeah, I think that was a really fun a fun match to start our weekend here in Louisville. And you see there's many different ways to use the same Pokemon, right? You have the more traditional Friend Guard, Follow Me, just super bulky version of a Mouse Hold compared to what we saw Nicholas win Baltimore with, and what Ben's version is hey, if I can hit Population Bomb 99% of the time with a Technician boost, I'm going to take that damage.
Absolutely, it's so much damage, and even if it's not KOs, it's about weakening Pokemon. I think the Mouse Hold still somewhat plays a supporting role here, right? It still has Taunt and Follow Me. It's there to like assist the damage on the rest, but it's the kind of support Pokemon that if you give it a chance, it just goes out and starts getting KOs or starts weakening things so that the rest of your team can get KOs. It kind of reminds me of like Overheat on Rage Powder or Volcarona.
Yeah, for sure, right. You have both options. You can either just nuke the opponent or you can, redirect the attack so and be super bulky. But Evan is ready over in the lounge with Ben, our winner of round 2 here in Louisville. So Evan, take it away.
Thanks, Joe and Lynn. I am in the kitchen here with Ben, who just won our first round on stream. Ben, congratulations. That was an incredible 3-game set over our defending North American International Champion. How do you feel?
Thank you. Feeling good.
Yeah, this is, of course, you're now 2-0 after this game. And I think this is a really cool set to start off with. Of course, Patrick running sort of the similar sort of Dragapult balance teams that we've been seeing, except with the choice specs, which of course is a really interesting adaptation. Did that sort of, obviously you've practiced against the Dragapult style teams. Did the choice specs really change how you approach that matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually more so than the choice specs was the Terra Ghost on the Dragapult rather than the kind of more normal Terra Dragon. So that definitely completely threw me off into what my normal plan would be against that team.
Yeah, so how did you make the adaptations, knowing that there was now sort of a powerful special attacker when normally there's just a bunch of physical attackers on that team?
I think kind of on the fly, and I think both of us had to do that. Like, you saw us make both of us make some pretty like outlandish plays and reads that entire set, and I think that kind of unfamiliarity was part of it. And knowing that my Dragapult can't necessarily knock out his Dragapult, but his Dragapult can always knock out my Dragapult, was something I had to deal with.
Yeah, so we definitely saw you last season running the slower version of sort of the Expanding Force style, Psychic Terrain. You had the Hatterini. Now you have the Delphox and the Indeedee male version here. Why are you choosing to use the sort of faster, frailer version versus the sort of slower, more bulky and, you know, more reliant on Trick Room version?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that because the past year or so, I've been using mostly Trick Room teams, that everyone started to think of me as the guy who uses Trick Room teams, which isn't necessarily what I thought of myself as, because going back to like Gen 7, Gen 8, I would very rarely be using Trick Room teams, and I was kind of more tended to use kind of these faster offensive teams. So honestly, I feel like coming back to this type of fast team with the Indeedee male, with the Tailwind, is more my style.
This is like a return to your roots here.
Yeah.
And I think one of the really interesting Pokemon here is the Delphox. Of course, we had previously seen this style of team sometimes be used with the Armarouge, sometimes with the sort of cheesy weakness policy and weak armor variant, but Delphox just kind of has a bunch of power right off the bat, and you know the Terra fighting seems really strong into the meta in general. How has Delphox been treating you, and how much has that Pokemon really been a center for the team?
Yeah, Delphox has been great. I mean, I used a very similar team to this at Baltimore, and was lucky to make top cut there. And at that one, I was using a Choice Specs Terra Fire Delphox, which did insane damage, but I kind of went with the more kind of balanced defensive Terra with the addition of a fighting type move, which is super helpful to Terra fighting Terra Blasts, and that's how you deal with dark types when you're running a side spam team. But yeah, the speed of Delphox, the power of Delphox, the great kind of move choices have made it really good.
Absolutely, and we definitely saw how that worked out in Games 2 and in Game 3. Game 3 especially, huge shakeup. You brought the Mousehold that time. And of course, Patrick countered sort of with the Tauros on his side. Bringing Tauros to a side spam matchup, kind of scary in general, but got the Intimidate down onto the Mousehold, but it really didn't seem like it mattered at all. That Mousehold just does damage. Is that normal?
Yeah, I mean, Mousehold is a ridiculous Pokemon in terms of the damage that Population Bomb does, and it just fits so well in the team, being able to redirect some like potential Sucker Punches. Always threatening the redirection makes clicking Sucker Punch such a pain in front of it, and if you don't, then even a -1 Population Bomb is doing like 50% to King Gambit, and it's, yeah, going crazy.
Yeah, that was wild to see. I just kept seeing the health bars get chipped down a little bit by a little bit by a little bit, and was like, well, it has to stop sometime. But no, it doesn't. It never stops. Now you were 2-0 here in Louisville. This is now sort of your second Regulation H tournament on the regional level. How are you enjoying the Regulation H meta? What are the things that really excite you, inspire you about the meta, and what are the things that you're worried about for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, I love this regulation. This is like exactly the type of format I love to play. There's a ton of fun stuff. I mean, we've definitely seen some people coalesce around a few different kind of balance cores, but honestly, it's so early in the format that I think there's so much more to be discovered, things that can work. So that just makes me excited, not just to play, but to like continue to build and work in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely seems like there is space for, you know, some Pokemon and strategies that we aren't used to seeing. For example, the Indeedee male version. That's a Pokemon that was completely overshadowed by the female Indeedee, having access to both Trick Room and Follow Me. Why the Indeedee male version for this team?
Yeah, I think Indeedee male works perfectly on this team. Like you've said before, it's like a fast team. Indeedee male is like surprisingly fast and surprisingly powerful, and obviously gets Expanding Force, while Indeedee female doesn't. And yeah, it's like you kind of forget about that after like 2 years of, or like however many years Indeedee has been around, of only using Indeedee female. It makes a lot of sense here with this kind of lower power format.
Yeah, I think this is probably the first meta that Indeedee male has actually shown up as a threat in general. Well, you've started the day 2-0. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament today?
I'm feeling good. It's a little weird to be on stream this early. This is the first time I've ever been on stream like before round like 6. But so it feels good to win one on stream, but you know, still a lot of matches ahead. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. There are still so many matches left to go, so I will let you go out there and get ready for those. Before we let you go, anyone that you'd like to shout out who has helped you with this team, who's been supporting you on your path?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first shout out to my wife, who maybe is watching this. And also, of course, my friends who have helped with the team and helped practice, particularly Brian Collins, helping me with a lot of practice the past few weeks. So, and just everyone else who's helped with the team or supported me, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, Ben, thank you so much for taking some time to talk with me here in the Spooky Lounge. We'll let you get back out on the field so you can get ready for your next match. Congratulations again on your win. We'll toss it back to the caster desk to take us into the next round.
Thank you very much, Evan and Ben. And I think, Len, the big takeaway for me from that conversation between those two is that the power level of the format is what allows some of these unconventional or underrepresented Pokemon like Indeedee Male and Delphox and Maushold. There's no Miraidon, there's no Urshifu, there's no Raging Bull, right? All these problems that would make you maybe think, oh, well, Delphox isn't going to be able to get the KO against all those legendary Pokemon. Now that they're not in the game, in their regulation, it allows these lesser Pokemon to shine more.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, right? As the power level drops down, there's a few less really bulky things, maybe easier to find one-hit KOs with unconventional Pokemon, or find the ability to, you know, withstand an attack, get your control of the game, even using less unconventional Pokemon where you don't have to deal with an, you know, Electro Drift in electric terrain.
Well, our hosts this weekend have been hard at work, including yesterday, as we're going to toss back to a video of our friend Juancho talking with the vendors recorded yesterday. So please enjoy.
Welcome to the Louisville Regional Championship. It's currently day 0. That means no competition is happening right now, but there's still so many things to do. And one of my favorite things is shopping. Let's go check out some vendors. All right, tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
So it'd be these 2 cards here and this graded copy of Heart Gold.
Those are pretty cool. Pokemon players are shiny hunters after all. Thank you so much. Let's go check out another booth. All right, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Big Psyduck.
All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. What have you got?
Full Group Games has everything you could ever want or need for GLC. So if you are playing in any Gym Leader Challenge side events, come give us a holler.
All right. If I'm playing some sides, I'm going to need some cards, that's for sure. Thank you so much. Let's check out another booth. All right. Tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Besides our color-coded cuties, we've got Jumbo Plush.
I like that Buzzwole. All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. Last one here. All right. Show me, tell me, what have you got?
Listen, we got cards for days, but you cannot beat the PSA 10 Shadowless Charizard signed by the artist. You just can't beat it.
Wow, okay, I need that one. Thank you so much. With that, those are all the booths here we have at the Louisville Regional Championship. Make sure you check them out before I buy everything. With that, let's get to more Pokemon action.
Shout out to Juancho. I would not be surprised if he leaves this weekend with that Shadowless Charizard.
Oh, you think so? That's a big purchase. That's a
put
pricey
it
card out
past
there.
him.
Yeah?
I mean, I don't know, maybe we have to pool together to...
we'll all get our funds together, get a mascot Charizard.
Yeah, but that would be awesome. But yeah, it's always cool seeing the vendors, right? They're always set up a lot of good conversations. Always a lot of cool art on the cards and plushes. I know I own way too many sitting cuties, and that's because I'm always checking out the vendors every time. I'm like, oh, I could get another one of these. I have 3 Keldeo sitting cuties because I keep forgetting that I already own it. And I just keep buying more.
It's hard when you walk up to that sea of plushes to not just pick out one that's like, oh, that's so cute, I gotta have that.
Yeah. What's the one Pokemon over there that, like, you're saying, that's it, I'm not spending any money this weekend, and then you go over there, and if they have a plush of it, you're like, all right, I'll spend a little money.
Oh, that's tough. I think Dartree is close to my heart. If they have a really cute little Dartrix, then That would be the one.
Every post on social media if you think it's Dartrix or Dartree, because Len has a very strong, very valid theory as to why it could be. But anyway, speaking of social media, we have a lot of posts here. Make sure you use hashtag #PlayPokemon to have your post featured on the broadcast. This one's going to be from Dan here in Louisville. Ready for play in Louisville. Hashtag #PlayPokemon. Hashtag Pokemon Go. There is the Dartrix pre-evolution in Rowlet hanging out at the Go tables.
Yeah, those Rowlets in the Louisville theme, right, with their cute little Halloween hats.
Cloyster as well. I wonder how is Cloyster even in Scarlet and Violet? I kind of forget.
At this power level with a Shell Smash, you'd be able to do some damage.
That would be good. The Shell Smash would be great. I'm sure Cloyster is pretty strong in Pokemon Go. You can make a lot of fun Pokemon work there. But nice photo from Dan. There was a lot of Pokemon Go side events yesterday, but this is massive news. Everybody congratulate our fellow caster Gabby Snyder last weekend getting married to Chalky. Their dog Cheese as well a part of the ceremony. What a beautiful sight. Everybody make sure you congratulate Gabby. She's currently on her honeymoon enjoying her time with her husband, and I think they left Cheese at home.
Yeah, that makes sense. But congratulations to Gabby. It's so beautiful to see.
And Nick McCord in the background. He officiated the wedding for any new VG fans out there. You know, Len, you were there in the height of the Nick McCord era. Can you give a little context?
Oh, I mean, Nick McCord is a legend of VGC. You know, the master of ceremonies for so many different Pokemon tournaments, taking us through the days of Gen 4 and Gen 5, big single elimination kind of tournaments.
Yeah, so congratulations to Gabby and Chalky, two of the most wonderful people we have in the community. They've been there together. Is that also Daz in the background? I think that's a handsome-looking Daz there in a suit.
Yep.
I've never seen him in more outside of a Pokemon event. I've never seen him in more than jeans and a t-shirt. All right, let's go on to the next one. Congratulations, Gabby. Shout out to Cheese. This is a photo from Serena. It's regionals weekend. Drew some fan art for the VGC Baltimore Regional Champion. Can't wait to do the same for Louisville. Good luck, trainers. Hashtag play Pokemon. That's the team that Nicholas used to clinch the first Worlds invite in North America back in Baltimore last month.
I love how looking at this fan art, you get this big ominous Basculegion in the background. Archaludon looking like it did so much damage. You wouldn't think that it was the tiny little family of mice in the front that were the ones pumping out the one-hit KOs. Oh, I still just love it.
Yeah, it was so funny. I talked to Nicholas, and you know, in his interview, he didn't even know that he got the Worlds invite off of winning because it was his first regional that he had participated in. So not only do you have the elation of, oh, I just won the big event that I attended, but also I already know what I'm doing in August. You know, 10 months later from now. So congratulations to him. I think a lot of people are really excited to see the fresh faces in VGC. It's always a fun story, and it was a big deal that Mousehold without Annihilate got that regional title, especially since Annihilate the next weekend won without Mousehold.
Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of a dispute between the two of them. They've gone their own ways. The band is broken up, but they're having a little more solo success.
They'll have a reuniting concert at some point in this format. That's going to be my prediction. But we have more social media posts here from Moggy. Shout out to my guy Moggy. Do you have the guts to face a burned Ursaluna? Ursaluna is one of my favorite Pokemon, Len. I love using that. You just protect, activate your Flame Orb, and then Guts Boosted Facades or Guts Boosted Earthquakes. Golden Goat, King Gambit, sayonara.
I love this fan art. I love the alternate reality where Ursaluna just picks up the honey, has a lazy day at home, but instead gets all angry and goes after these steel types.
I also love the terrifying shiny Porygon 2 on the other side there. He's like, hey, I don't want to be a part of any of this wrath that Ursaluna is about to bring onto the field.
I mean, Porygon 2 is the enabler. Porygon 2 set that up.
That's true. That's true. He sets the trigger up and then gets away.
He can't escape blame.
Yeah. Shout outs to Moggy. He always makes a lot of great memes there. Ursaluna definitely deserves to be memed. And this is from Alec Thomas here in Louisville. We had a great time checking out the convention center and had an amazing dinner at our hotel last night. Relaxed and slept well. Now it's time to lock it in. It's the morning of Louisville Regional Championships. I prepared, and now it's time to perform. And this is kind of the crux of the issue of the city that we are in is kind of none of us know how to say it.
Yeah, I think your pronunciation just a second ago was maybe like the second or third down there. I'm sticking to a little bit more Louisville, a little bit the bottom of it.
So I was saying Louisville, and someone from this city told me the less vowels, the better is how you should say it. But my argument is Carrie Underwood in her song, she said she took a Louisville Slugger to both headlights. You know what I mean? She didn't say a Louisville Slugger. She said Louisville. I feel like it's Louisville.
Yeah, but she's not from Louisville.
But she still took the Slugger to both headlights.
I guess.
So it's right. Everybody calls it Louisville Sluggers, right? The baseball bat. So they don't. I guess it depends on what part. So different parts of the country have different. If we had a regional up in Boston with some of the town names in Massachusetts, I think we might have our heads explode with how you actually pronounce them. But, here's another one from Dr. Professor Richie Kuzan, and I want to wish everyone luck. Shout-outs to Kuzan making it to the regional.
Look at that. That would be good luck. If you're sitting at your table about to play and you see Kuzan come by, you get to give a little hello. That's some good luck for your match.
Yeah, everybody's lucky that Richie is a professor instead of a competitor, because if I face down round 1 against Richie, and we're trying to have an intense best-of-3 matchup, I'm just like staring at Kuzan the whole time. He's going to have the distractions in his advantage.
Yeah, glaring down over the shoulder, a little bit of intimidation factor.
Oh, that's such an awesome dog. I love when we have dogs here on our social media posts. But yeah, everybody's having a lot of fun in Louisville. The one thing I know is it's not Louisville. Okay, I've heard people saying Louisville, and I think they're saying it as a bit. I hope, at least.
Is there like a cursed neon sign like around the corner or like down on the ground somewhere?
Right. All right, here's our next post from Solivanti13. It's regional weekend with my favorites. Hashtag Pokemon Go best friends. Now, I appreciate that all 3 of the Paldean first partner Pokemon are represented. However, Solivanti, you got to make a decision. You can't just hold on to all 3 of them. They always say you can't have multiple best friends because then you don't have any best friends. If you love all 3 equally, then you don't love any of them enough.
I think we have infinite love to give, and you can give it to all 3 of them.
What a
you don't have to choose.
What a diplomatic answer from Len. I was like, no, commit. Flay Coco right now. And Len's like, no,
if you can fit them in your arms, you can do it.
There's enough love to share. Nice photo there. Loving all 3 of those equally. Yeah, I mean, it's not a difficult decision for me, but we do have another post here from Nicholas. In every regional, try to follow the 3-3-3 method. 3 hours of sleep, lock in my team at 3 a.m. and go X3. What words to live by.
I've heard of the 2-2-2 method. I hadn't heard of the 3-3-3 method. I guess it's consistent results at least, though.
Yeah, I mean, people always joke about like some players they perform better if they roll up to a regional last minute with less preparation than if they prepare 3 weeks in advance. So
yeah, I think there's a gap between overthinking it, being 3 weeks in advance at 3 in the morning right before the tournament starts.
There's a happy middle ground, of preparation versus no preparation there. But speaking of our preparation, we were prepared to see some popular Pokemon here and looking at our caster predictions. We were not in the lounge, Len, so we didn't really get to have a conversation on our cruise. We heard or on our predictions, and it's not just you're not just choosing 4 individual Pokemon, right? You're choosing some synergy within. So I'll let you go first on your prediction here.
Well, Garchomp, Corviknight, a core I've loved throughout this generation, I think have great synergy. I think Corviknight is actually placed really well in this format, does a lot of damage to and can withstand a lot of damage from constant threats. But the other thing to highlight here, I think we've seen so much coaching appearing, whether it's Blaziken or Sneasler or anything else. And I think these teams that have room, for a few physical attackers, if you can fit 3 or 4 physical attackers on a team, and then also have the coaching, you have a lot of flexibility. So if you had these 4 Pokemon, you could coaching any of them, and so there's a lot of synergy there. I think several players out in the field have that Garchomp Dragonite synergy, and then within that, there's a subset that also have the Corviknight. So I'll be interested to follow how those players do.
Yeah, and then we have all weekend to discuss my predictions. It's not like I'm going crazy with our Chowdown. It's a fun team, but from what we hear, pairings are going up for the next round, which should be exciting because that means we get more Pokemon action. Ben winning the first match here at the Louisville Regional Championships. Jake and Rosemary on the call next round.
Cacturn becomes active at night, seeking prey that is exhausted from the day's desert heat. If a traveler is going through a desert in the thick of night, Cacturn will follow in a ragtag group. The Pokemon are biding their time, waiting for the traveler to tire and become incapable of moving.
The first EU regional level event of the season in Dortmund showed us team archetypes beginning to establish themselves a few weeks into the regulation set age format. As always though, there was plenty of innovation alongside. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. Dragapult and Sneasler really rose to prominence. Dragapult valued for its lightning-fast speed and often holding a choice band with the Dragon Terror type to maximize damage, while Sneasler of course threatens opponents with those status conditions via its Diaclaw move. There was much debate over the premier Follow Me user, Electabuzz or Magmar. Both often hold the Eviolite item to boost their defenses, both have the Vital Spirit ability to prevent sleep, but whereas Electabuzz tended to run more supportive damage-dealing moves like Electro Web, Magmar would run the more offensive Heat Wave or even Overheat. And yet, none of these Pokemon ended up on the winning team. Defying the archetypes, Davide Moralia ran a pretty unique composition featuring Whimsicott, Hydreigon, Garchomp, Goldengo, Annihilate, and a different Follow Me user, Clefable. With its Unaware ability ignoring opponents' stat changes and access to the move Misty Terrain blocking status conditions from Sneasler and the like, Clefable was a great meta call. Davide faced previous regional champion Matty Morgan in the grand finals, and their Annihilate just proved too much for Matty, boosting with multiple bulk ups, dealing damage while recovering with Drain Punch, and running away with ramped up Rage Fists. Not even Pokemon VG staple Amoonguss could slow it down, Spore and Rage Powder being nullified by Annihilate safety goggles. With Goldengo alongside to mop up with Make It Rain, no one could rain on Davide Moralia's parade, as they claimed their first ever regional championship title. How will the metagame continue to develop this weekend? Stay tuned to find out. And if you'd like a shot at following in Davide's footsteps, head to pokemon.com/compete.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Urshifu Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Farigiraf to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat this Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Farigiraf.
And he's done it! This is his first major win, and what a one to have!
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
welcome back to the Pokemon Louisville Regional Championships. We are so excited to be keeping the ball rolling with the action that we have here at this regional, and it's going to be myself, Rosemary, and Jake that are going to be on the mics to bring you through this next Swiss round.
And what a great first match we had with Bryn Grismer showing off that side spam combination. No longer some of the Hatterene stuff that we've seen before, not only from him, but just in general, but showing off Delphox, which has become a pretty good, meta staple at this point. It makes great use of that expanding force, and Ben will be looking to continue his success against the NAIC champion, no less, making a run into day 2. But we have many, many more trainers in the field today. I believe 750. I heard this morning in the announcements. Yeah, that's a whole lot of people trying to become the Louisville regional champion.
And maybe we get a chance to see another new player rise to the occasion to actually be able to grab a first championship title at their first regional. I think that's such a fantastic story that we had that came out of Baltimore, and I feel like that's one that everybody looks at, gets inspired by, and hopefully gets a chance to accomplish something very similar.
That's inspiring not only for new players or people that haven't picked up BGC yet, but for anyone who's played in the past. Any players who are currently, fighting for a spot in the World Championships. You can. Oh, Matt's going. There we go. Everything's fine. Anyone who's looking to attend a regional knows that, hey, if I'm coming up with good teams, practicing, getting my matchups down, I can enter this tournament and I can win it. And if you're entering a regional championship, that belief is the first step to success.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm so excited to see what is going to be coming next. We've got an incredible matchup that's going to be coming your way to kick off this Swiss round number 3. We've got Joseph Ugarte versus Lorenzo Arce, 2 players that have really made a name for themselves, especially in the last couple of seasons of the Pokemon video game championships. There's a lot of other matches that we are unfortunately not able to actually show on the stream so far, but can take a look at what's going to be also happening across the tables.
Of course, Joe Ugarte is someone who has multiple regional championships under his belt, has great finishes at international championships and the world championships as well. But Lorenzo's coming off a fantastic finish at Baltimore Regionals, our very first regional of the season in North America, and is looking to go even further than, I believe, top 8 is what he made in Baltimore, and maybe even take home a championship of his own.
It's going to be a very difficult battle, though, because Joseph Ugarte is going to be bringing a similar team to what he had at the very first regional championship of the season, and also very reminiscent of the team that he used to win the Portland Regional Championships not too long ago. We've got the Jumpluff as well as the Torkoal, which I think has just been a staple for him, alongside something like the King Gambit that he is one of the best and most consistent players with in terms of that Pokemon.
I think that's kind of become synonymous with Joe Ugarte. Like, back a couple seasons ago, we had Luca Treget with the Swords Dance Black Glasses King Gambit, but if you look at any of Joe's teams, you're probably going to find an Assault Vest King Gambit on it, especially with Assurance. That's a move that he's run many, many times before in the past and is, of course, using today. And I guess knowing that, if you're Lorenzo, you see the pairings, you see Joe Ugarte, maybe you have an extra minute or 2 to think about your King Gambit matchup, because it's pretty safe to know that even before you get that team sheet handed to you, probably going to be a King Gambit right there.
But I feel like it's also not too far-fetched to think that Lorenzo would also be bringing a bunch of Pokemon that we've also seen just do well in general in the terms of our competition. I know you said you had balance as on your caster predictions, and so I feel like I'm seeing a lot of balance pieces here on Lorenzo's team too.
Yeah, it does have some very similar pieces to that kind of balance team that we saw Patrick use last round. We've got the Sneasler, we've got the Primarina, and even though none of the other Pokemon line up perfectly, there's very similar elements, right? There's going to be, a Ghost type that's pretty fast. There's going to be a Dragon type that's going to be hitting hard, but there's a lot of choices that Lorenzo has made that differentiate it from kind of that standard balance that I think might be very, very useful for him at this tournament.
But that's going to be a key to success to a lot of our competitors here at the event, is what can you do to really surprise your competition?
Yeah.
What are those small, unique changes that you can make that really set yourself apart?
Especially because when you're preparing for matchups, if you, make sure you're practicing against balance, it's kind of that King Gambit, Sneasler, Dragapult core that we've been talking about. All of a sudden, if 2 or 3 or 4 of those Pokemon are different, even if they're filling similar roles, it becomes much more difficult to play against because you're not going to have that experience. You're not going to know, okay, maybe they bring these 4 Pokemon usually into my team. And now if you're Joe, you're looking at Lorenzo's team, which is ostensibly like a balanced kind of team. It's much, much different than those standard cores, and you might have to, take a little extra time, maybe even into the first game, to figure out how Lorenzo pilots this team.
there are a lot of different decisions that you can make, which is why we look at these balance teams as being so flexible. So yeah, but I think if there is going to be a player that is going to be able to figure that out, it is Joseph Ugarte. He's got a ton of experience playing the Pokemon video game in the championships, and a lot of experience with these particular Pokemon. Garchomp, Jumpluff, we got the Double Dragon with the Dragonite on this team as well, as the rest of these Sun pieces in Torkoal, Hisuian Typhlosion, and Kingambit.
This Torkoal set is also kind of a Joe patent. Overheat Eject Pack is really, really cool. It gives Torkoal a lot more utility than you're maybe used to, because a lot of times people run Charcoal, they run Choice Specs. It's solely there to do a lot of damage really quickly, but this Torkoal with Overheat still does a lot of damage, mind you. The Drought setting up the Sun allows Overheat to be boosted and does a big chunk to pretty much anything that doesn't resist, but the combination with Eject Pack allows you to read maneuver your team and switch something in that might not have had the best matchup at the start. And Jumpluff there is also able to set up the rest of the team. That Tailwind, especially with Chlorophyll, will usually be acting first unless there's any kind of priority coming out from the other side, and that'll set up something like this Choice Specs Hisuian Typhlosion very well. A Choice Specs Eruption in the Sun, like nothing resists that. I don't care if you're Flash Fire, you're taking some damage.
It's so interesting because usually it's the Torkoal that we see with something like the Eruption, but in a meta like this, it's a little bit too fast-paced, and that's why Typhlosion makes one of the better adjustments to include on something like this Sun team, because it's really fast, so that Eruption is going to be hitting hard and fast at the same time.
Jumpluff, biggest fan. I believe that. If you win a regional with Jumpluff, I think you have the right to claim that you are its biggest fan. Joe has put in the miles with Jumpluff and knows exactly how to use that Pokemon. That set, I think that same 4 moves is usually what he runs to. Leaf Storm, Sleep Powder, Encore, Tailwind. So much utility within one Pokemon. And again, kind of like Torkoal, you have the Leaf Storm there for a big chunk of damage if you need it.
But it's a double-edged sword because Leaf Storm and Sleep Powder are not the most accurate of moves.
True.
So it is a little bit of a risk you have to take when running a Pokemon like that. So we'll see whether or not it actually is a reliable strategy for Joe to actually pull upon for this matchup. As we take a look at Lorenzo's team, it's going to have a lot of the key pieces that we would consider to be very important to a lot of these balance cores. Sneasler, Annihilate, we've got Volcarona, Primarina, Garchomp, and Corviknight. I know that is a duo that Len is very fond of.
Of course, and it has a lot of synergy too. Obviously, having something next to your Garchomp that won't take damage from Earthquake is really important. Corviknight covers some of those fairy types that might threaten Garchomp very well. And of course, this does give Lorenzo the option to match Tailwind that Joe might be setting up with that Jumpluff. The safety goggles there actually makes Corviknight a really hard stop to Jumpluff. You have to worry about Encore a little bit, but Brave Bird threatens a big knockout. Safety goggles means you can't get put to sleep. And the Terra Dragon as well might come in handy to turn Corviknight from a liability in front of these fire types to actually a big tool there with the resisted type.
And Corviknight has a lot of natural bulk as well. So when you're taking a look at something like Roost to make sure that it's going to stay healthy, that Corviknight could be staying around for a very long time. But I'm also looking at some of these other big important factors like Volcarona with Heat Wave. That's something that Joe's going to have to be a little bit cautious of. You've got this Torkoal that can set the Sun for yourself or for your opponent when you look at that Volcarona.
The Breaking Swipe is also cool on Garchomp, but can turn into a liability against Joe's team. If you look at that Dragonite on Joe's side, it is the only attack that Garchomp has that can damage Dragonite, but if Joe has the Kingambit next to it, you're going to be boosting it because Breaking Swipe does hit both targets and lowers attack by 1. With Defiant, that turns into a +1 attack boost, so you have to be really careful.
But Primarina does have Haze, so even if you get yourself into a sticky situation, that is something that Lorenzo can do. He brought a Knuckle stack to locals and won a game with it. Okay, that's so base.
That's so funny. It's not even like won a match, like won the local. It's like, yeah, I won a game with Knuckle stack. That's a success. That's really funny.
I'm pretty proud of that too, actually. So that's a very fun fact. What is the most random Pokemon that you've won a game at a local with?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Amoonguss.
Wow, that's
I use
so
boring
basic.
teams, I'll be honest. Oh, I top cut a regional with like Skydrop, Dragonite, and like Nasty Plot, Xurkitree.
Okay, all right, that's
that was
based.
fun. Yeah.
That's very based. Amazing.
Shout out to Tommy Kulin for that one. Yeah, get back to these teams though. Like, it's gonna be really cool. I think both teams have pieces that match up into the other team very well, and it's gonna be cool to see how these trainers opt to use those pieces, in what order, you know, what piece do I have that's a checkmate? That Choice Scarf Annihilate, I think, is also a really cool option for Lorenzo. If you are able to position it where you're using that final gambit and getting a big KO, especially if you already have a Pokemon lead, that can really put you even further ahead. Also has access to coaching, which I think is really cool, a move that we see on Sneasler very often. Lorenzo's Sneasler does not have coaching in this case, the Annihilate does instead. But with that Choice Scarf, we'll be able to outspeed all of Lorenzo's physical attackers, the Sneasler and the Garchomp and the Corviknight, all of which could love a coaching boost.
They really could. So maybe Annihilate could be that big difference maker in this matchup when we take a look at how Lorenzo could position that. But I'm also looking at the fact that, like, just Annihilate with Choice Scarf is so fast.
Yeah.
Regardless of anything else, you're looking at close combat, you're looking how that could potentially threaten something like the King Gambit on the other side. Garchomp's not going to want to take too much damage from a close combat either. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of really good flexibility that can come in with bringing this Annihilate into this matchup.
Speaking of that Garchomp, though, on Joseph's end, I think the way that he's built this team really sets up that Garchomp very well. There are two flying types, the Jumpluff and the Dragonite, both of which obviously immune to Earthquake, but the Torkoal and the King Gambit are both Terra flying, so that gives you a potential of 3 Pokemon on your team in any given game that you can freely use Earthquake next to. And when you're running Garchomp, the more that you can use that Earthquake, the more damage you're putting out, I think the greater chance you have at success. So a really nice like team building option there from Joe.
Yeah, and there's really not that many things on Lorenzo's team that will be able to bypass that. You called out the Corviknight very early, but that's kind of it. That's the only thing that has natural flying typing. There's no flying Terra on the rest of this team. And in fact, when you take a look at a couple of these Terra options, you've got Terra Poison on the Primarina, Sneasler is a poison type. They're not going to want to take that Earthquake either.
Not at all. And if you are able to force the Dragon Terra out of Corviknight as well with your 2 fire types, then you just become, you know, neutral to the ground moves and weak to Dragon Claw. And with that Life Orb, there's no bulk up, there's no Iron Defense in this Corviknight. That damage starts adding up really quick.
I think Joe has a very explosive strategy that he can go for, though, and I love that you called out something like the Torkoal, because I think that's also something you have to look at. And while Lorenzo does have something like Final Gambit, Overheat in the sun is going to do so much damage. It could just nuke something on Lorenzo's team.
Especially considering Torkoal with this moveset might be trained to be a little bit bulkier, but at the same time, Overheat in the sun is never anything to play around with. I think unless you're resisting it, nothing's going to take it very comfortably. You can probably still just one-hit KO some things right off the jump, even if they don't resist, even if they're not super effective. And so Torkoal, with this more supportive set, even with the Helping Hand, imagine like your Torkoal is Terra flying and you just Helping Hand Earthquake with Garchomp. This Torkoal is going to be really cool from Joe here, and especially considering, like we said, he has so much experience with this kind of team. It's going to be really fun to see how he opts to use it into Lorenzo's 6.
All right, well, we've got the firepower on Joe's side versus the more balanced approach from Lorenzo. So let's see how this match is going to unfold as we get into game number 1. Right off the bat for Lorenzo, it's going to be the Annihilate and the Corviknight versus the Jumpluff and Torkoal from Joe.
I like this lead from both players. The immediate threat of a Final Gambit from Annihilate is great. It just means that, you know, you have to be careful what you use this turn, else you might just lose something. But the Torkoal Jumpluff lead means that you are able to outspeed this Choice Scarf Annihilate, possibly set up a Tailwind, possibly try and put it to sleep with Sleep Powder. You have to worry about Terra Grass and the Annihilate. That could be something Lorenzo opts for to get around that possible Sleep Powder. But big threats from both players coming out right away.
You could go for the Terra Grass on the Annihilate, but then you're going to leave this Corviknight very vulnerable. We saw what Joe was able to lock into, and I feel like you always need to expect that some type of Fire-type attack could be coming out from this Torkoal that could put you in a really bad spot.
And the only way that Torkoal doesn't get an attack off this turn is if Final Gambit comes through. And if that is the case, you know, the Torkoal gets knocked out, which is good and all, but you also lose the Annihilate immediately, which could be an important piece later.
Well, here's the Terra. It is going to be committed onto the Corviknight, so it is going to be a Dragon Terra for this Corviknight, making it be able to take some of these Fire-type attacks just a little bit better.
I mean, the Dragon Terra comes out immediately, which means it is no longer a ground resist. There are no ground resists at all on Lorenzo's team. Tailwind does come through, though, boosting the speeds, and Final Gambit as well from Annihilate.
Yeah, but the Final Gambit into the Torkoal with that one-hit knockout means that it is going to be the Terra expended, but maybe Joe actually wants that. You were calling out that now there is going to be no ground resist here for the Corviknight, so even just the threat of that alone might have given Joe exactly what he wanted, but the Tailwind gets matched here from Lorenzo, so even if Joe was able to get the speed advantage, that is gone.
I really like the tailwind from Joe there. You might be tempted to go for that Sleep Powder into Annihilate, but like you called out earlier, Rosemary, that can miss. And if you miss Sleep Powder and the final Gambit goes off, you are so far behind in that case. So making sure tailwind gets up, now bringing in the Garchomp. I really like this play because Garchomp threatens a big one-hit knockout onto the opposing Garchomp. We might see a speed tie come through. I think a lot of trainers would just opt to make their Garchomps as fast as possible. And given that tailwind is up on both sides, it could come down to how this training has been done or just a coin flip.
But here's where this Terra becomes really important, and also the tailwind from the Corviknight. Joe is now going to be able to pressure with Encore, so this Corviknight has an option.
Yeah.
Do you stay in to try to take the Encore, or do you switch out? And know that you are very susceptible to this Garchomp being able to get a huge attack off into that slot.
Also, Lorenzo has nothing left he can Earthquake next to. If you do opt to go for Earthquake, you have to hit your own partner.
Jump Off goes for the Encore, though, which is going to fail because that Corviknight switched off the field. And the Garchomp is going to be faster, going for the Breaking Swipe. It is going to drop the attack of this Garchomp, which could be important for the overall damage output. But you are able to survive and fire off a huge attack of your own. The Dragon Claw is going to be so close to getting the knockout, but not quite enough.
Big Breaking Swipe there. That's really good damage onto both targets. Of course, one more attack from Garchomp on Lorenzo's end will knock it out because of that Life Orb. And Primarina does come in here, but it cannot Terastallize. Leaf Storm actually threatening a big amount of damage, especially if Joe's is able to win the speed tie with his own Garchomp. A combination Earthquake and Leaf Storm could spell doom for this Primarina. The Breaking Swipe attack drop coming in huge there as well, of course. It allowed the Garchomp on Lorenzo's end to survive the combination of the Dragon Claw and the Life Orb recoil. But I still think advantage has to go to Joe here. You've gotten so much damage into Lorenzo's Garchomp to the point where one more attack knocks it out, but Sleep Powder comes through and will miss.
That's the accuracy coming back to bite Joe, but it is going to be the Earthquake, where we get a confirmation that it is going to be a speed tie between these two Garchomps as Joe's gets a chance to move first. Gonna lose a little bit of HP there to the recoil from the Life Orb, but the Hyper Voice, this is why you would have loved to be able to put this Primarina to sleep. You would have had this Garchomp for another turn.
You have Garchomp for another turn, but Typhlosion will come in here. The Primarina notably is not the Throat Spray set, so it does not have that special attack boost. The sun is still up, so you have the option to go for these huge eruptions. Joe still has the option to Terastallize, and this Typhlosion is Terra Fire. Even though there are two Pokemon that resist on Lorenzo's side of the field, this could still be some huge damage, especially considering Leaf Storm is still in play.
There's still 2 turns of Sun available as well, so enough for this Hisuian Typhlosion to be able to get something done in the next couple of turns. Tailwinds being matched here means that neither player is necessarily going to have a speed advantage once those expire, but it's time to actually use this Terra and give this Hisuian Typhlosion a bit more oomph.
Will Terastallize into a pure fire type. No need for ghost typing when Eruption does so much damage. It's going to be really fun to see how much this does, Rosemary. The Jump Left should attack first, but Primarina actually going straight for Protect.
Why not? You want to try to bypass a couple of these turns of Sun. That is going to be a big factor for you, but it is also going to keep this Primarina safe from this Leaf Storm that could have come out from this Jump Left. So as we see this Eruption, it can only hit the Corviknight, but it's still going to do a lot here in the Sun with the Terrifier. You got the huge attack boost, and it's just a one-hit knockout.
Oh.
The crit.
There it is. Okay, even with a critical hit, that's crazy. Corviknight is so bulky, and that is a resisted Eruption, but with the Sun, with the Terrifier, with the Choice Specs at full HP, that is so much damage coming out from this Typhlosion, and if this game wasn't favored for Joe already, it certainly is now. Primarina also resists, but we've clearly seen that just does not matter.
Well, the Encore is just going to be the safe bet here. Even if you do get the double Protect, it's not going to matter in the long run, and you are going to see the Eruption still be able to finish off the job just like that.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, so going back a turn though, the turn that Corviknight got knocked out, the Protect on Primarina in front of something with Encore, you think maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but since Jump Left didn't have Protect, it had to go for an attack that turn. I think that what Lorenzo was going for was, protect Primarina, hope that Corviknight survives Eruption, which obviously didn't work out super well, but if it does, you can Brave Bird the Jump Left, get rid of that Encore, get rid of the Grass type threatening your own Water type, and then hope that Primarina is able to weather the storm of this Typhlosion. I don't think it would have been able to anyway at that point, because even if Corviknight didn't get knocked out with that critical hit, it would have been in range for one more Eruption, and the Primarina...
Or knocked itself out to Brave Bird anyway.
Very true. So that You know, the crit there, I don't know if it was super game warping, but obviously it's fun to see Eruption knock out something on a resist.
Oh my
Always.
gosh. Oh, it kind of brings me back to when Miraidon was using the Volt Switch into Incineroar and just getting a one-hit knockout with that.
I played at a
So
local
silly.
in Regulation G, and I had a Whimsicott, and a Miraidon Volt switched it and just knocked it out. Like, that's a resist.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's just the power of Hisuian and Typhlosion with choice specs behind it, no less. It's going to be able to do a ton, regardless of whatever move it's going to be locked into. But Joe knew that he was going to have the speed advantage. Just go for the Eruption at full power and finish up the game one that way. So as we enter into this game number 2, it's going to be up to Lorenzo to try to figure out how to deal with that lead. You were able to get the final gambit off immediately to knock out that Torkoal before it could get a big attack off with something like that overheat, but you also opened up the door for Joe to bring in that Garchomp, knowing he's going to be able to survive a Dragon Claw. There isn't a one-hit knockout potential here on Lorenzo before this Garchomp gets to move.
I think that was a perfect showcase of what Joe wants to be doing with this team. Get the sun up early, get the jump left support going, and even like losing the Torkoal there, you lose a Pokemon, but you get the free switch, and that's kind of what the eject pack overheat is for anyway, is getting that switch on the first turn as Tailwind gets set up. So really, I think a net positive because you did force the Terrestrialization out of the Corviknight on turn 1. That meant that Lorenzo lost a really important tool. Obviously, the Corviknight survived that turn, but the threat of Terrestrializing something is always something you have to worry about, and that threat was just gone. Everything that you saw on the field would remain the same typing the rest of the game, and that's just what Joe was able to take advantage of.
Well, here's a big switch up from both of our players. We're going to have Lorenzo with the Sneasler out at the gates, and for Joe, it's going to be the Typhlosion immediately.
This is actually so good. Sneasler is unable to damage Typhlosion in any meaningful way. Fake Out and Close Combat are both entirely ineffective, and Dire Claw will be resisted thanks to that Ghost typing. So this is a pretty free Eruption right off the bat, especially considering I don't think Torkoal gets knocked out by a double up here either, so you have the option to go for that overheat, use the eject pack to reposition, and possibly get that jump off in. And this is a perfect start for this Typhlosion.
There are always room for some Dire Claw shenanigans,
that is
though.
So true.
So I don't want to count this Sneasler out of the fight just yet, just knowing that there could be a spanner thrown in the works here. But this Corviknight doesn't want to stick around to find out whether or not the overheat would connect anyway. It's going to be Annihilate that comes in to take its place.
Might just be sacrificed to an Eruption here. Dire Claw comes through, and the activation, Paralysis. That might be big here. Will it be able to attack this turn? And it can't!
No, it can't! That's the Dire Claw shenanigans we were talking about here. Where there's a Dire Claw, there is a way. There is going to be an overheat connecting onto the Annihilate, though, but Annihilate is also one of those Pokemon that has pretty good natural bulk. So it's going to be able to stick around through that, despite the fact that it was an overheat in the sun.
It does have great natural bulk, and it does survive, especially considering these Final Gambit sets often put heavy training into those HP points. But notably, it does not have the option to go for Final Gambit anymore. Of course it can, but it will be at much weakened power. It uses your current HP and not your maximum HP, and so the Final Gambit threat is much slower. And of course, the Overheat Eject Pack combo does go off, and Jump Left does hit the field.
But Annihilate still has a Choice Scarf, and it
Sure
hasn't
does.
moved just yet, so it could go for the coaching play that you were talking about before we headed into the game.
You have to wonder if coaching Dire Claw is enough to knock out the Typhlosion from here. Also notably for Joe, though, because Eruption didn't go off, I do believe he gets the option to switch what move he locks into. So even though you've lost some HP here and might lose a little bit more, possibly you could opt for a Heat Wave instead. Can't be reduced by the lack of HP. But really unfortunate there. The Paralysis meant that the Eruption didn't go off. Possibly could have knocked out Annihilate, and of course broken the Focus Sash on the Sneasler.
But the Sneasler is just going to go for the Protect, as it is going to keep itself safe from the Sleep Powder from the Jump Bluff. Jump Bluff is still going to be very fast, particularly because it does have the Chlorophyll ability activated in the sun. And this Annihilate just goes for the close combat. It wants to be able to get some amount of meaningful damage done before it potentially gets knocked out, as Typhlosion locks into Eruption, and this time actually gets a chance to move through that Paralysis.
We'll be able to knock out this Annihilate, especially because of that close combat special defense drop. And now that Lorenzo knows it has locked into that Eruption, if you're able to get a little bit more damage on it in the coming turns, that might be enough for Typhlosion to be firing off some of the saddest Eruptions we've ever seen. Taking the Pokemon advantage, though, is great for Joe. You know, even though you have this paralyzed Typhlosion, you've used the eject pack, you do have the what's it called, Jump Bluff on the field still. Sneasler did just protect in front of it, so you do have to worry about that possible encore. but of course Garchomp hits the field, will be resisting that eruption and threatening some Earthquake damage right back.
There's still that Corviknight in the back, though. So there is a possibility to be able to switch in the Corviknight. The only problem is that you know you're going to have to deal with this eruption coming out from the Typhlosion before you get a chance to maybe even do some damage to it with this Garchomp.
That's true. It's going to be tough here. This is certainly no walk in the park for either trainer just yet. There are so many things that still could go wrong. You know, of course, the option for full paralysis is still there. This Sneasler stays in the field and will get encored into Protect.
So it fails the double protect here, which is not going to be super great for it, but with the breaking swipe, you are going to be able to do some pretty meaningful spread damage to either of these Pokemon. Biggest thing, though, is that knowing that this Typhlosion is locked into Eruption, you're helping to reduce its HP pool to make sure that this Eruption isn't going to hurt nearly as much. But this Sneasler is still going to take a pretty big beating from that.
It is, and especially considering, you know, it's locked into Protect right now. If it stays on the field, it will be doing no damage. It's tough to switch the Corviknight in here. I think you did probably have to leave the Sneasler there just to make sure that Corviknight doesn't take a big fire move on the switch. But at the same time, the Corviknight is now a really nice switch in because the Garchomp should be able to knock out Typhlosion pretty easily, and Corviknight does have safety goggles, which will protect it from Sleep Powder.
This is a really difficult turn, though, because you are going to see the Sleep Powder miss into the Garchomp, and the Garchomp is just naturally faster. So that's a double knockout here onto the Typhlosion and the Jumpluff. There was an opportunity here for Joe to be able to go for something like the Tailwind to allow the Typhlosion to outspeed, but now you've gotten both of your Pokemon knocked out, and you're left with Choco and your own Garchomp.
Yeah, that was tough. Joe's not had the best Sleep Powder luck so far in this set. Didn't matter game one, but that could have been a crucial one because if Typhlosion's able to get off an Eruption there, that possibly leaves Garchomp in Leaf Storm range, so you can finish it off with that Jumpluff. Now you've got your Garchomp and Torkoal on the field, and with the possibility of that Corviknight in the back, it might be a little bit difficult for Joe to take it down because, you know, you can Terrasilize into the Dragon type. If Lorenzo wins a speed tie here and gets a breaking swipe off, is it -1 attack for the rest of the game? And this Torkoal, of course, has no boosting item. It's used that eject pack. If you go for an overheat once, you're at -2 for the rest of the game.
Based on the amount of damage, though, that we ended up seeing in that first game, even with the breaking swipe, I feel like it's still going to be enough to actually get the knockout onto the Garchomp that Lorenzo has. It's just not super healthy at this point in game number 2.
Terra Flying, though, does come in here. Will be very useful because you allow yourself to go for Earthquakes, and of course you're dodging Earthquakes used on Lorenzo's end. 2 Protects coming through, though. Sneasler just staying on the field saying, hey, I don't mind. I can be locked into Protect.
I mean, because it's still buying some very valuable time here for Lorenzo, and you don't want your Corviknight to have to take too much damage.
Yeah.
The sun's going to be expiring pretty soon, which will certainly help versus this Torkoal. We're going to see the knockout on the Sneasler finally, but is it too little too late here as the sunlight is going to fade away?
Yeah, sunlight going down there, not the best timing for Torkoal because it was forced to enter the field right before. There will be no sun, no boosted overheats or burning jealousies for the rest of the game. And now it might just be another situation where speed time might be a huge factor here. If Joe's able to attack with his Garchomp before Lorenzo and a Dragon Claw knocks out Lorenzo's Garchomp, that's so much offense lost for Lorenzo. And of course this Corviknight, if you Terrasilize, will be weak to Dragon Claw. If you don't Terrasilize, it is weak to Overheat. So it's really stuck in a tough position right now.
Ooh, but I love this play. Torkoal has so much flexibility when it's able to have the supportive role in the team. So with a helping hand to make sure that this Garchomp can dish out just a little bit more damage, it's going to be very helpful to at least bypass the breaking swipe attack drop, as it's going to be Lorenzo's Garchomp that wins the speed tie.
Speed tie is one, breaking swipe is used. Take a lot of damage from Rough Skin and Life Orb, but it doesn't really matter here. Earthquake will come through. Thanks to Terra Flying, only Lorenzo's Garchomp will be taking damage, and it should be enough for a KO. But we haven't seen the action Corviknight has taken yet. If a Brave Bird is able to possibly KO Garchomp here, then you can use that Terrasalization to block the Torkoal out from doing damage and win the game.
Although here comes the Brave Bird, and it is going to be able to get the KO onto the Garchomp. Little bit of rough skin damage in response to being able to take that physical attack. But now you've got to play this game where Joe's luck has really not been in his favor. You're going to have to go for something like the Burning Jealousy here if you want to try to ensure the damage hits the Corviknight. Or you go for an Overheat again, but you're already at that the attack drop.
You are, and the issue now is this Corviknight has the option to Terrasilize into a Dragon type once again. Only fire moves available from this Torkoal on Joe's side. No Sunlight, no boosted damage, no boosting item either. So this Corviknight should be able to wall out this Torkoal, especially since it has Roost. Any damage it takes from Brave Bird Recoil, from an Overheat, from a Burning Jealousy, can just be roosted right away. And now this Overheat will come through and really do nothing at all to this Corviknight.
If you end up seeing something like a crit that could come through from here, then maybe that's one way that you could win the game. But Joe sees the writing on the wall, is going to just lock in the forfeit for this game number 2. And huge credit to Lorenzo to being able to find that out in that game 2, make that adjustment to go for the Sneasler, and just Dire Claw away.
Well, especially after the Sneasler was encored into Protect, I think a lot of players would be tempted to just immediately switch it out. You know, I have this Pokemon that can't get anything done on the field, like why would I keep it in? But knowing that a Fire type could have easily roasted that Corviknight as it switched in if Lorenzo wasn't careful, and I think also identifying this Sneasler isn't really doing a whole lot for me anymore. I think it's actually a really smart play to just leave it on the field, stall out that Encore, you know, if it happens to survive those 3 turns while it's encored, and then you can go for, you know, close combats or Dire Claws, then great. If not, it just gets knocked out and you can safely bring in that Corviknight. So really smart to hold his nerve and not get freaked out by that Encore. Of course, you know, the Sleep Powder is missing on Joe's end. Not the biggest stroke of luck. I think if that hits, then maybe the game can go a little bit differently. But credit to Lorenzo for making sure that he, you know, kept his wits about him, kept all of his win cons in check, and is able to take this to a deciding game 3.
As game 3 approaches, we get a chance to see the leads, and once again, we are going to see a switch up from Joe. It is going to be the Jumpluff alongside that Hisuian Typhlosion, and Lorenzo is going to be kicking off this game 3 with Sneasler and Garchomp.
I like this lead a lot from both trainers. I think the Typhlosion lead can just catch you really off guard if you're not prepared for it. But the Jumpluff there is able to set up Tailwind first, except Sneasler is faster than Jumpluff without the Sun. So if you want that speed boost, you want the Tailwind to go up, you kind of have to switch in Torkoal, which might be able to be taken advantage of if you're Lorenzo with something like a Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake. Of course, even if you do get Tailwind up, Garchomp resists that Eruption, and Sneasler does have the Focus Sash. So a lot of flexibility here from Lorenzo in this lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for Earthquake, then your Sneasler's just going to survive, which is actually a really cool play that you could see, being able to just deal some damage to your own Pokemon. But we'll have to find out if that's what Lorenzo has decided to do, as Torkoal hitting the field is going to activate that Chlorophyll ability for Jumpluff to give it the speed that it needs.
The speed will be boosted by the Chlorophyll ability because Sun is up, and Tailwind further boosts the speed. Not too useful this turn, but sets up Joe for the remainder of this game.
It's going to just be a close combat. I mean, Torkoal isn't going to be too phased by that, but with the HP pool that this Torkoal is now at, it just gets this Stomping Tantrum to double up into that slot and knock it out before it even gets a chance to move. You gotta hope, if you're Joe, that setting up the Sun was enough for that Torkoal to accomplish in this game 3.
I really like that play from Lorenzo too. Like, if you were paying attention, he did opt to close combat a Ghost type on purpose, but knowing that if Typhlosion stayed in, it would have had to take a Stomping Tantrum after that close combat, which would have been enough to knock it out. The Torkoal coming in is just knocked out by the combination of those 2 moves, whereas just one of them wouldn't have. So I think that's a really smart double up there. You're not getting a whole lot done into this Jumpluff because it is holding that Covert Cloak. You can't fake it out. You can't even go for the Dire Claw Paralysis onto it. And Tailwind does go up, so now this Typhlosion is threatening a whole lot of damage. And you have the Jumpluff there with the Leaf Storm to either supplement damage into Garchomp, hoping for a KO, or to break the Focus Sash of that Sneasler.
Well, that's what Terra is for, because we are going to see this Hisuian Typhlosion get a chance to boost up its damage even further. Again, a similar strategy to what Joe used in that game number 1 to make sure that those eruptions were just too much.
The Sun there means that this will be boosted even further, but Leaf Storm also misses! Oh no!
Joe's luck has been absolutely devastating in this 3-game set, missing so many Leaf Storms, so many Sleep Powders, and that Leaf Storm could have been a huge difference there to make sure that this Focus Sash wasn't going to keep this Sneasler around.
And if it connected, this Dire Claw would never have gone off. That is so much damage into Typhlosion, and Poison Touch activates. It will be poisoned and lose even more HP at the end of this turn. Stomping Tantrum, though, will finish off that KO right away. And that is really unlucky, Rosemary. The Leaf Storm missing means that the Focus Sash stays intact. Sneasler is able to get that Dire Claw off. And even the Garchomp, like, that could have been a damage roll. Possibly a little bit more damage could have knocked it out prior to that Stomping Tantrum. Of course, the Life Orb will knock out the Garchomp in the end, but a rough stroke of luck there because now Joe is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Lorenzo still has 3 left.
I just don't know if that was a trade that was super worthwhile there for Joe. Yes, the Garchomp is going to be able to switch in here. But it's going to be the Corviknight that's going to be on the other side.
And Corviknight is in such a good spot. The Fire-type Pokemon are gone. You're facing down a Dragon Ground type and a Flying Grass type, all of which Corviknight loves to see. There is like nothing here that can actually damage Corviknight anymore. And especially with the safety goggles, you don't have to worry about sleep powders either.
No, this Corviknight is just in such a strong position. You did see Joe opt to go for the Dragon Claw into this Corviknight. If it did Terrasilize to the Dragon type, then you wouldn't be able to do that super effective damage, but there's really no reason to do that. And this Brave Bird is just going to get the knockout onto the jump bluff. And just like that in this game number 3, Joe is down to his final Pokemon.
This is going to be really hard, if not impossible. Even like you have Roost on Corviknight, and like sometimes you can try and catch it roosting with a ground type move, which when it removes its flying typing. But the Garchomp being faster, it means that even if it does go for Roost, the flying type is lost after Garchomp attacks and is restored at the end of the turn. So there's just no way to damage this Corviknight. Close Combat even itself does so much damage coming out from this Sneasler. I think will knock itself out with that. Oh, yeah, the Poison Touch. The Rough Skin will get another knockout here into that Sneasler, but the Poison Touch, if the game wasn't sealed already, Rosemary, that just did it. The Garchomp has, I think, only one more turn left on the field after this one. And after we see this Roost coming in, it's going to be impossible for this Garchomp to break through the Corviknight.
It's just so tough here. I mean, you've got the Garchomp that is going to get knocked out to another Poison. You've got the Tailwind that's also gone, and Lorenzo still has another Pokemon in the back. And the Annihilate with this Choice Scarf is going to be faster.
Yeah, we have, imagine using a Final Gambit into an 8 HP Garchomp just to make sure the job gets done. Yeah, obviously this Corviknight and Annihilate will be able to finish off the game against the Garchomp here. Close Combat seals the deal as Lorenzo moves on to 3-0 at Louisville Regionals.
What a back and forth. What a roller coaster of 3 games that we just saw on the stream. Poor Joe, that luck was just terrible.
And that
in so many games, he got unlucky with the Dire Claw activations, missing all those sleep powders, missing the Leaf Storms. But that's kind of what we talked about before heading into this game, is that the Jump Bluff can giveth and taketh away.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Jump Bluff is really good when it works and really bad when it doesn't. And this just happened to be a game where it wasn't working. It's on its lunch break or something, and maybe it got hungry. But of course, Lorenzo had some luck go his way, but I think it's also really important to give him the credit he deserves there.
Absolutely.
You can't, like, getting lucky alone is almost never enough to win a game. You have to be able to take advantage of certain situations. And even the turn with the missed Leaf Storm, let's say Sneasler doesn't get that close combat off, the Garchomp survives the Eruption, is able to Stomping Tantrum, the Typhlosion, probably for a one-hit knockout. And then what does Joe have left into Corviknight? It's still just the Jump Bluff and the Garchomp, because the Torkoal and the Typhlosion are still gone there. So even if Leaf Storm connects, I think Corviknight just comes in one turn earlier and the game is just checkmated a little bit sooner. It's like maybe even not a huge deal that Leaf Storm didn't connect, but Lorenzo, again, making sure that when maybe some coin flips go his way, making sure not to celebrate too early. Of course, you still have to win. You can't win the game until all 4 Pokemon are knocked out, and sealing the deal very well in both Game 2 and Game 3.
It's just salt in the wound, though. You know, like, yes, like even though we can look back with hindsight and realize that maybe the Leaf Storm miss didn't necessarily matter in the moment. It feels like the weight of the world is on your shoulders and on this poor Jump Bluff's wings.
It feels horrible. Like, if you're Joe, that just feels bad, and there's no way around that, and that's okay. You know, you take your loss. Of course, you want to be winning as much as you can, but given the structure of our tournaments, you are able to take 2 losses on this first day of competition and still progress on to day 2. So maybe if you're Joe, that was going to happen. If you're using Jump Bluff, okay, it's fine. That's my one, sleep powder miss game of the day, and you just reset and move on when we get into round 4.
But Lorenzo has been on a tear over the last couple of events that he's played at, especially off the back of that Baltimore finish. You're coming into Louisville probably feeling really good now that you've taken down some of the biggest titans in the VGC game, and you're able to continue forward with an undefeated record this early on in the tournament.
Lorenzo's becoming one of those titans, right?
Yes,
like, with
for
such a good finish at Baltimore, and now with a great start here in Louisville. who's to say that he's not going to be one of these threats that we keep seeing in the late stages of tournaments? Certainly the way he played that match, I think he's setting himself up for more success. And I like the team choices as well. We saw some really cool stuff coming through. Again, I really like Annihilate with that Choice Scarf, with that Final Gambit, as just like something that can come in and take a knockout whenever you need it to. It's kind of an on-demand KO into all but a few of the top Pokemon in this metagame. So the way that he's using that Annihilate, I think especially, is really smart.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about the U-turn that this Annihilate has, because there wasn't really a great moment to be able to weave that in. But I love that this fast Annihilate gets a chance to U-turn, break a Focus Sash if you need to, or even just chip away to make sure that the rest of your damage follow-up could be enough to secure a knockout. I think that's so smart, and I think that Lorenzo has really built out this team to make it very difficult to have to think about what's going to be coming next.
Well, I'd love to hear from Lorenzo himself. Evan is ready with Lorenzo in the lounge for an interview.
Thanks, Clay and Lacey. I am here in the lounge with our winner of round 3, Lorenzo Arce. Lorenzo, congratulations on a really tense 3-game set there against Joe.
As soon as I turned over his team sheet, I was like, oh my, I did not prepare for this at all. Oh no. Typhlosion, In-Sun, Specs Eruption, Terrafire. Do I even live that? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah, Len and I were in the back watching it and sort of wondering, like, do we think that Garchomp will even survive an Eruption? Or like even after Corviknight Terras into Dragon, can it? It's like, this was obviously a really difficult matchup. When you turned over that sheet and saw that this was going to be such a difficult matchup for you, obviously we saw over the 3-game set you had to adapt a little bit.
Yeah.
How did that process work for you? How do you approach a difficult matchup like this?
So I looked at what outs I had, and I saw that the best Pokemon, oddly enough, into the Sun team was Corviknight. Corviknight beats Dragonite in a 1v1, theoretically, beats Garchomp in a 1v1, theoretically. It's a safety goggles. The jump bluff can't really do anything to it. It's just the fire types. You got to deal with the fire types, get Corviknight into a position where it can win the game. And I did that using the Garchomp, who lived the Eruption in Game 3. I did not expect it to live the Eruption in Game 3. I wonder if that is guaranteed or not. I honestly have no idea. But yeah, I realized that Primarina was too slow in Game 1. I was like, I can't, even in Tailwind, everything's going to outspeed it. It doesn't matter if it can take the hit. It's not going to be able to respond back in a way that mattered. So we're going to use Sneasler. And if you know me, or I talk about it a little bit with my friends and stuff like that, I'm not the biggest fan of Sneasler because of the RNG aspect it puts into the game. But it sure did bail me out in Game 2 and impactful in Game 3 as well.
Yeah, Sneasler definitely did Sneasler things in that Game 2, getting that crucial paralysis and full para onto the Typhlosion, which allowed you to come back into that game. But it was still pretty clear that this was a difficult matchup in that second game. But like you mentioned, the Corviknight was really a powerful option for this team. And it really seemed like in Game 3, you made the adjustment there and to trade your Garchomp for their Typhlosion, which cleared the way for the Corviknight. How did you come to that realization, and when did you come to that realization that Corviknight in the back was going to be the biggest thing for you?
Well, after Game 1, I noticed that losing Corviknight early would essentially lose me the game. So, and yeah, I mean, Corviknight was technically the second to last to go down in Game 1, but I was put into a position where I had to Tailwind and then risk Encores, or I had to swap out. I had to hold on to the Terra and not Terra. So either if there's only fire types, I Terra Corviknight. If there's only non-fire types, I don't Terra Corviknight. So when he led the Typhlosion and the Trollcore, I realized, okay, I gotta trade Garchomp, Sneasler do something, hopefully it works out, and get into a position where Corviknight can win the end game. And that was my entire game plan for Game 3 as well.
Awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about the team itself. How did this team come about? The Garchomp and the Corviknight is something that we have seen a little bit over the course of the last couple of seasons. But how did this specific version of that team come about for you?
Okay, so if you saw my Baltimore team and my Baltimore run, you know that I really like Scarf Annihilate. That was the starting point. Scarf Annihilate with coaching is a good mon, and Final Gambit is an amazing move on the health, like a mon that has as high health as Annihilate does. So I wanted to support it with different pieces than I did in Baltimore. Corviknight and Garchomp were the first two that I looked at. I saw the potential, and then like especially after seeing Wolf play them in Baltimore, I saw Corviknight is a very good win con into a lot of teams. A lot of teams have not many good ways of hurting it. So, and then Garchomp is Garchomp. Garchomp is awesome.
It's so good to have Garchomp back on top for me as someone who grew up with that.
I personally thought that the Ursalunas would be like the most used ground types in this format, and it ended up being Garchomp, and I'm very happy about that. As for the rest of the team, my friends will tell you I struggled with that for a very long time. I was trying all sorts of different things, and one of my friends, Blake, love him to death, helped me in like 5 minutes. Okay, so what does this core lose to? Oh, this, and this. Okay, these mons, go. So, shout out to my friends. They were incredible with the Baltimore team building and the team building process for this team as well.
Awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about Regulation H. How are you enjoying the meta? What are the things that stand out to you about this new format without some of the really powerful Pokemon in this format?
So I personally still like Regulation H. I know that Sneasler has put the opinion of Regulation H is not favorable, but I personally still like a lower powered format like this one. I think there's a lot of unexplored pieces. Take Jumpluff, for example.
Right.
Joe's team, very cool, incredibly cool team. I think there's a lot of unexplored pieces that are not just the standard like balance, like Sneasler and Primarina and Garchomp, and I know I have all three of those on my team, but I feel like my team plays a little bit differently than most of those types of teams, and Corviknight gives me the edge generally over those types of teams because it solos a lot of the mons, especially the dragons. The dragons just cannot deal with Corviknight.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on advancing as 3-0 heading into round 4. Anyone that you'd like to shout out? You already shouted out a couple of people who helped you with the team, but who's been supporting you?
All of Hive, Blake, Joe, everyone in Apex, and especially to my mom and my 2 brothers and my grandmother. Thank you all very much.
Well, Lorenzo, congratulations again at advancing with a 3-0 record headed into round 4. We're going to let you get back out in the field to prepare for your next match. Thank you so much for taking some time to talk with me. Toss it back to the desk. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Evan, and so great to hear from Lorenzo, especially after having such a great start to the Louisville run, coming off of a top 8 at Baltimore. And I love being able to hear the insights, too, on sort of what changed between Baltimore and Louisville to come to this conclusion team.
Of course, yeah. His team, pretty different between the 2 events. Of course, he mentioned having the Scarf Annihilate as a link between them, and I fully understand why. Very cool Pokemon, especially knowing that he likes using it so much. It, of course, makes so much sense he would bring it to this event when it's still, I think, a very good Pokemon in this metagame. So cool to see how he, evaluated the metagame after Baltimore, decided maybe this team isn't the best call anymore, but he took some pieces, rearranged some things, and came to what I think is also a very good team here.
I'm just thankful that the Dozo Tatsugiri is gone. We didn't have that on this particular team, and I think Lorenzo's also going to be pretty happy with that change, just seeing how this matchup into Joe actually ended up going. Heard a lot about how the Corviknight was such a pivotal piece, and we got a chance to actually see a really good example of that in this match.
I also loved hearing the support from his family. That's always really heartwarming. From one father-daughter to another, family unit. It's great to see everyone working together and having a great time.
Absolutely. Well, while we got a chance to hear from Lorenzo, his thoughts on where the meta currently is for Regulation H, Evan also got a chance to catch up with one of our top competitors to hear his thoughts as well.
Hey everyone, Evan Latt here on the floor of the Louisville Regional Championships. I am joined by 6-time regional champion and most recently the Baltimore finalist, Paul Chua, who will be back here in Louisville competing for that 7th regional championship. Paul, welcome to Louisville.
Thanks, Evan.
How does it feel having come off of the first regional in the Regulation H meta and coming so close, only 1 win away from another regional championship? We know you can do it. How does it feel coming into Louisville? Do you feel ready to add that to your title?
I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, because going into Baltimore before, usually I don't do too well with the beginning of the formats because I usually just use standard stuff. The team I used in Baltimore was a little bit unique because of the Ninetales, so we'll see how it goes for this event.
Yeah, I think that team was really interesting, and that team has seen so much success across the globe with, obviously, Gabriel just won his special event
down in Latin America with the same team. How did this team come together?
Honestly, it just came from me asking around with many of my friends. Gabriel, a guy, did give me the team because I was just like, hey, do you think Internal Movies is still good? And he's like, dude, it's broken. And he just gave me this team, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, like, it worked well for me, so I just kept asking him different stuff, and we kind of went through different iterations. So mine had like the Life Orb Garchomp. He still kept Choice Band and stuff like that.
Awesome. So heading into the Louisville Regional Championships, we've now had a few different events in the Regulation H metagame. How do you think those events will affect this tournament here in Louisville?
I mean, it definitely moves the meta forward because, like, we've seen from like the Dortmund event, like different teams were doing well. Like, you know, that Annihilate team did really well. That wasn't really something that we've seen before. So it's kind of interesting to see like what exactly is going to do well here. It could be like the same stuff, like Sneasler, like the Sneasler Dragapult stuff. That could be still pretty good, but it could also be something like entirely new, like maybe just like solo Annihilate or something like that. Yeah.
Is there anything in particular you're keeping your eye out as you sort of look forward into, you know, day 1 and day 2 of the tournament?
I think probably Sneasler as a Pokemon is probably something to look at, just because definitely did a lot better in Dortmund than it did in the past, and I think like the idea of Dire Claw is pretty strong. You know, being able to put they have like a pretty good chance of getting something to happen to a Pokemon that's pretty good. Especially the popular team that it's on with like the Dragapult and the King Gambit. It's a really strong offensive team, so I think like someone is going to do well with it, but it's just like how many of them are going to do well.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times I've lost a game to a Dire Claw Sleep it's not a whole lot, but it is too many times. So Paul, obviously you became a finalist at the Baltimore Regional Championships. Do you think here in Louisville you're going to get that one extra win?
I mean, I sure hope so. Like, I mean, I don't really like setting like high standards for myself. So usually I just go into the event and I have like the lowest standards possible. So I just want to get like points or something, and then, you know, we'll just increase it as the tournament goes on. You know, it's like I just want to cut and, you know, keep going. Like, what, you know, like even in Baltimore, like I only like had that feeling like I just want to win like when I got to the finals. So it's like, yeah, slowly but surely I'll hopefully feel good enough to win this event.
Yeah, set manageable goals, one game at a time, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Paul, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to me. I am going to be really excited to follow your path at this tournament. I expect to see you do great things as usual. So congratulations on your recent successes, and stay tuned for those of you at home. We will be back with more Pokemon action.
Well, we're already back with more Pokemon action, Evan, but thank you so much for catching up with Paul. Did get second at the Baltimore Regional Championships, and that team has been so dominant. No matter what region of the world we've ended up seeing this team play in, it has certainly seen the top tables, and Joinville was definitely not an exception to see both first and second place use this 6.
You gotta have some sense of pride in that, right? Like
yes.
This team I used that I collaborated with a friend, I took to second place at a regional, and it also got first and second place at a regional not long after, and that's like a sign of just a good team. It's just really good. It has so many tools at its disposal, and not really at all surprised to see, especially considering the players like Paul Chua, Gabriel Legati, Sebastian Escalante, all people that I could very easily see winning a tournament with any team, really. So the fact that they picked those, testament to the team.
Well, listen, that's why I was playing the odds when I chose this as my caster prediction. is I do believe in the team, and I also believe in Paul to continue to keep an undefeated record. As we checked in with him after Swiss round number 2, he was 2-0 heading into Swiss round number 3. So we'll see where he's at after we get the rest of our matches for Swiss round number 3 finished up here. But just as a visual reminder for everybody, it does have Alolan Ninetales, Dragonite, Garchomp, and King Gambit. And I think this particular core is so successful because the offensive output that it can have, the type of coverage that's on this team, but also just in general, so many options for this team. Even just hearing Paul talk about how they made some item changes that made these teams so different.
And that's the cool thing too, is even if your friend gives you a full team to use at a tournament, you can always just look at the Pokemon, look at items, moves, abilities, Terra types, and evaluate if you think anything would better fit your playstyle, better fit a local metagame at a tournament you're attending, better, like you just think something is just better overall. You have that freedom to make these little micro changes to teams to the point where a team with the same 6 Pokemon can function so differently. And that I think is one of the most fun parts of team building, is just settling on those small little things that might flip some matchups positively or negatively.
Well, I mean, even just taking a look at how Joe and Lorenzo in that last match used Garchomp, you end up having a Dragon Claw on Joe's Garchomp, but you have have the breaking swipe on Lorenzo's Garchomp, and even those little micro changes made that matchup just a little bit more different.
Yeah, breaking swipe is really cool, especially on a team like Lorenzo's with Primarina and Volcarona, neither of which have the best physical defense, but have a pretty respectable special defense, especially Volcarona. Obviously, you're boosting it with that Quiver Dance. So it's a nice combination of utility and damage, because we saw those Life Orb breaking swipes still doing a big chunk.
Absolutely, and I think that's why looking at the balance core that you have on your own caster predictions is so exciting. Because while Lorenzo certainly had his own take in terms of what Pokemon could fit onto a team like that, I think these are going to be staple Pokemon we will see on so many other teams.
And all of these Pokemon really on this team that I was looking into also have that same kind of flexibility. Breaking Swipe is a move we've seen on Dragapult a lot in the past, especially in the Sword and Shield era, on those kind of more supportive Dragapult sets, which I think are still pretty viable now. Sneasler has so much flexibility in its Terra types. We've seen like Dark with the Throat Chop to take advantage of that damage boost there. We see Stellar a lot. Obviously, Dire Claw and Close Combat are big damage options, but Fake Out is nice for disruption. Coaching is really important. We've seen it on a couple teams. I don't know if it's been used yet on stream so far. I'm sure it will be eventually because it's become very popular and is just so good on a team with so many physical attackers. And of course, King Gambit, we know it has so many different sets. We just saw the Assault Vest from Joe. I believe we saw the Black Glasses on Patrick's team. And it can be such a threat in the right circumstance. And also, it can just wall a lot of things out as well.
I do wish that you could have put maybe Magmar next to the Electabuzz as a part of the caster predictions. If we were able to fit 2 Pokemon portraits in that slot, I think that Magmar is certainly another Pokemon that we can look at as part of the balance teams that's also picked up in popularity. I think Michael Kelch also used that Magmar on his own version of this team. And Magmar certainly has a spot in the meta.
That to me is the follow me slot. Electabuzz, Magmar, even Clefable I think fits there. Yeah, I think even like an Amoonguss.
There's so many redirection,
Yeah, the redirection slot.
Yeah,
the Electabuzz is fulfilling many different Pokemon roles right now. Vivian. Yeah, but I think in general, just having something that can take some of the heat off of your partners is really nice, especially when you're running something like the Choice Band Dragapult, maybe like the Swords Dance, Black Glasses, King Gambit. They are huge damage threats, but tend to be focused down when they're on the field, but making sure that you can take some of those attacks away from them and clear out more space for them to function is really important.
I love that we also got a chance to see Len's caster predictions come through on the broadcast already with Lorenzo having the Corviknight and the Garchomp. Didn't necessarily get a chance to see the Dragonite on Lorenzo's team, but I think you're able to see where maybe some of the other Pokemon that Lorenzo had picked sort of fall into that particular slot. Just having any sort of that physical or even special type attack damage is really nice to have on Lorenzo's team.
Of course. It's just fun to see how trainers are opting to put these Pokemon together. Like we're seeing just on the screen, there's some repeat picks. Of course, you and Len both have Garchomp, but they fit on so many different kinds of teams. Of course, Sneasler, both for me and Len as well. And Dragonite for you and Len. Like this double dragon, while it is like, obviously, you're running 2 dragons, you're running 2 things that are double weak to ice, but the Pokemon around them define them so much more than just the 2 Pokemon as a combo that these teams can have such unique identities, even if they are on many different teams.
Well, we've had a chance to break down our own caster predictions, but I'd love to hear a little bit more from Joe and Len about their own picks. So we've got Evan waiting over in the lounge with them to get their thoughts on where they think the Regulation H meta is.
Yeah, there was no chance I was going to let a Garchomp Corviknight team come up on stream and not ask Len and Joe to break down that match. Len, Garchomp and Corviknight are 2 Pokemon that you have used so much over the course of Scarlet and Violet, and Garchomp in particular is a Pokemon that you know and love very deeply. What was that match like for you?
It was super fun to watch. I mean, I think the Pokemon, I've used them this entire format, but Garchomp is at its highest usage of the generation probably right now. You're seeing it on a lot of teams. I think that last match showed off the power and how the Pokemon benefit each other. I like how Lorenzo described the trade that was necessary, right? With Garchomp taking down the Typhlosion in order to open up the win condition with Corviknight. Corviknight is such a great win condition Pokemon because there are so many things that just can't really take it down. But when you don't have that matchup where it's a win condition, it can also just trade damage really well, open things up for Garchomp to finish KOs or get Tailwind so that Garchomp can outspeed and get those KOs. So they really support each other so well.
Yeah, the Corviknight in particular was a huge part of that matchup. We talked a little bit about it with Lorenzo, and we were talking backstage as well. Just that Pokemon, if you could get the fire types out of the way, huge if, as we saw in games 1 and 2. But if you were able to get the fire types out of the way, Corviknight then walls Pokemon like this Garchomp. There was walled the Jumpluff as well. There was nothing that the rest of the team could do once that trade was made.
Yeah, and so many other big threats, things like Dragonite, or not in that matchup, but Pokemon like Rillaboom, they just really can't touch Corviknight. And so sometimes you get set up right, it can be like a surprise in the back. Like, oh, you thought this was going well, you just did so much damage with Eruption, but then here comes Corviknight to spoil the day.
Absolutely, and really kind of the secret MVP of that team, which you would not have expected, given that it's a Steel type up against a Terrifier, in the sun, choice specs, full health Eruption, more often than not. Lorenzo even mentioned he wasn't sure if the Garchomp was even going to be able to survive the Eruption.
It barely did.
It barely did.
I think that's one thing about Garchomp that has made it stand the test of time compared to other Pokemon that have maybe come out in similar eras, is that because of being a powerhouse Pokemon, it does have additional defenses that maybe some other Pokemon don't. So its ability to survive either resisted or endure resisted or even neutral hits just barely because of those stats are like the difference between making it so viable in formats where there's a lot of spread damage or even just non-resisted damage, because you can dish it or you can survive it back, even survive the Dragon Claw and then dish back a lot of damage afterwards.
Yeah, I think a big story of that game as well was the various types of recoil damage. You had the Life Orb recoil on both of the Garchomp. You also had the Rough Skin recoil when any contact move hit either of the Garchomp. And you also had, the Brave Bird recoil didn't actually become a huge deal, but could have over time if there were enough hits into that Pokemon. And Lynn, I know you have a lot of opinions about the difference between Rough Skin versus Sandveil. Of course, without Tyranitar, there's no choice, right?
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty simple thing. People who have Rough Skin and Tyranitar, then I'll start to question you. I think if you have Tyranitar, Sandveil's very good, but obviously if you don't have it, there's not enough kind of sand just flying around that you don't bring yourself to be worth bringing Sandveil.
Well, we've spent a lot of time talking about now sand and sun. Joe, your caster prediction this time around, you went on the rain side of things, which we have not seen yet, but I know is still out there in the field. What's the case for rain?
Yeah, I think rain going into every tournament seems like the quote-unquote team to beat, especially at the beginning of Regulation H, where a lot of people testing online and getting really frustrated with Arch Aladon and the Electroshot's ability to not only boost your special attack before you even attack, so you're already a +1 as it's initiating contact with the enemy Pokemon, but having that 2-turn move being used up in 1 turn, so it's like Archaudon seems to be like this catch-all, jack of all trades Pokemon that has strong special defense because you're holding an Assault Vest, and with the stamina ability is boosting its defense, so it's hard to hit physically, it's hard to hit specially, and it's also dishing out more damage the more Electroshots it clicks.
Yeah, it just ramps up so quickly. Even if you protect against the Electroshot, it's still getting that +1 boost to its special attack. It can get out of hand real fast.
Yeah, it's one of the only Pokemon with 3 relevant abilities as well. We've seen all 3 of them used. There are definitely players out there with Stalwart. Also, probably the only Pokemon that's the best of a type that doesn't actually have the best electric type in the format, despite not being an electric type.
Yeah, that is the craziest part, that it is the best electric attacker, and I think it's also maybe potentially holding back some other electric Pokemon in the format, because why would you run, insert electric Pokemon that might not be as viable when Archaudon is always attacking at +1 with a super powerful electric attack?
Yeah, I think the only other electric types we really see in the format are Pawmot, typically on Dondozo-style teams. You have sort of that Reg A-style Dondozo team that's out there in the field. That's Pawmot and Talonflame, Glamora, and Dondozo Tatsugiri. And occasionally Kilowattrel for sort of the classic Discharge plus Earthquake combination alongside Garchomp.
And then Electabuzz is out there. It normally does have Thunderbolt,
I never
but
think
more
of
a support Pokemon.
Yeah, it's an electric type in defensive version, trying to survive the hits there, but not doing too much damage with Electro Web, right?
Yeah, and obviously the core component of a rain team is your rain setter, which is almost always Pelipper. It's either Pelipper or Manual Rain. I did see a couple of Politoed out in the field, but unfortunately I don't think Politoed is going to be doing so hot when Pelipper is just kind of the better version of it. What is it about Pelipper that makes it so strong right now?
I think ever since the Drizzle Pelipper was introduced back in Sun and Moon, the ability to have a flying type that sets rain and has a free Earthquake next to a lot of those ground types is what made it so strong. That's why back in the day, you would see Pelipper with Mega Swampert as you had a free Earthquake setter next to it. But its ability to lessen, because of the rain, it lessens the amount of fire damage on the other side. So if you have a strong steel type on the other end that would be weak to fire, they're inherently taking less damage. That's why we saw Mega Scizor win an international championship on a rain team, because you take less damage there. But Tailwind support, as well as Hurricane, massive base power on a Pokemon that you don't need to invest in your defenses because you hold the focus sash, so you do more damage with your special attack. Hurricane hits like a truck. Weather Ball is boosted damage in the rain because you're a water type Pokemon and do water attacks with the rain being set up. So it does a lot of damage, and it also facilitates your teammates to move faster as well.
Yeah, and of course, we couldn't even fit all of the options that Pelipper has. You also have the ability to use Wide Guard, like we saw, of course, Patrick made a huge impact with Wide Guard Pelipper at the North American International Championships last year, completely negating the Terapagos, rather, with the Wide Guard. But Pelipper is also not just a Focus Sash Pokemon. We have seen plenty of Life Orb Pelipper out there. We've also seen Stellar Terra Pelipper. This Pokemon actually can deal a lot of damage.
And damage with a really crucial type as well. Rain teams, of course, famously struggle with grass types if you don't have the Pelipper there. I mean, every rain team would be so much more worried about Amoonguss if it didn't just have the option to try to get a Hurricane in and threaten a 1-hit KO.
Absolutely, and it's really important, especially with Pokemon like Rillaboom out there on the field, being able to pick up that big damage onto those Pokemon, especially if Rillaboom is running the Assault Vest, which lets it tank so many other attacks from, Archaludon that's doing special damage mostly. But another important Pokemon that you highlighted for the rain teams, and of course this is important for the Baltimore champion, was the Maushold. What does Maushold bring to this?
So, particularly in the team that I'm kind of showcasing here is the team that Fevzi Ozcan used in Dortmund to get top 8 with the access for Maushold is kind of filling 2 roles at once while it's also doubling up on a role you already have. So let me explain it a little bit better. So how that team works is you have either Archaludon or Annihilate as the Pokemon that you're trying to sweep the game with. And so what Maushold really does with Friend Guard, it helps neutralize some of the damage that one of your sweepers are going to take. You're going to take less damage on Annihilate or the Archaludon just by simply having Maushold on the field because of its Friend Guard ability. It also has Follow Me to redirect critical attacks away that would hinder your sweeper, your way of winning the game. And it also has Beat Up as another option as one of its moves. So particularly on Fevzi's crew, which him and some of his German friends, I think there were multiple, a lot of German players using that made day 2 in Dortmund. You have a double Beat Up strategy, which for a strategy older than some of our viewers are at this point. Strategy very as old as time. Back in the day, a Terracot, Whimsicott Terrakion, you would beat up your own Pokemon 4 times, boosting its attack stat 4 times. But instead of boosting its attack stat, you're boosting either Archaludon's defense, thanks to the stamina boost, or the Annihilate's Rage Fist attack, or base power, I should say, by hitting it 4 times. So the Maushold is really it helps you survivability with Friend Guard, redirection with Follow Me, and boost your team's power through the beat up strategy.
Yeah, and I think that mix up with the beat up is really interesting because it has sort of 2 different counters, right? You have the ability to boost the defense of Archaludon, which makes it very difficult to take down, and then you also have the ability to boost the base power of that Rage Fist, which is just a dominant offensive threat. So this Maushold is actually able to perform so many different things, and it's so hard to prepare for, and that's with ignoring the other option for Maushold, which is the Technician Wide Lens Population Bomb, which is what helped win Nicholas the title in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's the nuclear option, to just forget all the support, forget all the different mechanics. The only mechanic you need is 200 base power of normal type damage right into the other side.
Yeah, 200 base power, you need to be a rock, a steel, or a ghost, and we saw that with the King Gambit earlier. Do not terrestrialize that typing away.
Do not terrestrialize it. Don't be too frail of a steel or a rock type either.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have even more action here in Louisville from the Regional Championships.
Phantom is a stump.
possessed by the spirits of children who died in the forest. Their cries sound like eerie screams, with a voice like a human child's. It cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
Spooky. I started playing competitive Pokemon in 2009, so this is my 15th year. I was at Philadelphia Regionals back then. Luckily, I got into the lottery, got to play. Unfortunately, I went out in like round 4. I got a handed to Mudkip, one of my favorites, but I'm really a Johto guy, so Totodile's my favorite. I mean, I guess I kind of have a motto, gentle, patient, kind, because I think I sometimes forget to be all 3 of those things, so it's just sort of a reminder for myself. Yeah, lots of people. I think it's amazing that Wolf Glick can play as consistently well as he does at every tournament that he attends. I'm excited to see how he does. Pokemon, for me, gives me this opportunity to engage with people. So I love how I can see so many facets of a person from playing the game. It's also a competitive outlet. I mean, there are parts of me that like really love going to battle with people and competing with them and challenging myself, and it gives me such a great way to continue to find ways to improve and explore. So it's kind of multifaceted, both towards others and towards myself. I stay out of the convention center stuff because I'm pescatarian. So I don't eat most of the meat and like chicken tenders and stuff like that. My favorite convention center meal that I've had, or well, regional meal that I've had, was in Knoxville. There was a falafel place. I went and got a falafel salad at lunch, and it was lovely. And I felt so energized the rest of the day. My girlfriend, we make cookies a lot. We make lots of different varieties of cookies. And she calls me a cookie vacuum because we have to small batch all of the cookies, because if not, I just eat too many of them too quickly. I can't help myself. So I would say warm cookies are definitely my favorites. Charlotte, because I'm from North Carolina. I also I have a lot of fond memories of Athens, which most people watching this won't even know has ever hosted a Pokemon tournament. That's Athens, Georgia, just to be clear. But it was really quaint, a little college town, and just a pleasant experience. I've been listening to a lot of electronic music, especially because I'm a PhD student, so I have to work and listen to music while I do it and keep myself from getting too bored doing the data analysis. But usually I listen to alternative and folk and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Why are you asking?
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
Kevin has shown us just why he is one of the most awarded junior champions in Pokemon video game history.
Let's hear it for our video game junior champion, Kevin Hart!
My strategy was to stay calm and relaxed and overall play well, and also be completely fine with losing, but only take one game at a time. I was worried a lot about Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider because when you're using a Calyrex Ice Rider team, those are always your 2 toughest matchups. My team is very balanced-like, so you can't just lead the same Pokemon every single time and win every single game. You actually have to think through the leads and think through the Pokemon, but if you do that, you get a big reward, and it's really just nice. And my MVP would be Calyrex Ice Rider, as it's my restricted and it did the most heavy work.
The side of the there's no wide guard! Zamazenza didn't click the wide guard, and really boom, takes the whole brunt of that hit! That's gonna be a one-hit KO and an attack boost for Calyrex!
My strategy didn't really change because it got me through day 1, and I thought that if I just kept doing it, it might work.
Kevin Hahn, the reigning EUIC and NAIC champion this season. So that would be quite the trifecta if he can cap the season with the Worlds win.
My finals was the most difficult match through the entire tournament because being on stage is already stressful enough, but to be down a game right after is even more stressful.
And this is not the first time Kevin Hahn has had his back against the wall. Tatsuomi one game away from becoming the Juniors Division World Champion here in Honolulu, but Kevin Hahn, of course, might have something to say about that.
My most memorable moment on the stage was taking deep breaths after I lost game 1 and then pulling it back.
Take that high horsepower, resisting it, but the critical hit Thunderbolt means Iron Treads can't survive the turn.
As soon as one of the last turns in game 3, my Draco Meteor hit the Iron Treads, I knew I had won because it always knocks out, and I have Calyrex Ice Rider to beat the Rillaboom in the back.
But with a Calyrex Ice Rider waiting in the wings, will it have enough in the tank to take all 3 of these KOs?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
We are back with the Louisville Regional Championship to see if anybody could potentially live up to the same success that Kevin Hahn has had in the juniors division. That was such a story and journey to watch as we looked at the 2024 season.
Yeah. Especially with his brother Christopher also having some amazing success in the seniors division last year and already in the masters division this year. We saw him on that championship point leaderboard at the start of the day today. And of course looking to do even better than his amazing first regional back in Baltimore.
Well, I say that maybe who can actually match what Kevin has done in the juniors division, but I feel like we've already had a couple of people in the masters division that have had similar, if not more, success. I'm talking about our players like Riley last season being able to get a first place, a second, another top 4. Looking at Wolf, who has had so many regional championship wins. He is the most how does Aaron put it from last event? Most winningest player. I had to actually look that up and see if that was a real word.
Yeah, it's a real word.
That's not a real word. It doesn't sound like a real word. No, but Aaron was correct.
And if it describes anyone in VGC, obviously it's Wolf,
it is
right?
Wolf.
No one has won as much as he has. Worlds, internationals, nationals before we got the IC formats, regionals. I'm sure he's won locals too, why not? And so it's going to be really cool to see how he adapts to this new season. And a little spoiler, we're going to get to see some of that right away.
I know, I was getting ahead of myself again. But I want to put Paul Chua up on that block as well, because that's another player who was originally tied with Wolf as having the most regional championship titles. And now Wolf has started to pull ahead of that competition just a little bit. But as we take a look at our Swiss rankings, you can get a chance to see who is going to be undefeated. Paul, yes, is going to maintain an undefeated record as we check back in with these two.
So is Christopher Hahn off to another hot start at 3-0. Carson Confer, former seniors world champion, also a 3-0 player, has not lost yet here in Louisville. David Mancuso, a name that you might be familiar with if you played back in the like the X and Y Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire era. A very good player of that time is making a return. Plenty of names on this list that we may not be as familiar with, but looking to make a big impact and make those names much more known going into the end of this event.
Ryan Lusetto continuing to do Canada proud on this list of competitors too. I think that will always be held over our head for the 2024 season.
Shout out
at the
to one of my
World
locals as well, Alfredo Tamayo, Dallas guy, big fan.
Okay. So a lot of incredible players, though. We're still only a third of our way through the competition for day number 1.
Yeah.
Just a little bit over that, actually, as we take a look at having 8 total Swiss rounds today. But we are going to be focusing on our showcase match for Swiss round number 4, Stefan Mott versus Wolf Click.
And what a great match here in the 4th round of this event. This is something we could be seeing in day 2, in Top Cut, later into the stages of the tournament. But we are treated to this match at 3-0 here on day 1. Wolf Glick, obviously, we've been talking about him forever. 9 regional championships, multiple nationals, a world championship, a favorite to win any event he enters. But Stefan, also a huge competitor in his own right, a former Midwestern regional champion, of course, won Indianapolis back in 2022, I believe. So it's like Louisville is like the spiritual successor to Indianapolis. it's right down the road. So Stefan looking to have another deep run here in the Midwestern U.S.
I mean, my geography is really bad. Where are we?
Kentucky.
I know that, but like, where?
Louisville? I don't. It's here. We're here. That's what matters, right? We're all here, having a good time.
Yeah, I didn't do so well in geography when I was growing up, so I thought we were on the East Coast.
No. Close enough.
Well, we're not. I think Jake has confirmed that for me, that Kentucky is not, in fact,
my minor in geography coming in handy here, huh? Anyway,
we're gonna blaze right past that. Regardless, we do have 2 regional championship winners in this Swiss round number 4. Yes, it doesn't matter where; it just matters that it happened to begin with. But we've also got some spice on both of these teams.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to be able to jump into that when we actually get a chance to showcase those teams in just a little bit. But I think that's kind of what we were hoping to see coming out of Dortmund, coming out from Joinville, is what, if anything, could be new and exciting.
And that's the fun part. There are pieces of both of these teams that we're about to see that are very familiar, that are kind of the center points of a lot of teams we'll see throughout this Regulation H metagame. But there are new toys on each of these teams as well that I think are going to be a first for a lot of people. There's some really creative stuff coming out from both players and some strategies that I don't think many people have come up with coming into this event. And it's really fun to see how these players who have this experience, who have the wins under their belts in the past, use that time that they spent on this game thinking about, how can I beat the current meta? And it results in some really, really fun stuff.
It really does. And so I'm excited to jump into that as soon as we're able to. We're just sorting out a quick technical difficulty on the stage before we're able to jump into the match. So don't worry, we want to get to it as quickly as you all do at home. But please let us know what you're enjoying about the stream so far. Maybe some of the players you want to see. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Show us your art. Show us all of your own cosplays.
Yeah.
And make sure you're joining in on all of the fun that we have here at the Louisville Regional Championships. We have so much more to show everybody. How many more rounds of Swiss do we have today? We have 5, I think, if I'm doing, at least I can do math. I can't do geography, but I can do math. We've got 5 more Swiss rounds today. We're gonna have 3 more Swiss rounds tomorrow, followed by our top 8 asymmetrical cut. It's gonna be a lot more than 8 people, that I have a feeling, but.
I know. Well, while we get sorted out all of these, these fun matches we got to bring you guys, we're gonna take a quick little break. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the Louisville Regional Championships very soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Louisville Regional Championships. We are in day number 1, and thank you so much for bearing with us as we have dealt with some technical difficulties. We have had a pretty wide network outage across the venue, which has, of course, affected our stream and the players that are playing out on the field. But we are getting it all sorted, and so we're back, and hopefully to bring you the Swiss round number 4 match that we had teed up before we went to that break. We've got Stefan, Mott, and Wolf Glick for the Swiss round number 4, and you can go ahead and get a chance to see their teams on screen.
Yeah, let us jump right into it, Rosemary. We've got 2 really fun teams that we were hinting at. A lot of pieces that are familiar. Of course, the Archaludon being the center point of Stefan's team, and Wolf having the Sneasler or Saloon Porygon combo. But some really cool Techmons. Of course, the Yanmega over on Wolf's side. But first, over to Stefan. You see the plush right there. He is packing Klefki.
Klefki is so interesting because when we typically think about Pokemon that are going to be setting screens, we look at Grimmsnarl, we also look at potentially a little Ninetales with Aurora Veil, but it's going to be the Klefki on this particular team that is going to help make sure that this team can take hits just a little bit better.
It's really cool. I have the option for Dazzling Gleam as well. Nice to do a little chip damage, maybe break some focus sashes. But of course, the coolest tech move on the Klefki, I think, is Misty Terrain. You give yourself the option to get rid of something like a Grassy Terrain, a Psychic Terrain against those Indeedee Delphox teams, and of course, you prevent status from being spread. It's really nice into opposing Sneasler like Wolf has. You block any of those Dire Claw shenanigans like we saw in our last match. But of course, into the Ursaluna as well, you're just shutting off the ability to that Flame Orb to burn it and activate Guts.
Well, we're also going to see the Yanmega that Wolf is bringing to this event immediately on the field next to that Sneasler. It's going to be Mousehold Archaludon here for Stefan to start out this game number 1.
And this Mousehold is the beat up set. It does not have the Population Bomb. It's got Beat Up, Taunt, Follow Me, and Protect with the Safety Goggles and the Friend Guard. So a fully support-oriented set. But of course, the Beat Up coming through first, actually moving before Sneasler.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very, very fast Mousehold. Might be leaning a little bit heavier into its speed investment to make sure it's going to be moving just a bit faster. And as we see the beat-ups connect with this Archaludon, it's going to be very similar to that strategy we ended up seeing Nicholas Morales actually use there with Pop Bomb to help boost up those stamina stacks. So you're going to give this Archaludon just a bit more of that defense. We're going to see the Dire Claw activate, though, and it's going to be a poison onto the Mousehold. One of the least bad status conditions
right.
I think you could have happen into the Mousehold. But it's going to be a follow-up, a double up there from that Yanmega to KO this Mousehold first and foremost.
The Dark Claw Poison not really mattering in the end, as it did get knocked out by those 2 moves. Flash Cannon comes through. There's a big chunk to Sneasler, should be enough for a 2-hit KO. But of course, the 4 defense boost going to be very handy here for this Archaludon. Sneasler now will have a really hard time damaging it. Of course, the Yanmega, it only has Bug Buzz and Air Slash as its attack options, both of which are resisted, and this Archaludon is holding the Assault Vest as well. So Archaludon in a very strong spot here, won't be taking too much damage from either Pokemon, and the Klefki will come in and have the option to set up the Reflect, the Light Screen, even the Misty Terrain for later on down the line.
It's also really nice, too, to have this Archaludon in front of the Sneasler, because not only are you not going to be taking too much damage from the close combat unless you do get crit, but you're also going to be immune to the Dire Claw. So
yeah.
I think that's a really, really important factor to have this Archaludon set up in front of it. But there's still this Yanmega you have to worry about. It still has that Focus Sash intact, and every single turn, it's going to be getting faster and faster thanks to its speed boost ability.
Reflect does go up, which means physical moves will be dealing less damage, but Air Slash, a very accurate move, just isn't 100, will miss, and close combat comes through. Will not do too much to Klefki. That Reflect already paying dividends as the defense and special defense drop, and the White Herb on this Sneasler will activate. It is the Unburden set and not Poison Touch like we usually see.
All right, well, that's going to actually allow this Sneasler to actually stay up in this game number 1. As you saw those defense drops actually get eliminated, this Archaludon can't finish the job.
White Herb is really cool. You can reset an Intimidate drop, you can reset the defense drops in close combat, either of which will activate that Unburden ability. In this case, coming in very handy, that Flash Cannon looks like it was a roll for a 2-hit KO.
It's going to be Misty Terrain that's going to get set up here from this Klefki, so kind of preparing for what could potentially be in the back. As we see the Sneasler get another close combat into this Klefki, now it's going to keep those defense drops that it was going to have had that turn prior. And it's the Air Slash now to finish up the Klefki. that is going to be a second KO that Wolf is able to take in this first game.
But now our Chaludon has the chance to attack. We see the Snarl come through. Not known for its big damage, but is enough to finish off that Sneasler. A critical hit into Yanmega will break the Focus Sash and more importantly lower the special attack. Really nice play there from our Chaludon because any sort of damage would have been enough for the Yanmega, or for the Sneasler rather. And now Yanmega has no Focus Sash and it is at -1 special attack.
It's going to be the Archaludon here from Wolf that's now going to take that Sneasler's place after it's been knocked out. And this Archaludon is really interesting. We haven't gotten a chance to talk about it yet, but it's actually going to have the Stalwart ability, able to actually work around any of this redirection. Sinistra, one of the redirection users that Stefan has on his team with something like the Rage Powder.
And it holds the Power Herb item as well. You see no rain on Wolf's team, which means that typically Electro Shot won't have the option to go for the one-turn attack. However, Power Herb will allow you a one-time use of Electro Shot on a single turn and then boost your special attack to then keep attacking later on in the game.
It's also got this Electric Terra type, which is going to be utilizing in this game number 1. So it's going to give an additional boost to the Electro Shot, but it's also got Thunderbolt as a secondary electric type attack that will also be further boosted by that. The Air Slash into the Sinistra is going to do basically about half HP. And as we see this Electro Shot come through from this Archaludon, you get a chance to go ahead and increase your special attack. You use this move immediately thanks to the Power Herb that you're holding on to, and even though it's going to end up being resistant to something like the Sinistra, it's still going to be able to deal a good amount of damage.
That's huge damage. That's a resisted attack. The Klefki was not able to set up Light Screen before it got knocked out, so that is the main reason this Archaludon on Wolf's side of the field still has a good shot. Although Body Press coming through, really not doing too much. That's a +4 defense, but the Sinistra flinches. Yanmega at -1 special attack, but you don't need special attack to get an Air Slash flinch.
No, it would have been really nice to be able to get that life due, just to know that you were going to have a little bit more staying power there onto the Sinistra, but you have consumed your Citrus Berry, you're still going to be around for just a little bit longer, and Terrestrialization is still available to try to get rid of your weakness to some of those super effective Air Slashes from the Yanmega. But every single turn, this Yanmega is getting more and more of these speed boosts.
The speed boosts are going to be helpful for possibly getting more of those Air Slash flinches. Of course, you got to be moving first if you want to flinch with an attack, but that flinch on the Sinistra on Stefan's end, really unfortunate. That could have been a very impactful Trick Room or even a Life Dew to recover some HP. I believe that the remaining Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field are going to be faster than Stefan's for the rest of this game. So a Trick Room here could be a big deal for Stefan to flip that speed disadvantage.
Well, here's the Terrestrialization onto the Sinistra. It's going to be taking that Fairy Terra, so a little bit more defensive in the face of both of these Pokemon. It's also going to make you immune to the Dragon Pulse that this Archaludon does have. But here's the Bug Buzz reading into it just a little bit more, as the Dragon Pulse, though, is going to get caught off guard by this Fairy Terrestrialization. Snarl connecting onto both the Archaludon and the Omega are going to be big here, because that is going to remove that special attack boost that the Archaludon had, thanks to that Electro Shot we saw just a turn before.
Huge turn for Stefan. Caught Wolf kind of sleeping on this Sinistra. The Terra Fairy means that it is immune to that Dragon Pulse and took no damage. And of course, it resisted the Bug Buzz as well. Wolf going for the more accurate Bug Buzz there just to make sure that Dragon Pulse plus Bug Buzz can finish it off. But that Terrestrialization came in big because Life Dew might be able to keep the Sinistra around a little bit longer.
Not going to try to go for another Electro Shot setup, though, because that Meteor Beam is gone, or the Power Herb is gone. Sorry, I'm like, oh, Power Herb and Meteor Beam, right? But the Thunderbolt, this is why you end up having a secondary electric type attack on this Archaludon, because you can still make use of this Electro Terra that you have. Stefan is now just down to the Archaludon. That is all he has for this game number 1, and Wolf still has a fully healthy Pokemon in the back.
I like that Flash Cannon though. This Yanmega, even though it's not doing too much damage, it did have the Air Slash, which could cause some issues down the line. Of course, those flinches are a very real thing that Stefan would have had to deal with. And now that Ursaluna comes in, actually very smart of him to not set up Trick Room that I was kind of hinting at a couple turns ago. This Ursaluna likely very slow and should be slower than the Archaludon on Stefan's side, but now with those boosted body presses, might be able to knock it out before it moves.
Yeah, it's actually not going to go for a Protect either, so this Ursaluna gets so close to being knocked out, but it's not going to be quite enough as the headlong rush in response. Take a look at how well that Archaludon is going to take that after all of those stamina defense stacks.
And of course, the Ursaluna also took that very well. I fully expected that to be knocked out with the +4 defense coming out from this Archaludon, but I think this is still, a bit of an advantage for Stefan here. The Ursaluna now is at -1 defense and special defense, so you imagine a Snarl maybe knocks it out. If you're able to go for a Snarl and bring this special attack of Wolf's Archelodon back down to neutral, you can probably win that 1v1 in the end.
But Snarl can miss, so it's going to have to be able to connect onto both of these Pokemon. And Wolf's Archelodon is going to be back with another attack, but it's going to be the Ursaluna that it misses, and that's huge! That's going to give this Ursaluna another chance to attack. And it's going to be the Headlong Rush once again into this Archelodon.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for Stefan there. That Snarl miss meant that the Headlong Rush comes through, and that might be the damage difference that Wolf needed for a Dragon Pulse to KO Stefan's Archelodon. This has been a really back and forth battle, Rosemary, with these flinches and that Snarl miss. But unfortunately for Stefan, just that one little 5% chance of that Snarl miss is going to be a huge difference maker here. I think this Dragon Pulse from this, again, neutral special attack Archelodon now is probably enough.
It is going to be able to get the knockout here, and so Wolf able to carve out that victory in that game number 1 after being in a pretty difficult position. Misty Terrain getting set up, all of these different defense boosts as well as those screens to make sure that that Ursaluna in the back was going to be stunted for just a little bit, but able to weave in the last of it at the very end there. Maybe getting a little bit of good fortune his way, but as we've already seen on the stream, you need to be able to be in a position to actually take advantage of that in the first place.
Right, and Wolf did a great job there too. I really like the way that Stefan set up this Archelodon. He was using the right moves at the right times. Of course, Snarl isn't something we see too often on Archelodon anymore, but it came in very handy here. Was able to have a big impact on the Yanmega. It stuck around on the field for a long time with that -1 special attack. Of course, it was able to KO the Focus Sash Sneasler at the very end. And spread damage, like you could have knocked out Ursaluna while doing some damage to Archelodon as well. So really well set up here, especially with the Reflect, with the beat up early on. Also very notable, the Mouse Hold on Stefan's end is outspeeding the Sneasler. Sneasler naturally a little bit faster than Mouse Hold, and with that Unburdened White Herb combo, that maybe gives Wolf some more room to invest in attack.
So that means that you're going to have to watch out for the attack output of not just the Sneasler, but of course this Ursaluna. I mean, it was the Ursaluna that was the final piece in Wolf's team for this game number 1. You kind of have to imagine that Wolf might want to bring that again in this second game. See if that's going to be what's able to get him over the finish line and get him this 4-0 undefeated run. But I don't know. I feel like both of them could also just run back the 4 that they brought.
I think you could. Realistically, like that game can go much differently for Stefan. He had the Air Slash flinch, he had the Snarl dodge, and so there are certainly things that could have gone better for him. If you're Wolf though, obviously you're going to take that victory, of course. Even if it maybe could have gone a different way, you're starting the second game 1-0 up. That gives you the room to make a possible adjustment based on what you saw Stefan bring, the strategies he employed with his 4 Pokemon that he brought when he was going for, KOs with Flash Cannon, KOs with Body Press, just some like support with Snarl. It gives you some more info that you can then use to kind of adjust your game plan going into game 2.
Yanmega is still such an interesting piece of Wolf's team. I think that's a Pokemon maybe a lot of people were not looking at as necessarily a meta staple.
Right.
But I feel like if we were going to get any inclination out of what Wolf might be trying to do this season, we take a look at the Toad Scroll team from Baltimore and we think, okay, maybe Wolf's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Going to be a run back of the same leads, though, for this game number 2 for both of them.
Notably, the Sneasler on Wolf's end does not have Fake Out either, so there's no need to go for something like a Protect on Mouse Hold. Make sure you don't get faked out and can't use that beat up. So the Mouse Hold should be acting first once again, and once again, we have a beat up straight into that Archelodon.
So these defense stacks are going to be big, as we ended up seeing from this Sneasler. If you go for something like the close combat, you do end up getting rid of those defense and special defense drops thanks to the White Herb. But I also think you have to take a look at just how well Archelodon by itself is going to be able to take some of these physical attacks. Still means that it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable to something from this Yanmega, as we see the close combat from the Sneasler actually go into the Mouse Hold instead.
Right away, going for that close combat for the one-hit KO into Mouse Hold. You get the beat up off, but nothing else for the rest of this game. Of course, that White Herb does activate, which will return its defensive stats back to normal and double its speed for as long as it remains on the field. Air Slash comes through, one more stamina boost, but Archelodon flinches! Oh, Stefan, that is so unfortunate.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. In game number 1, we ended up seeing an attack come out of that Archelodon in that first turn, and it really made sure that the Yanmega and that Sneasler were a little bit easier to to work with. Now the Sneasler is going into this turn number 2 at full HP. Sinistra is able to come in, though, to take that Mousehold's place, so a little bit nice to have that support next to it, and also bring that Archaludon back up to full HP thanks to Hospitality, but still, really tough position to be in to have missed out on that damage right off the bat.
And the Yanmega's Focus Sash still very much intact as well. Wolf got a KO and lost nothing other than those defense boosts going up, but we saw in game 1, he was able to finish the job with those defense boosts. Close combat though, straight into the Sinistra slot.
It is just a read after read here. Very safe to also go for that if you are expecting that you're going to end up seeing something come into that slot. And you also had the air slash as just a follow-up. You don't have screens set up in this game just yet. So that air slash was always going to be able to make sure that you're going to get damage in that slot either way.
And making sure that this Klefki comes in takes a big chunk of damage on the way. It probably only gets one attack off. You have to pick between Light Screen, Reflect, or Misty Terrain, all of which can be very impactful in this matchup. So a great read from Wolf there to make sure this Klefki doesn't have just the chance to be disruptive, be supportive, and keep this Archaludon safe from attacks from the remainder of Wolf's team.
You gotta deal with one of these Pokemon though, because after a certain point, the Sneasler, one of the reasons why it's been so dominant in this meta is because it's able to pump out consistent damage across the board. And even though you're maybe not able to use something like the Dire Claw into the Archaludon, which makes Misty Terrain maybe not as valuable of an option here, you can still go for close combat, and you're still able to take an inch, turn it into a mile with the damage from the Sneasler.
And not to mention the Sneasler also has the Throat Chop attack. When Sinistra comes back in, it typically would be pretty good into Sneasler, except it has the option to hit it for super effective damage.
It's going to be an Incineroar, though, here from Wolf. It's going to be a bit of a switch up to what we saw from game number 1. Wonder what it was that he decided to leave at home. But this Klefki able to set up the light screen in this turn, as it's going to be another air slash with that light screen, able to keep this Klefki alive. And we're going to see this flash cannon now. Incineroar is going to not take very much damage from that, though, because it resists it.
It does resist, but the option to Terastallize is still very much available for Wolf. This Incineroar doesn't want to be taking a +5 defense body press, but it is the Terra Ghost, so it might not have to at all. And just looking at the remainder of Stefan's team, we see the Klefki and the Sinistra. That Terra Ghost would put in a lot of work. Archaludon, Klefki, and Sinistra without the body press option from the +5 Archaludon, not the greatest offensive threat, especially into Ghost types.
There's an option here, though. I think it's really interesting to see that Archaludon does have the opportunity to go for something like an Electroshot without having Rain on the team. As we saw Wolf go for something very similar with his own Archaludon, you could go to try to stall out a turn, see if you can bait out something like the Terastallization, not fall victim to the fact that you might body press into that Ghost Terra instead.
Incineroar does turn into a Ghost type thanks to Terastallization, will no longer take damage from body press. Reflect does go up, though. No fake out coming out from this Incineroar.
Well, Air Slash is going to do the job it wanted to finish on that turn before. Klefki now out of here, and Stefan down to his final 2 Pokemon. And again, that Sinistra going to be that final one in the back. But as we see the Flash Cannon not pick up the KO onto this Yanmega, we are going to see a parting shot here from this Incineroar to drop the special attack of their Archaludon.
Yeah, now you're not taking much damage at all if you're that Incineroar. Of course, Body Press will do 0. Flash Cannon doing even less. And like you said, Rose, there is no Rain active. Electroshot would have to take the full 2 turns if it is to go off. And so if you do want to get that special attack back up to neutral, especially considering this Archaludon can no longer leave the field, it's going to take some time. And I don't know if you have that much time left if you're Stefan.
No, it's very tough to be in this position because you also have a tough time using the Terastallization. You've got the Dire Claw and the Sneasler that will be able to do super effective poison type damage into the Fairy Terra, and you're still going to have to take Air Slash damage regardless, which could end up flinching at the end of it. But as we see the Dire Claw, it's going to be okay. You've got the Citrus Berry to help recover some of that HP, but it's about whether or not you actually get a chance to move, because you've got 2 very fast Pokemon on the opposing side. The Snarl going to help finish off this Yanmega once and for all, but it's about whether or not the Sinistra can actually help make sure that you've got an endgame set up here.
Sinistra will use Life Dew, so is able to recover 25% of its maximum HP. It did lose a little bit from that Air Slash Dire Claw combo, but ends the turn almost back at full. Of course, Archaludon took no damage. It will have no effect on that Life Dew, but Incineroar comes back in for Wolf. And if you're Stefan here, you're going to have such a hard time getting rid of this Incineroar. But at the same time, Wolf doesn't have a great way to immediately damage Archaludon either. You're at +5 defense. These are 2 physical attackers. And if Wolf does have a special attacker in the back, Snarl is ready.
Yeah, well, with the Dire Claw here, you're still hoping that something is going to get activated, but there's still no secondary effect from the Dire Claw. As the Flare Blitz to follow up into the Sinistra, it is going to be able to hang on through that super effective damage, but you got the Machagacha in response. Now that this Incineroar is no longer a Fire type 2, you could actually get the burn onto either of these Pokemon. Not to be, though.
We'll recover a little bit of HP from that Machagacha. Of course, the burn on Sneasler, though. Is that enough for a knockout, Rosemary? It's really going to be close.
It is a very, very close call here. I forgot that the burn activates after you see the HP recovery. And the Sneasler is going to hang on through that burn.
It looks like even with the burn, a combination of Dire Claw and Flare Blitz probably knocks out this Sinistra. And once the Sinistra goes down, it is Archaludon against the world. If one Pokemon can do it, maybe it is that Archaludon with all those defense boosts, but you're going to struggle to put out meaningful damage at this point. Of course, Sneasler will go down after this turn. Incineroar, since it did Terastallize, Flash Cannon does become neutral, but it is still at -1 special attack, and it's going to be difficult to get enough damage out. You have the combination of Parting Shot, of Knockoff, I believe, on this Incineroar that could remove a possible Assault Vest on this Archaludon. Not possible, it is obviously Assault Vest, so you could get rid of that, but Dire Claw comes through here into the Sinistra. Will paralyze it this time, but we did see Incineroar act before Sinistra last turn, so as long as Flare Blitz comes through here, probably enough for the knockout regardless.
Yeah, Incineroar is just going to take a little bit of HP drop here from that Flash Cannon, as yet another Parting Shot is going to put this Archaludon down to -2 special attack. And with these Intimidates coming through as well, you are going to be able to help out just a little bit with Body Press.
True, Body Press, I mean, it still is a big factor here. Archaludon comes out for Wolf. It cannot Terastallize itself anymore. We did see it turn into the Electric type. And based on how much damage we saw it do in Game 1 at +4 defense with the Electric Terra, I believe one Body Press probably knocks out Wolf's Archaludon immediately. So this game might actually still be very winnable for Stefan. The Yanmega is not going to be doing too much damage. I can't tell if it's actually knocked out. I think it is.
It's out.
It is out. Okay, so it is just the final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, there's only 2 Pokemon left. It's going to be this Incineroar coming back in to get that Intimidate drop again. But this Archaludon still has its Power Herb as the 4th and final Pokemon yet to be revealed in this game. And so it could go for something like the Electro Shot right away. But Sinistra, without having a Terra, is going to resist some of that damage, but it's still a lot on the you're going to have to take.
This is going to be really interesting, Rose. I actually think this became pretty winnable for Stefan because this Incineroar can't really do damage to Archaludon. Wolf's Archaludon could, but you need to Electro Shot first, and if you do go for Electro Shot, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to that Body Press, which I believe will just knock it out. Fake Out does come through, though. Does exactly 1 damage thanks to the +5 defense. Get it up to +6. Why not?
Why
Electro
not?
Shot does come through.
Yeah, so the Electro Shot here is going to help make sure that this Archaludon can really put in the work here, but without that Electric Terra, as you said, since that Terastallization was committed onto the Incineroar, it just doesn't have that extra bit of power. You don't have that same type of attack bonus, and that's going to allow the Sinistra to hang on. And of course, as you see the Archaludon flinch, the paralysis onto the Sinistra means it's not going to be able to move this turn either.
That's really unfortunate. I think this is still winnable, though. As long as Archaludon on Stefan's side is able to get a Body Press off into Wolf's, this could be a game that Stefan wins, but Wolf does have the option to protect his own Archaludon. And if you do catch Stefan's Archaludon going for Body Press into the Archaludon on Wolf's side, you could possibly go for a knockoff into Archaludon, remove that Assault Vest, and then your +1 Dragon Pulses will be doing a lot more damage. Sinistra hanging on there is big, though, because you do still have the option to go for that Rage Powder, redirect a possible Dragon Pulse, which will do 0 damage to the Fairy-type Sinistra.
Either way, though, you're going to be redirecting away something from this Incineroar, and if it does end up, if it is the knockoff there, then you are going to make sure that you're going to take a little bit less damage from that, but it's still an Incineroar. It still has pretty good attack, but it's going to be the Flare Blitz regardless, so that is going to get the knockout onto the Sinistra, and you're still in a position where I think it's possible to win, but it's just not as easy now.
It's not. You are down to only your Archaludon left at 99% of its HP remaining, minus the 1 from Fake Out. And again, I'm pretty confident Body Press will knock out Wolf's Archaludon, and then it becomes a matter of if your Flash Cannons, even at -2 special attack, will be able to deal enough damage to this Incineroar before it can knock it out. Archaludon on Wolf's side fails the double protect, which means Body Press comes through.
Yes, and that is going to get the 1-hit knockout onto the Archaludon, Archaludon and leave this down to a 1v1 in the second game between Wolf's Incineroar and Stefan's Archaludon. You get the knockoff, but with all of those defense boosts, it's going to be very minuscule damage, despite the fact that it's boosted a little bit by having held an item in the first place.
Stats. -5 attack, +6 defense, -2 special attack. That is wild. I've never seen a stat spread like that. Even though this game might take a few more turns to knock out because of those 2 parting shots, a critical hit just ends it right away. We're going to game 3, folks.
What an intense couple of turns in these last few games we have had. A little bit of bad luck going Stefan's way in that very first game, but in that second game, the Archaludon able to actually do what it wanted to in the first place, be able to get the knockouts, be the star of the show. But Wolf made it so difficult. There's so many different factors that come into play in this matchup, where not only do you have the Sneasler that's going to be able to remove all of its defense and special defense drops thanks to the White Herb, but you've got this Yanmega that keeps getting speed boosts, and you still have Dire Claw that could activate on any given turn, and all the flinches that could come through from Air Slash.
I think the way that Stefan has built this team, especially the way he's trained really just the Mousehold in particular, to be as fast as possible. Looking at Wolf's team, Mousehold is actually the fastest Pokemon on the field. It will outspeed everything before the speed boost rather from Yanmega, before the White Herb, and there is no fake out on Sneasler, only Incineroar. So if you want to lead Incineroar, maybe try and go for a fake out on that Mousehold to stop that turn 1 beat up. That could be an option, but Mousehold is Terra Ghost. You could just go straight away for that Terastallization, and I think if you're Stefan, you really are prioritizing that first beat up. That puts you in a position where these physical attackers, the Incineroar, the Sneasler, the Ursaluna, aren't doing too much damage at all, and especially that Incineroar, after you're intimidating it, you're getting another boost from a fake out, from any kind of attack. Once those stamina boosts are built up on Stefan's side, Clucky can come in, go for a light screen. I think that's more important than Reflect right now because of those stamina boosts. But at the same time, like, how does Wolf break that without a flinch, a crit? Like, we saw Stefan get pretty much the setup he wanted, even with some not as good luck in that second game, and Wolf could not break that Archaludon.
This game 3 is going to be really intense.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really intense. And I wonder if Wolf decides maybe Incineroar isn't the right call. I mean, we ended up seeing the Ursaluna in game number 1. It did get a little bit more difficult to handle when you saw that misty terrain and just all of those defense boosts onto the Archaludon. But is there anything else that Wolf could do to actually switch things up, make it so that this Archaludon doesn't get too out of hand on Stefan's side?
I think maybe leveraging your own Archaludon if you're a Wolf could be an option. We saw that go pretty well for him in that first game. And when you come in, like later on in the game with that Archaludon, after a possible light screen has been set up, and after all these stamina boosts have been acquired, it can be a lot more difficult for Wolf's Archaludon to get damage into Stefan's. Special attacks are a really good way to deal with Archaludon, but if they're going to be fully resisted, it's not as easy.
Well, here is what you were talking about, the Incineroar making an appearance right off the bat here. So is this Mousehold going to lean into something like that Ghost Terra if you are expecting to end up seeing that fake out come through? It could be a fake out also onto the Archaludon, but I feel like knowing where this Terastallization has been committed in the past 2 games, I think you're okay committing it onto the Mousehold.
I think you really just want that beat up, right? Those stamina boosts are the only thing that kept Stefan in the game those first 2 times, and they're a big source of damage output. The defense boosts are great when you're not taking much damage, but boosting up body press is really important too, and immediately we see the Ghost Terastallization from Stefan's Mousehold, ensuring it cannot be faked out, it cannot be flinched this turn, and will get that beat up off.
So there's no fake out at all actually from Wolf's Incineroar, so maybe even just reading, here we go, we've got that Ghost Terra out of the way, and we've seen this Incineroar lock into something like Parting Shot to make sure that you are going to be doing a little bit less special attack. But you could also go for something like the knockoff. While this Mousehold is now a Ghost Terra, it does get a little bit more vulnerable to something like the knockoff from this Incineroar.
The nice part about Ghost Terra is exactly this too, entirely unaffected by the close combat, and body press comes through here. Incineroar to not Terastallize, huge 1-hit KO for Stefan on turn 1.
That Incineroar was such a problem in that game number 2, coming in with the Parting Shots, pivoting out the same way, getting the Intimidate drops, and now it is not a part of this equation. But Wolf does have his own Archaludon waiting in the back. But now that this beat-up setup is here, we saw how much body press did if it doesn't Terra. It's almost better that Wolf is not committed the Terra just yet, so he has it for the Archaludon to get away from body press.
He does. Mousehold will protect itself, will not want to take any damage this turn, as we are going to see how Wolf decides to respond. To protect his own, arm the Archaludon means that it also will not be taking damage, but I do believe we saw a Snarl come through her Rosemary, so no body press whipping into that slot.
Body press, the Snarl is so interesting though, because while we do see the Snarl not be able to connect onto this Archaludon, we see it, the Sneasler doesn't really matter too much here, except the fact that when you see the special attack drop come through, the White Herb is immediately consumed to get rid of it, and now that White Herb is not available for those close combat drops.
Exactly. If Sneasler does opt to close combat, those defense drops will stick, and the Ghost typing on Mousehold, really important here. It would have dodged Fake Out on turn 1. Of course, we saw dodge damage from that close combat as well, but now Sneasler into a Ghost type has to resort to something like the Dire Claw or the Throat Chop to get big damage out into that slot. Of course, the Archaludon on Wolf's side still is very vulnerable to that body press, or of course a Snarl. If one Snarl does come through, it will negate the boost from Electro Shot like we saw in that first game.
Well, here's the Terastallization now. If it is going to be that Archaludon, we've seen that Electric Terra do a lot of work behind that Electro Shot or that Thunderbolt. As you said, though, Power Herb's still in play to make sure that you are going to be able to get some type of boost. But here's where this Archaludon can get a little bit tricky. We've got Mousehold going for Follow Me, but because it's a stalwart Archaludon, it's going to actually ignore that redirection.
Close combat does not ignore that redirection though. Will once again go into that Ghost type Mousehold, and Electro Shot does come through. Like you said, Rosemary, it is not affected by Follow Me at all, so whatever target Wolf selected this turn will be where this Electro Shot hits. Power Herb activates, will allow the one-turn use of Electro Shot after that special attack boost, and it comes through with that Electric Terra.
Still going to be into the Mousehold, though.
Oh.
The Mousehold was applying a lot of pressure, not even just as a redirection user, but also just the fact that, well, it's got Friend Guard,
yeah.
So you're going to have this Archaludon able to stick around just a little bit better with that ability, that as the Snarl is able to connect onto both Pokemon, once again, the Archaludon does get that Electro Shot boost taken right away.
I love that Snarl because we saw in Game 1 that a Body Press fails to 2-hit KO Archaludon on Wolf's side after it terrestrializes with only 4 defense boosts, which is where Stefan's Archaludon sits now. So Snarl not only puts it in range for 2 more Body Presses from this point forward, it negates that Power Herb Electro Shot boost. We're back down to neutral special attack. There are no +1s anymore. And of course, this Sneasler still has to deal with the Archaludon at +4 defense. We did see close combat come out last turn, obviously trying to go into the Archaludon. Would have done okay damage, but because of those defense boosts, it's able to sit in front of Sneasler pretty well, especially considering we have the option for pivoting out with Sinistcha, reusing Hospitality later on, and of course, those life dudes.
Klefki getting switched in here, though. It would have to take something like the close combat, but this close combat actually does connect onto the Archaludon, doing about 1/4 damage to that HP pool. Sneasler's defense drops are also going to stick as Archaludon gets another defense boost here. But as the Dragon Pulse is able to connect as well, it's going to bring this Archaludon down to half HP. The good news, though, is you do have the Sinistcha in the back, and you've got another special attack drop onto the Archaludon on Wolf's side.
Another smart Snarl. I think you're tempted to start going for body presses there, but now if you're Stefan, you can very easily switch back into Sinistcha, heal up more of the Archaludon's HP, and now that Sneasler has gone for close combat, it's more vulnerable to damage. You've also boosted the defense and offensive output of Archaludon thanks to stamina, and Wolf's Archaludon now down to -1 special attack. We already saw it do not too much damage with Dragon Pulse, but now it's going to be doing even less, and this Archaludon for Stefan is becoming a bit of a raid boss here.
It's become a huge problem to get through, but Wolf still has his own Archaludon that is sitting at a pretty good amount of HP in the close combat. Again, it's just tickling away at this Archaludon that just got a little bit of a reprieve thanks to the Hospitality. Dragon Pulse, though, you only really have a choice except to double into this Archaludon, try to remove it as quickly as possible. We don't know what's in the back here for Wolf, but we're about to find out as Sneasler gets knocked out.
Stefan taking another KO here with that Flash Cannon. With all those defense drops from close combat, easily will be enough, and Yanmega comes through. Yanmega and Archaludon on Wolf's side, the final 2. Sinistcha does have Rage Powder, but again, Stalwart will prevent redirection of any of its attacks. If Wolf does opt to go for the Dragon Pulse into Archaludon on Stefan's side, it will be hitting that Archaludon. And notably, you can't Life Dew and Rage Powder here. Our Chowdon is now in a position where, it is very bulky, but we have 2 special attackers on the field for Wolf. Those stamina boosts are now moot, other than the damage output on Body Press. And if you switch Sinistra out to try and use Hospitality next turn, you have to wonder if a combination of Air Slash and Dragon Pulse can just KO the Archildon on Stefan's side.
What's really tough here too is that the Dragon Pulse will get knocked out to a crit.
Right.
So that is something else that you have to be a little bit wary of, as the Air Slash is going to connect into the Sinistra. Still able to hang on through that one, but gonna take that a little bit better, knowing that it's gonna have that Citrus Berry to munch on to get a little bit of that HP back. But as Archildon tries another last-ditch effort to take out this Archildon on Stefan's end, it's gonna be able to survive to get yet another Flash Cannon off. And Yanmega is going to take a pretty good amount of damage from that one. Focus Sash doesn't need it if it's going to be able to survive the hit, but it now doesn't have it for the rest of this game.
Rosemary, I'm wondering if Stefan is trying to set up a Klefki endgame, like a Dazzling Gleam sweep here. I think Yanmega, obviously, both of its attacks resisted by Klefki, especially if you have the option to get a light screen set up. This Archildon only has Thunderbolt and Electroshot left that can damage this Klefki, and even though it has that Electric Terra, it's at -2 special attack, thanks to all of these snarls. And we might actually be seeing a Klefki Dazzling Gleam setup here. This Archildon on Stefan's side most likely gets knocked out this turn.
Yeah, well, the Air Slash into the Klefki is going to make sure it can get softened up a little bit, but as you see the Thunderbolt go into the Archildon, Stefan's setup into this is going to be all she wrote. As the Archildon gets knocked out, it's down to the final 2 Pokemon, Klefki and Sinistra, and Yanmega keeps taking off. Those speed boosts are really starting to stack up here.
I really like switching in Klefki here, and most importantly switching out the Sinistra, because it means that if Klefki takes any damage coming in, you get to bring Sinistra right back in, use the Hospitality to heal it up, and especially knowing that this Klefki is probably what's going to be your end game. Like, the damage from Dazzling Gleam isn't too great, but looking at the 2 Pokemon left, Yanmega might get knocked out by it. It's not super bulky of a Pokemon, and our Archildon on Wolf's side is not holding the Assault Vest. It is the purely offensive set. So Klefki here actually not necessarily something I think you or I would have pegged as the offensive threat, but I think it's going to be really tough for Wolf to break it, especially if Stefan's able to go for a light screen here.
Well, Bug Buzz first. So Bug Buzz into the Sinistra. It's actually going to be able to survive through that, which means that it's going to have to take the double up here from this Archildon, and it gets knocked out for its troubles. No way for Sinistra to be able to help out in the rest of this game with Trick Room or otherwise. As the Dazzling Gleam from Klefki is going to have to get a knockout now, and it does get the knockout onto the Yanmega. Crit to boot, but it might not have even needed it to secure that knockout.
This is going to be so close. This Archildon, again, -1 special attack we see there, thanks to the 2 Snarls after the 1 Electro Shot. These now, same type attack bonus Thunderbolt coming through into Klefki does just over a quarter. This Klefki might have enough left in the tank. Dazzling Gleam will be a 2 KO here. If it can survive one more turn with Thunderbolt, Klefki will win.
Another Thunderbolt comes out, and the Klefki, it's just gonna keep getting whittled away, but it's still alive to go for another Dazzling Gleam, and that is enough. In this crazy best-of-3 set, it's gonna be Stefan Mott at the end, winning that 2-1. What a series!
That is so impressive. Not only did Stefan take down Wolf, who is an incredible competitor, really hard to beat under any circumstances, but after that long technical break that we had, like, both of these players had to regroup, had to come into that first game after, just sitting and waiting for a little while, which is always tough. As a competitor, having to just sit there and kind of be iced out from playing for a little while can really mess with your mental, but Stefan handled that very well, especially after what was a very unlucky game 1, Rosemary. Able to turn it around in game 2, really stuck to his guns and said, this game plan that I had in game 1 with these 4 Pokemon, with Raid Boss Archildon, I think it was enough, and I could have played it a little bit differently, maybe just gotten less unlucky, and it turned out very well. Adjusted really great with that Mousehold Terrestrialization in game 3 as well, which I loved, and Stefan able to weather the storm.
Yeah, and major credit to Wolf as well. He was also in the same boat where they were both waiting things out on the technical difficulty side and has to come in to play this set. And you still have to find a way to carve out that success for yourself. And so Wolf being able to get that game 1 win, still set himself up to play out the rest of this best-of-3. But I loved the adjustment that he made too, to be able to have the Incineroar, try to slow things down and match the pace that Stefan was setting with all the setup that he had. All of the Intimidate drops, all of the parting shots that came through from the Incineroar did start to stack up at the end of the day.
They really did. It was at the end of the games, it kind of felt like, whoever was able to whittle away at their opponent slowly quickest was going to be the winner of those games. And in games 2 and 3, Stefan just set up that Archaludon so well. Especially, I think, recognizing towards the end of game 3, okay, I don't have a way to keep Archaludon healthy enough to win the game, but given the 2 Pokemon I've knocked out, that Sneasler and the Incineroar, Klefki also kind of just walls out the rest of Wolf's team. And just recognizing that, I think with the Klefki and the Sinistra play at the very end, just knew that Dazzling Gleam was going to be enough.
Reminds me a lot of the Klefki that we saw on Alberto Lara's team last season.
I remember that.
Because I remember that being such a standout Pokemon, and being able to see it again in a brand new regulation where we haven't really seen Klefki at the tables just yet, I think was so much fun to watch. And I can't wait to see what else Wolf is going to be able to do with this Yanmega. That was certainly a surprise to see on his team sheet entering into the tournament, and he was 3-0 heading into this round with it. So you know he's put in the work, he's put in the practice, and there's still so much more Pokemon to play out here. We still have 4 more rounds of Swiss. We're just halfway through our day, and it's going to be incredible to see what's going to come next. So we're going to take a short break and come right back with Louisville.
Dusclops's body is completely hollow. There is nothing at all inside. It is said that its body is like a black hole. This Pokemon will absorb anything into its body, but nothing will ever come back out. There are rumors that peeking inside its bandage-wrapped body will cause one to get pulled through the gaps between the bandages, never to return. I've been too scared to verify.
Spooky.
Welcome, children. Tonight, we gather as the shadows fall to bring you an exciting, astonishing show. This is a mysterious and haunting tale about a Pokémon. Once upon a time, there was a tea master who dedicated his life to perfecting the art of the tea ceremony. And his pursuit of perfection bordered on obsession. Do not lift the tea bowl so high. Do not step over the utensils. Do not speak while handling the utensils. What are you doing? Strictness soured his reputation. Eventually, not a soul would suffer his company. And without guests to entertain, his pursuits were meaningless. Regret is a bitter sip. As the tea master said this, he fainted from exhaustion. His short temper proved to be his undoing, a truth he never realized. The master's tea caddy passed from owner to owner, until finally, after many years of neglect, the tea caddy started moving on its own and suddenly transformed. The caddy then flew out of its storehouse. After some looking around, it noticed an ill-mannered woman and approached her. As the caddy sprinkled her with matcha for some reason, she sensed its presence and waved it away, breaking a teacup in the process. Let me tell you, that really teed it off. Its temper rivaled the old tea master's. Later that night, the woman noticed her skin now possessed a peculiar glow. But the glow was short-lived, for trouble was brewing. The matcha steeped in her life force sapped some of her strength as it returned to the caddy. How terrifying! Then, it began sealing up cracks with its matcha, starting with the broken foam, then a power outlet, some headlights, even Tinkerton's hammer. The T-Keddy in this story is, in fact, the grass and ghost-type Pokémon Poltergeist. People say the Tea-Master's regret still dwells in this caddy. Should you ever meet it, a proper greeting may save you from a bitter fate. Nice Tea-Mecha! Right then. Now in the land of Kitakami, parents tell their kids, if you waste your food, Poltergeist will sprinkle you with matcha. Even flavoring things with matcha is forbidden there. Huh? Wasn't this chipped? Oh, wait! It's been sealed? Oh no! My skin is glowing. Just fine.
And welcome back here for round 5 of the Louisville Pokemon Regional Championships. The action is underway and competitive Pokemon here in Kentucky. The trading card game, Pokemon Go, and of course our favorite, not biased whatsoever, the Pokemon video game. I am Joe Brown, joined by Len Jewell. And Len, we just got to see 2 very exciting matches, 2 great, particularly last round, 2 great North American trainers in Stefan and Wolf. And every time a series goes to game 3, it just gets so dramatic.
And that was a dramatic match. It felt like it was all hanging on whether the Archaludon could hold on, whether it was bulky enough to take all of those hits. It goes down, and then Klefki is able to clean it up. That was so much fun.
Yeah, so let's see what people are talking about here on social media. We have a bunch of posts here. This is from Gaming Gen. They posted this online. This big photo of everybody working on the staff. Big thanks and shout outs to our wonderful staff here in Louisville. This event could not be possible without y'all. Make sure to thank and say hi to our professors today as you see them on the floor. Hashtag thank you, professors.
That's a big staff. That's a lot of people working hard to make this tournament run smoothly.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's covering everything from the people upon entry when you received your support for participating in the tournament, and all the professors that you talked to throughout the day, side events as well, right? It really is kind of impressive how much our game has grown and how many people are needed to keep this machine churning.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to get all of these players, across all 3 games smoothly through their day.
I also see Kuzan in the photo, the dog from earlier. Kuzan made the stat photo. Let's go, Kuzan. Shout out to Kuzan. But we have more posts to get through here. Make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon so you can be featured as well. This is from Keely in Louisville. I'm really flying 4,000 kilometers to play competitive Pokemon. I'm guessing they're not Americans since they threw the kilometers at me.
Yeah, kilometers. It'd be hard to fly 4,000 kilometers to get to Kentucky from in the U.S. So.
Well, hey, their trusty score buddy is with them. But thank you for your interest in Pokemon, being able to fly 4,000 kilometers just to play the game we all love and appreciate. I'm sure. I'm sure you can attest to that, Len. You've flown all over the world to play this game competitively.
Oh, it's always so much fun to go to a new place and play, just meet different players. You know, it makes every round like a fun adventure to meet someone new from a new place.
All right, so let's move on to our next post here. My mom and I made a Terapagos cake for my birthday. Look at that. That looks amazing. I wouldn't even want to cut it open.
No, that feels like it would hurt the Terapagos.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, well, here's your birthday cake. It's kind of a catch-22. This is your birthday cake, but you can't eat it because it's so beautiful. You don't want to eat it.
Or maybe some players are kind of scarred. They remember one too many big Terapagos attack, and they're ready to kowtow cleave right into it.
There's a couple players who just never had wide guard on their team, so they're just very ready. I wonder what flavor Terapagos.
Well, it's all the flavors, right?
Oh, you gotta have like a carrot
flavors.
cake, a strawberry, a strawberry cake, a red velvet's on there on the inside somewhere. Shout outs to Pokemon TCG and their mom making this awesome Terapagos cake. I think maybe we have to hire them for whenever your birthday rolls around. Make a Tyranitar cake.
Oh, I was thinking just level the Terapagos up to the next form. You know, just get a bigger and bigger turtle.
I like that. Throw the cake boss in there and see what they can do to improve this beautiful Terapagos. Shout outs to Chip and Skarzig here. Chip and Adam, a pair of Poltergeist on the desk this weekend. For those of you who don't know why they're dressed up as Gengar and Mimikyu, there was a Gengar Mimikyu tag team card in the trading card game, and this photo very perfectly illustrates it. Make sure you look it up online if you haven't seen it. Their duo, they outdid us, Len.
Yeah, we didn't go quite as far as having the great tag team costume. I love the Gengar with the tie coming through its mouth like that, like the tongue is so good.
The tie is going through. There's so much passion over there on the TCG set. Make sure you check them out over the weekend as well. Shout outs to Chip and Adams. We continue on this train. This is from Godmaster Bun. Competing in my first ever regional tournament with a Terapagos inspired outfit. Round 1 is done, and I managed to beat a prior regional champion. Probably won't make day 2, but I'll do my best. No, you got to be positive, Bun. You got to think, hey, I got 1 win down. That's just 7 more to go.
Yeah, every win just gets you 1 step closer. You only need 6 of them to make it into day 2. So big progress. I love the subtle cosplay as well.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people are really big Terapagos fans. I don't know if it's because of the appreciation from the DLC storyline or from using it as a competitive Pokemon, both in Regulation G for VGC or in TCG, a very popular deck right now with Terapagos in the trading card game. But it's a popular Pokemon for sure.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous addition to the game, and I can see why everyone loves using it.
All right, let's check out our next post here with that hashtag #PlayPokemon CapX Thor with a coffee Pikachu mug. Finally can sit down with a coffee and watch a bit of the Louisville Regional Championship. That's what I imagine there were people out there enjoying a nice cup of tea while watching the Sinistcha pop off on stream last round.
Yeah, the matcha might be a little bit more on brand, but a coffee and some Pokemon action is never a bad way to start your day.
Yeah, well, shout outs to them. They need coffee in the morning on this Saturday to stay excited and watching the stream all day. Let's go to our next photo here. We have was it a Kung-Fu and a Carve? That's Carve Inc., right? I'm not crazy. At my first Pokemon Go regional in Louisville, these little guys will be joining me today. Oh, okay. I know Carve Inc. had its day in the sun in Pokemon Go, so best of luck to this trainer. I'm not sure how Kung-Fu stands up against like Annihilate and some of these other big Pokemon out there.
He's gonna have to wait to evolve into a Beartic and get a little bit stronger. I love having players get different plushes on the table with you. What are your normal go-to plushes to have on the table?
I definitely always have my my Garchomp sitting cutie.
Okay.
I have it at my desk actually at home. So anytime I have my emotional support Garchomp plush right there. So that's probably the one. The real question is, do you face your plush outward to intimidate your opponent, or do you face it towards you to give you emotional support while you're playing?
No, definitely outwards. Maybe not just for intimidation, but you got to present the tableau of what you're.
I agree. You face the plushes outward, just like this trainer has here. So let's move on to our next post. This is from Critical, playing in the Louisville Pokemon TCG Regional Championship this weekend, and of course had to represent Cloud9. Wow, I'm here. Hey, the only Cloud9 person playing in October, since some of the other sports Cloud9 not doing so hot in. But that's an awesome jersey, actually. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the baseball Cloud9 jersey is pretty cool.
I like baseball, I like Cloud9, I like Pokemon, all three of them represented in that photo. Let's check out our last photo here with the Empoleon plush from Garrett Martin. I'm bringing my son, all caps. If people who weren't watching, it was all caps, that's why I had to yell it, to the Louisville Regional Championships. Good luck and have fun to the other competitors. I mean, you don't want them to have too much fun, because then your son's going to be sad.
Yeah, that's a very serious looking Empoleon there. He looks like he's pretty competitive, like wound up against the other team. I'd be intimidated if that was the plush staring back at me from the other side.
Yeah, that Empoleon's no longer defiant. He is now currently competitive, and not competitive in the sense, but maybe in its ability there. I do love a good Empoleon. That water steel typing is just so cool here. But thank you everybody who's posting. Keep the posts coming using that hashtag #PlayPokemon for us to see everybody see the conversation on social media.
Yeah, it's such a big part of the community, the tournament, everyone here and at home tweeting about it and enjoying what's going on.
So we are in round 5 here on day 1 of the Louisville Regional Championships, and we can check out our Masters Swiss standings. After 4 rounds, there's a lot of trainers still remaining at 4-0, but as every round moves on, those numbers of undefeated players are going to dwindle more and more.
Lots of strong names here. Our last season's runaway CP leader, Riley, is 4-0 today. Paul, who already has gotten second at the 1 regional we've had this season, is there at 4-0. And then, of course, Stefan, who we just saw win last round.
Yeah, some great names here. Definitely expect to follow them throughout today and, of course, tomorrow on day 2 on our Championship Sunday. But let's look at these notable pairings for our round 5. And that first one up top is going to be the stream match, Paul Chua versus Joey Woodring.
Yeah, it should be a pretty exciting match. Paul mostly running it back with the same team that he got second place in just a few weeks ago. And then that team has seen even more success in other tournaments since then. So good to see that Paul still has the confidence in it and is ready to bring it again.
Yeah, I mean, Paul obviously was one win away from, I believe, his 7th regional championship of his career, and he's had a couple in the last seasons, a couple of regional finalist appearances. So if he wants to close the gap between him and Wolf, which was tied for quite a while, for quite a number of years, gonna have to continue that strong performance here in Louisville. You see Paul Chua versus Joey Woodring, Len. Both of these trainers are 4-0 right now.
Both players having really strong tournaments so far. Paul, like we mentioned, with a pretty similar team to what he used a few weeks ago, just a couple of tiny, subtle changes. Joey has what's become a pretty common archetype in this format with the Porygon 2 Ursaluna, but definitely some twists on it with Rain there as well. A mix of a few things.
Yeah, and I think the thing that stands out to me about Paul's team when you look at it inherently with the Double Dragon Alolan Ninetales core that has been so popular throughout the beginning of this format is the lack of fairy types are allowing dragons to come back out from hiding where they've been for the last couple of years with so many strong fairy types like Fluttermane around. Now that you don't have as many strong Pokemon, these dragon types can kind of dominate the metagame again. But then Alolan Ninetales is also really good in a potential dragon mirror match, as both having Blizzard, which most of those dragons are 4 times weak to as a Dragon Ground or Dragon Flying type, but then also Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast as well. So it's like you have offensive dragon types that are really strong, and then you're also strong in the mirror match.
Absolutely. I mean, Ninetales has been mostly relegated to a supportive role, really focused on Aurora Veil over the last couple of seasons. But now in this regulation with a little bit of drawback in the power level, it does enough damage that it can focus on something like a choice spec set, which is even more offensive than Paul had a few weeks ago. And also its speed is more significant. Now faster than threats like Garchomp, whereas before it was slower than threats like the Flutter Mane or Chien-Pao.
Yeah, Paul Chua got second place in Baltimore just a few weeks ago, as we mentioned, using a very similar team. The same 6 Pokemon, maybe changing up a couple of movesets. I know you used to have Encore in that Ninetales slot, but obviously you don't need that when you click Choice Specs. Choice Specs Blizzard can be really problematic, but hey, you do have a Rain Pokemon to lower that Blizzard accuracy on Joey's end.
Yeah, we might get some minor weather wars. If you're trying to get an Electroshot off, you have to worry that Ninetales could be in the back to disrupt it. And if you're trying to get a Blizzard off into things like Amoonguss and Ursaluna, have to worry that weather could come in and disrupt it, and then continue to wide guard after that, which makes it a pretty successful switch into a Choice Specs Blizzard. It's going to make that a pretty risky move. But definitely 2 very different modes here. They can work together. You can, have Pelipper in Trick Room or Archaludon in Trick Room, but definitely a focus on Rain or a focus on Trick Room wouldn't be surprising.
And the thing to note on Joey's end, with his Pelipper, that stellar terrestrialization is, different. No defensive aspect to it, like Terragosa or Terragrass. Just wants to do more damage with those Hurricanes and Weather Balls, but also wide guard, meaning no Tailwind on the team to potentially outspeed the Garchomp and Ninetales on Paul's side. But this is his first time on stream, so shout outs to Joey Woodring, playing well here in Louisville, 4-0, but this is quite the opponent to face for your first stream match.
Yeah, that's got to be intimidating to come up against Paul on the other side, but he's also going to be confident in what he's done already. A 4-0 is a really impressive start to the day. You just got to keep that moving through one more really difficult opponent.
All right, so let's see what happens here. Round 5 of the Louisville Regional Championships. Joey Woodring on the top of your screen. Archaludon Pelipper setting that Rain core right from the start, compared to Paul Chua on the bottom of your screen with Incineroar and Amoonguss.
Yeah. Interesting here, Joey immediately decisive about going into the Rain mode, threatening quite a bit of damage. This could be Stellar Terra Hurricane coming in from the other side. Meanwhile, Paul a little bit more passive, brings in 2 of his pivoting options, doesn't really show exactly what offense he's threatening. Can try to get a Spore off or Parting Shot into something, but definitely a different pace set by each player right here from the beginning.
And as you mentioned during Team Preview Land, it's not necessarily safe. Just because you have the Rain up, you want to click Electroshot, have that 2-turn move activate in 1 turn. It's not safe to do so because Paul potentially could have a Alolan Ninetales in the back, which would set up the Hail and turn Electroshot back into a 2-turn move. But for now, on this turn, Joey will just swap his Pelipper out, anticipating something to switch on Paul's end. So Incineroar will intimidate both of Paul's Pokemon. The fake out goes to Incineroar on the swap, so that is huge because Incineroar is not attacking anyway, and Joey does get to activate the Electroshot.
Successfully gets the Electroshot off, no Ninetales coming in. Pelipper dodges, losing its Focus Sash, and goes out to the Incineroar. Pretty strong turn so far for Joey.
So that's a +1 special attack boost to Joey's Archaludon, but it does get put to sleep as this Amoonguss was not threatened whatsoever, and Archaludon has to stay asleep next turn.
So Joey catches one thing with the Incineroar switch in, but I'm sure he would have rather had the Spore go into the safety goggles as Incineroar came in. Instead, it is Archaludon falling asleep after getting the boost. Not still a terrible position here. The Archaludon isn't really threatened by either of these Pokemon. It is a position where you could just spend a couple of turns trying to wake up. That means Paul needs to be the one to kind of change the position and find a way to start threatening these things and move through the game.
Joey fake outs the opposing Incineroar on the other end, so that will stop a potential Parting Shot or anything from Paul this turn. But this does allow Amoonguss to just Pollen Puff up his Incineroar on his side. It's going to end up incredibly healthy at this point. It's almost like Incineroar hasn't taken any damage.
Incineroar back to full health. If it can get a Parting Shot onto Archaludon, that'll undo the Electroshot in the other way as well. But unlike the Power Herb Archaludon we saw in the last round, this one can continue to just keep using Electroshot. And so it's harder to keep up with the damage reduction and the special attack reduction if it can get woken up. But for this turn, Archaludon's staying asleep.
That will be the second turn of sleep for Archaludon. Knockoff from Joey's Incineroar will knock off that Citrus Berry, meaning Amoonguss won't recover any HP when it drops below 50% HP. The Parting Shot does land into Archaludon this time around, lowering Archaludon's attack and special attack by 1 stage, bringing that special attack back down to neutral. And there's only the 5 turns of Rain, so the longer this goes, the more turns Joey has to spend trying to wake up. Eventually Rain will stop and Pelipper will have to come back in to reset it.
Luckily, Pelipper is there, ready to do that. Still has Focus Sash intact. Dragonite comes in a pretty strong position here, though. Already has the Intimidate and Fake Out gone from the other side, which sets up the multi-scale really well here. Of course, that just may incentivize Joey to get Incineroar off the field sooner to come in and try to be threatening the Dragonite that way. And then Dragonite not really threatened by the Archaludon as much on the other side, because it is still get multi-scale intact and has the special attack dropped already. So this is not the same kind of risky position it might be otherwise for Dragonite up against Archaludon.
And if you've been watching VGC for the past couple of seasons, anticipating a Choice Band, Inner Focus, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed Dragonite, that's not what Paul Chua's set is. It's Lumberry with a multi-scale, kind of a middling ground decision for this Dragonite, but as Len mentioned, won't be intimidated on this turn. Incineroar does swap into the Amoonguss position, so Paul still has not revealed that fourth Pokemon to Joey, crucially here in this game. One, low kick goes into Archaludon, which will give it a stamina boost to its defense here, but Joey getting all 3 turns of sleep on his Archaludon, really disastrous. Wanted to wake up and get a boost again from the Electro Shot, won't get that, and this Incineroar will parting shot out to safety.
Archaludon gets the full sleep. The Dragonite gets pretty valuable damage into Archaludon, but things still look like they might be headed in Joey's favor. Gets the Incineroar back off the field after dropping Dragonite's attack one stage. That means, of course, that Incineroar can come in and reduce Dragonite's attack even further. Archaludon has gotten a defense boost. So that while that first low kick looked really big, a second low kick might actually look very small, which is going to put the onus for something else to do the damage to Archaludon, but that's not going to be Incineroar and Amoonguss either. So going to be down to most likely Paul's fourth Pokemon to find a way to start getting through this Archaludon, unless Dragonite can get out, get away from attack boost, and then kind of reset that way.
And at least at that point, if on Paul's end, if he can get the Archaludon low enough, even with all the special, the defense boost from stamina, if you hit it with, say, a special attacker that's really fast, you'd be able to chip it down and get the KO.
Meanwhile, Archaludon's damage is unlocked. It cannot sleep through one more turn. The Dragonite is looking a little bit more vulnerable now.
Dragonite does swap here for Paul, so we'll be into the Amoonguss or that fourth to be revealed Pokemon. We have the benefit of knowing it is a Alolan Ninetales, but Joey does not have that information revealed yet. Archaludon finally waking up, as it is guaranteed to do so. Does not click Electro Shot. Instead, will Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss switch in. There's the Ice Beam follow-up. Super effective for the KO. Critical hit. Amoonguss is down.
Probably a critical hit that mattered. Joey there, and probably not reading Amoonguss coming in, but just searching for the damage against Dragonite. Dragon Pulse plus Ice Beam would have been enough to pick up the KO on Dragonite. Instead, with the critical hit, it's enough damage to pick up the KO on Amoonguss. And that starts to simplify the game in Joey's favor. One less tool to be pivoting around, getting out of these Intimidates, trying to win the Weather War. There's a lot of reasons that Paul wants to switch in and out, and that's harder to do when you're down to 3 Pokemon. In a lot of these matchups that are going to go slowly, have so much pivoting, the first person to lose a Pokemon is at such a big disadvantage. And in this case, Joey's done it at pretty low cost. It's not like massive damage has built up on Joey's side of the field. It's just that 40% to Archaludon and a bunch of turns spent sleeping, but that's all in the past now.
I do wonder on Joey's end, which do you value more? Do you value the Intimidate on a potential Incineroar switch in onto this multi-scale Dragonite so it does less damage? Or do you get the Rain from Pelipper on the switch in to immediately activate the Electro Shot?
I think that's a really difficult decision as well, right? Because even if Pelipper comes in and gets the Rain, you might still take a Blizzard that's going to do a lot of damage to Pelipper. It wouldn't be that surprising if then Dragonite also is going out on the offensive. You just lost Pelipper on that turn, which could, maybe that's okay because Amoonguss is now gone. You don't have to try to preserve it to make sure you can get a Hurricane in the future, and so it's something you can be more risky with. But Incineroar, always something that's really easy to just switch in. You don't care as much about its health bar, and it will take these attacks pretty well.
Right, and it resists the Blizzard, crucially here from this Alolan Ninetales. That's choice specs damage into the Incineroar, not doing a lot. Archaludon takes that pretty well, of course. Low kick follow-up, though, because of the prior stamina boost, it will be able to hang on in the red, just barely, and can respond with the Flash Cannon. No Focus Sash on Ninetales. That's a one-hit KO.
Really a crucial turn. It took the Intimidate, it took the 2 stamina boosts, 1 from the low kick and 1 from the Blizzard, to make sure that that relatively low base power low kick into Archaludon isn't enough damage to pick up the KO and gets the really important Flash Cannon, because now it's further simplified. Paul down to just 2 Pokemon. There is no pivoting left. And Paul sees the writing on the wall with no pivoting left. Has to just concede this game, Dragonite was going to get its attack stats slowly whittled down, and Porygon 2 was going to be so difficult to deal with. If you're getting these two Pokemon intimidated a bunch, then how do you ever deal with the Porygon 2? It's just, you know, an Ice Beam or two away from starting to clean the game up.
Yeah, I mean, Joey is able to endure the 3 turns of sleep. A lot of the times that might be very difficult for you if your most important Pokemon is staying asleep and not doing damage every turn. However, as you mentioned, Len, it was an Incineroar and a Amoonguss on the other side. It's not necessarily like the Archaludon was really that threatened while it was sleeping.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. Paul really never presented the offense against the Archaludon. It was a very passive opening. Let Incineroar and Amoonguss, spent a lot of time with mostly Incineroar and Amoonguss on the field. And I don't think we can have a repeat of that in Game 2. Paul's going to need to find some adjustment to deal with this Archaludon more quickly. And the challenging thing is, with the adjustment in Ninetales to not have the Focus Sash, while the Choice Specs can threaten a ton of damage from a Blizzard, it is still an AV. You're not going to one-hit KO this Archaludon, or even clean it up after the low kick like we saw in the previous game. And with no Focus Sash, you're always one Flash Cannon away from just losing the Ninetales. Maybe if the Terrestrialization is spent on Ninetales instead to try to make sure that you get 2 attacks off, you can keep up with the damage trading against Archaludon a little bit better. But I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Garchomp come in as another big damage threat against Archaludon. You know, even if you've given up a stamina boost, Life Force Stomping Tantrum is still going to do so much damage to Archaludon.
Yeah, and I think one of the things with Alolan Ninetales that's kind of held it back, that Ice Fairy typing, which is great offensively because you hit a lot of things really strongly with Moonblast and Blizzard, is really tough defensively as a 4 times weak to steal attacks from this Archaludon with Flash Cannon. I think if you were to Terrasilize it into the Ghost typing, one, you block the Fake Out from potential Incineroar on the other end, but also this relatively frail Pokemon is now able to endure a Flash Cannon instead of just being, you know, taking about 600% from it or whatever it would actually take.
Yeah, might still have to watch out for an Electroshot. I don't know that, Cal, but it could do a chunk of damage. I think the other sneaky thing to watch out here that's a problem for Paul is just the Porygon 2 using Ice Beam. You know, that game we saw it pick up a KO against Amoonguss. If that game had been played out instead of conceded, it would have eventually Ice Beamed the Dragonite. And if the adjustment you're looking at is something like Garchomp, well, that's another Ice Beam target. And it's, again, with damage mitigation coming in, like Intimidate from Incineroar, it's hard to deal with the Porygon 2 fast enough to not have to give up a couple of Ice Beams.
And that's the beauty of Terrestrialization. If you say, okay, well, Amoonguss is very much threatened by Ice Beam, all right, well, I'll Terrestrialize into a Water type. Well, now you're weak to Electroshot, right? So it feels like Joey has Amoonguss's name kind of in this matchup. We'll see how it plays out in Game 2, if Paul Chua can force a Game 3, or if Joey will win 2-0 for his first time on stream.
We get the adjustment from Paul that I asked for. Garchomp's on the field and is immediately in its worst case scenario. This is probably why Paul didn't want to bring it in Game 1, because it immediately gets intimidated. Is facing an Ice Beam from the Porygon on the other side, can threaten a bunch of damage into that Incineroar, but that could also just be a Pelipper at any moment. And so yeah, a rough start for Garchomp here.
Garchomp is Terra Steel on Paul Chua's end compared to some of those Terra Ground versions, that variants that do a little bit more damage. Wants the defensive option of going from 4 times weak on the Ice Beam to resisting it as a Steel type. But the Amoonguss will swap in. Fake Out doesn't go into the Amoonguss slot. Instead, it will hit Paul Chua's Incineroar, meaning no attacks from Paul this turn, and Joey successfully setting up Trick Room. However, Amoonguss is the slowest Pokemon on the field, so for these Twisted Dimensions, Amoonguss, those spores are going to move first.
Yeah, Garchomp escapes, gets us back to this relatively passive position with Amoonguss and Incineroar, but a position that feels a lot less passive when Trick Room is up and Amoonguss is going to be the first thing moving. Also feels less passive when Joey's Safety Goggles is already on the field. You don't have to worry about the Safety Goggles ending up in the Porygon 2 slot. You don't have to worry about the Porygon 2 protecting itself. The only way that Spore isn't going to land is if it's Amoonguss coming back into that slot.
So with the Porygon and Incineroar on Joey's end, Incineroar at least is protected from Spore thanks to its Safety Goggles held item. However, Porygon 2 is not. That Eviolate does not keep you from being put to sleep, meaning Joey will have to take this first turn of sleep on Porygon here. Paul is able to parting shot the opposing Incineroar on the other end. We'll see if Joey is just going to follow suit as well, as that's pretty much always the best switching move. And we know that 4th Pokemon have the advantage of seeing on Paul's end is that Alolan Ninetales for later. You know, potentially once Trick Room expires, you bring it back out and it's a super fast Pokemon.
Absolutely, and it would have felt pretty necessary for beating the Archaludon, right? It did a bunch of the damage. The last time, you can imagine if you're, you know, plan A is a Garchomp attack, you have to worry about a Grass Terrestrialization, so Ninetales can help clean that up. But that might just show the value of Joey's kind of split team here, right? If this isn't even Archaludon at all, and so many of Paul's decisions in team preview were based around trying to beat Archaludon, and instead you're just fighting Porygon 2 and Ursaluna for a big chunk of this game, then it's going to feel a lot worse, those decisions.
Now you have to know your enemy, and if you're so focused on Archaludon, or your opponent's so focused on it, then maybe you just don't even bring it to the matchup. But Porygon 2 wakes up on this turn with an Ice Beam, no critical hit this time. It will do a little bit less damage. Here is the parting shot from Joey's Incineroar, lowering the attack of Garchomp on the switch in here.
Porygon 2 could have just had an Ice Beam into Garchomp on that turn, but based on the targeting, you can see Joey's thoughts. This Spore is a problem while you're in Trick Room, and just trying to get damage onto Amoonguss is really valuable. And meanwhile, Garchomp, especially if you get the parting shot into it, isn't too huge of a damage threat, but it actually is still the Archaludon. Even with Trick Room going up, Archaludon is coming out of the back into what was already an Incineroar, so that Stomping Tantrum is going to do a lot of damage. Thanks to the Intimidate, it's not, or the parting shot is not looking like a 2-hit KO, but still not a bad turn for Paul.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage considering the Archaludon. It didn't get set up yet. That's only one stamina boost too, so you'd imagine you follow up with the Stomping Tantrum on the next turn, you're going to bring Archaludon down very low. And this is different than the last set we saw with, you know, Life Dew and Hospitality as well to bring that health up. This Archaludon, if it gets low, it's staying low.
Yeah, there's Pollen Puff could be the fourth Pokemon. That's the Pollen Puff from Amoonguss. If Amoonguss were the fourth Pokemon, is the only way that Archaludon could heal. In the meantime, the Amoonguss is a pretty dangerous threat here. When moving first, could Spore either of these slots, but unlike the last time when the Spore successfully landed into Porygon, now Incineroar is lurking in the back. That safety goggles could come in into either slot, block a Spore, and intimidate Garchomp again. So Paul rather just to get the Regenerator, get Amoonguss back, and not try to play a guessing game of where it's safe to Spore right now.
Yeah, that's what makes Paul such a great player. He doesn't want to opt into those mind games of where does Incineroar come onto the field. If I try to Spore one of the slots, and the answer is Incineroar also could not switch in sometimes, which is how Joey plays this turn out. Garchomp will protect itself from this Porygon 2 Ice Beam. That would have been disastrous to take that 4-time super effective attack, so you will be fine. Dragon Pulse from Archaludon into Incineroar does hardly any damage.
Really so little damage into the Incineroar on the other side. Paul doesn't mind that turn. Now has Fake Out pressure, could try to get Garchomp through a turn here, but of course Garchomp just so threatened by Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse on the other side.
See that the Alolan Ninetales is the fourth Pokemon. Paul trying to decide when is the perfect time to break that out. Archaludon is already down to, you know, just a little bit over 50% HP remaining, but this Porygon 2 is still at full HP, so even if Trick Room expires, if you don't deal with the Porygon 2, you can just reset up the Trick Room again.
Yeah, it's looking like Porygon 2 will just be at full health when this Trick Room expires. Paul could try to make a play to get Amoonguss on the field. Spore is one way to prevent Trick Room because of its negative priority. You could also try to get the Ninetales on the field to be threatening damage as Trick Room expires, but for now, Porygon 2 just out into the back. Incineroar is going to come in, get a pretty valuable Intimidate into both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Paul has two physical attackers on the field right now, so according to Joey's calculations, you just swap Incineroar in to intimidate both of those Pokemon, lowering their attack by one stage. Now the Garchomp will swap into Amoonguss. Amoonguss is even healthier now than it was thanks to that Regenerator ability, helping it recover HP when it's swapped out. Paul Chua with the technically double swap after this parting shot will connect, and he can bring his Garchomp back in safely to the other slots. The only attack this turn is going to be from an Archaludon. We did see click Dragon Pulse last time around, but instead it's Body Press into a Poison type for no damage.
Really strong turn from Paul there to reposition this field into a pretty big damage threat. Garchomp shifts from the right to the left, but also dodges -2 attack in the meantime. Of course, the Fake Out pressure from Joe is pretty meaningful here. You have to worry about Fake Out into Garchomp plus Dragon Pulse, right? It's not so easy to go out on the offense. Of course, Amoonguss has to worry that it could take a Flare Blitz from the other side, might be low enough to make that a serious threat. So a little bit of a volatile position here. Neither player probably has a perfectly safe move, and so you have to think about what risks you will accept, what Pokemon are maybe more disposable than others. Of course, Joey also still has that Porygon 2 at full health in the back. Really hard to see how that doesn't get a Trick Room when it wants to get a Trick Room, unless it's the Amoonguss suppressing it.
Incineroar on Joey's end will swap out here into the Pelipper. Joey revealing Pelipper was the 4th Pokemon, and that was one thing I think really fascinating about this game was that Joey was waiting so long, as Paul has still not revealed the Alolan Ninetales, to reveal that Weather Setter. But Joey thinks it's the perfect time now, as he can terrestrialize his Archaludon into a Grass type, make it immune to the Spore on Amoongus's end, and with the rain, you do have access to the Electro Shot being 1 turn now. Stomping Tantrum misses on the Pelipper as a flying type, does no damage. Dragon Pulse, though, brings Garchomp down to 8 HP, and the Spore will not hit into the newly found Grass type Archaludon.
Very strong defensive turn from Joey there, dodges the attacks all over that could have been a Spore into Pelipper. It could have been a bunch of damage into Archaludon, but maybe also fell for Paul's bait here. Like you mentioned, Paul has been waiting so long to show that 4th Pokemon, and it is the Ninetales. And so now that Archaludon has gone Grass type, it's weak to Blizzard out of the back. The rain has been set. You know, I'm not sure Paul would have hated if Garchomp just went down there to give Ninetales a free way in. Instead, Garchomp's going to need to attack for a turn, you know, KO itself with Life Orb. But yeah, the terrestrialization being spent to create an ice weakness could come back and hurt Joey in the long run. But of course, Porygon 2, Incineroar a little bit less threatened by Blizzard.
All right, Paul will bring Incineroar onto the Amoongus position there. This 8 HP Garchomp probably not going to be able to stick around more than this turn since you get target down. So might as well go for a Dragon Claw on the way out, breaking Pelipper's Focus Sash. Go out on your own turns from your own Life Orb on the Garchomp, taking that 10% recoil, meaning this Hurricane has to hit into Incineroar, bringing it down pretty low there, but this is a resisted Flash Cannon, so Incineroar hangs on in the red.
I think Paul gets away with one there. Incineroar could have easily gone down to maybe even Dragon Pulse, but definitely to Body Press alongside that Hurricane. But Joey fishing for Ninetales to be coming into that slot and probably didn't trust that Body Press plus Hurricane could pick up the KO or Hurricane could miss. And so instead Incineroar stays around. That could be pretty important because it gives those pivoting options stay there. As soon as you're down to 2 Pokemon on a team like Paul's, is so much more difficult to play. And now Ninetales has found its way onto the field. It's threatening so much damage against both of these Pokemon. The Focus Sash being broken really means that Pelipper needs to flee out to the back. It also needs to try to regain control of the weather. Both Pokemon in the back don't mind taking this Blizzard, though. I think that's going to be the key to Paul's strategy here. So like these 2 that are in front of you, these are vulnerable to Blizzard. It's clear how you beat these Pokemon. But where do you ever find the damage against the Porygon 2, against the Incineroar, especially once you lock into a move with Ninetales? If it does lock into an ice move, it's not going to be able to just go into Moonblast instead and start dealing with this Incineroar that way. Incineroar
swaps into the Pelipper slot, so Joey will be able to save that Pelipper for later, swapping it back in and setting up the rain. Archaludon actually switching out, giving up those stamina boosts just for the safety, because you know you're not going to be able to handle a Choice Specs Blizzard as a Grass type Archaludon. Incineroar swapping out on Paul's end, a very defensive set between Paul and Joey here. Don't want to make any bad decisions. You're just going to swap out. It will be Freeze Dry as the Choice Specs attack for Alolan Ninetales. Doesn't get a freeze onto the P2.
You can see how little damage that is, even with Choice Specs just barely pinging that Porygon 2, and so it's so unclear where the damage comes from. Amoongus and Incineroar are not known for their damage. I think another way to look at these kinds of slow pivoting defensive games is just to compare the Incineroar's health, to see who's ahead, who has more Incineroar pivots left in the tank, and this time the discrepancy is huge. Paul's Incineroar are going to go down to probably the next thing that touches it. Joey still looks so healthy, like it's going to just 1v3 the rest of these Pokemon if given the chance.
Right, and it's you know, pretty much it's full HP there. There's a Grass type on the other end. There's an Ice type as well as a Fire type Incineroar. So Joey's not really threatened too much, or at all, I should say, from any type of super effective damage remaining on Paul's side. That Flare Blitz will go into the Amoongus, doing a lot of damage. Terra Blast from Porygon, a normal type that likes using Terra Blast even without terrestrializing, picks up the KO, and Paul down to his last 2 Pokemon. That means Ninetales has to come in. This Pollen Puff is going to fail also, so it doesn't even heal up his teammate. Ninetales has to switch in here, which means Joey permanently wins the weather battle.
Well, we talked about Incineroar health as a measuring stick between 2 teams in a match like this. Paul saw one way to try to catch back up, at least in that measuring stick. Went for the Pollen Puff, but doesn't get it. And you can see how far ahead Joey was because of the bad position Ninetales was in. It wasn't a threat at all. Joey didn't have to respect its offense, which meant that he had the damage to threaten the KO in either slot. If that had been Flare Blitz plus Ice Beam, Amoonguss would have just gone down. You don't have to worry about Spore, you don't have to worry about Pollen Puff that way. Instead, it's the Terra Blast into the other slot, picks up a KO there, but things will just continue to simplify from here. Now the pivoting is done. The Amoonguss is not going to get regenerated. There's no more Intimidates. There's no more Weather War, so Paul is finished. And Joey really impressively takes a 2-0 match win against Paul.
Yeah, first time on stream against a 6-time regional champion, international champion, multi-world's top cut player in Paul Chua. No problem for Joey Woodring. Impressive 2-0 victory there. Also takes a very courageous play to swap your somewhat set up Arch Aladon out. Had a couple of stamina boosts to it, but understanding, okay, Arch Aladon's not going to be the reason I win this game. It will be the Porygon and Incineroar that will help me win this.
I think it was just a really patiently played game from Joey as well. You know, in game one, led the Arch Aladon, kind of played the more typical Rain mode of get Arch Aladon out there, start getting it boosted up, and just make my opponent deal with it. And so Paul is ready to react to that. Brings out the big guns against Arch Aladon, has the Life Orb Garchomp in, has the Ninetales waiting in the back in case it Terastallizes, but then Joey plays a way more patient game. Sets up Trick Room, uses the Porygon 2 on the other side, and picks up a bunch of damage into things, ends up taking down the Garchomp before really having to use the Arch Aladon too much, which made it so much easier to clean up in the end.
Yeah, and I think, you know, my first thought when Porygon 2 clicked Trick Room in game 2 was like, oh, okay, Joey's switching up the strats, not bringing Arch Aladon, going for the Ursaluna game plan instead, and I think maybe that's something that Paul might have anticipated as well, but no, the Trick Room was really for the rest of the squad. It was for Porygon 2, that was pretty slow, you know, it was for the Pelipper, that's obviously slower than a Alolan Ninetales. I think that was a really nice adjustment for Joey to bring Trick Room in game 2, and without like the big Trick Room Pokemon in Ursaluna.
Right, to be able to use the Trick Room, still recognize that Arch Aladon is in a great position, that Arch Aladon makes it difficult for Paul to win this set, but then how can I support it better? How can I not risk it early? I think the other thing, there's one really pivotal turn in that game too that we called out as being volatile before it happened, right? All four Pokemon were threatened in some way, and there were no safe switch-ins in the back. And the outcome of that turn ended up being a Stomping Tantrum into a Pelipper and a Spore into a grass terastallized Arch Aladon. That may be the moment, like the butterfly effect moment of the game. If that super volatile moment goes in Paul's favor instead, maybe he can pick up momentum from there. But Joey found the right move in that position where everything was up in the air, and then it all seems so easy from that point.
And that's the beauty of competitive Pokemon, right? Because no matter how quote-unquote solved the metagame feels and how many people, you know, think, oh, this objectively beats this, or, you know, whatever, they're within a specific matchup and within a specific game, the mindsets, the mind games that take place and the individual decisions that you have to make are, you can't just make the same decisions with your team in every round. Like, you have to evaluate all of your matchups differently, and use, like, in some other Butterfly universe, like as you're saying, Butterfly effect, other universes, Joey might have made a misplay there, and Paul gets around it. But in our universe, he's able to have that patience, have that confidence, and it works out in his favor.
Yeah, and I think it really demonstrates focus in a long, difficult match like that, where you have so many turns going by and so many that are relatively safe, but you have to watch out for something here or there that to still have the focus and the mental stamina to, when you get to those really pivotal turns, to find the right play, to be one turn ahead, and then capitalize on it from there is what makes Pokemon so difficult.
Well, there are a lot of players here in round 5 still playing their game, still trying to figure out where they're standing through round 5. But fortunately for us, Evan was able to catch up with Joe Ugarte, I believe, yesterday for a fun little conversation. So let's see what Evan and Joe had to say.
Howdy, my name's Evan Lattin. I am here on stage at the Louisville Regional Championships, joined by Joe Ugarte. Joe, welcome to Louisville. How's it feel?
You know, it's pretty good to be out here. Always nice to be competing at another event. I can't complain. You know, it's been a great weather. You know, definitely a lot warmer than where I came from, so can't complain at all, you know.
Yeah, when it's October and you still get some nice warm weather, that's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we are here for the second North American Regulation H Regional Championship. And I know that you had previously said that you weren't a big fan of the Regulation H meta. Where are you at now?
Yeah, so one thing that I think is really interesting throughout like regulations, the way the format operates and kind of changes is, pretty impactful to how you can almost view it, right? So I would say early Regulation H wasn't something I was the biggest fan of, but now there's like a lot more, I would say, variation and stuff that you can use. And I feel like you're able to be pretty creative and like can take some team building liberties in this format. Like, I see a lot more weirder teams, which is kind of fun, I think. And one thing that I think also contributes to that is the grand challenges, kind of having a bit more weirder teams you can use, and best of one is also really fun. So I've actually been enjoying the format quite a bit. I think in terms of consistency, I like stuff like Regulation G better, where there's stronger Pokemon that the format's more centralized around. But what I really like about this format is you can kind of go a little crazy in team building, right? Or like you could just use fun concepts.
Do you have anything crazy for us this weekend?
I might have to bring back an old friend again. Jumpluff might be coming back again. We'll have to see, obviously, once, maybe I'm on stream or something. But, yeah, it will be stuff I'm comfortable with, for sure. So.
Awesome. Well, Joe, you're going to have an incredible weekend, I am sure. Do you have any hopes from this tournament? Do you think this is a tournament that you feel ready to win?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like I have the capabilities to win, and I think that a big thing that I'm trying to change about my mentality this year is I want to do well at every tournament, but what's more important for me is like kind of aiming for consistency of the quality of play, the team I'm bringing, and I think this year, instead of always forcing you want to win every single tournament, feeling like if I can walk out of the tournament feeling like I played the best I possibly could, I made almost every play I could that was like correct, and feeling like I can have at least takeaways or learn from the tournament experience. Like I want to be able to, for me, my biggest goals are really winning an international and world. So if I can use maybe a unfortunate loss and like cut here to learn more about learn more for an international or like worlds or anything, like I feel like that would be just as fine for me. But winning's cool too, so I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, no one's going to say I don't want to win, right? But I do have to challenge you a little bit. You're trying to go for better consistency, and you just told me that you might be bringing Jumpluff. Are you going to hit your sleep powders?
Yeah, so I mean that's a really interesting part of using Pokemon that are a bit more volatile, right? Because you look at something like Jumpluff, right, and you're like, okay, well, it can miss like Sleep Powder, and you could just lose the game. But I think the key with teams like those is building it in a way where if you miss once, you're not going to instantly lose the game. Of course, are there going to be situations where maybe you need to land 100%? But I think what makes a good player with like more volatile teams is knowing when to force those situations and knowing when you can like play around those situations to put yourself in a better spot.
Awesome. Well, Joe, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to me. I'm looking forward to watching your run on day 1 and hopefully day 2. For those of you at home, feel free to stick around because we got plenty more Pokemon action from the Louisville Regional Championships.
All right, thank you, Paradox Past, Evan and Joe. Before he decided to actually lock in the Jumpluff, he committed to it. You got to respect that commitment.
A little bit of an ominous interview, though. I think he missed both sleep powders that he used in the set.
Yeah, because technically he's like, oh, well, if you miss one sleep powder, it's not that bad. You miss both there. But like, yeah, I thought an interesting perspective that I want to get your thought on, Len. That he talks about like, obviously he wants to win every event he attends, but understanding that you can't, right? Not every player is able to win every event, and you're a regional champion, you've top cut a million events, but you can't go into every event being disappointed you didn't win, because it's just not possible to win every event. So how do you handle that internal, like, I have the desire and the need to want to win, compared to you physically cannot win every event?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? You're going to walk away disappointed from way more events than you walk away winning the last match. And dealing with expectations for yourself can be one of the hardest parts in Pokemon, because you win once or twice, you just get used to top cutting a few events, and then your expectations start to be to top cut those events, to try to win those events, and then every loss, every time you fall short, feels kind of crushing. And so I think a lot of players go through that journey of figuring out how to have a more healthy relationship with their expectations for themselves, and just know that you can only do the best in each match. There are things going to go not in your favor because someone else just built a better team that day, or because you got unlucky within the game, and you just have to move on to the next game or the next tournament.
Well, if we want to be healthy, let's have a healthy conversation here about the day 1 metagame at the Louisville Regional Championships and see how these top 12 Pokemon are performing and the usage that they're at. This is a surprise. Not that we all know Sneasler is a great Pokemon, but the fact that it has dethroned Rillaboom as the most popular Pokemon in the Masters division here in Louisville.
It has really just shot up the usage, and a Pokemon that really was never used in this generation heavily before this format. You can see how the power level shift, especially speed shift, can really change. A Pokemon that goes from being not actually that fast to being one of the fastest things, suddenly that makes it way more valuable. And so yeah, up here at number 1, and you can see why it threatens a lot of these Pokemon. You know, if you just start going down the line, hits Rillaboom really hard, hits Primarina really hard, hits Kingambit really hard, hits Incineroar really hard, hits Archaeolodon really hard, and so it's pretty valuable Pokemon, but also pretty counterable Pokemon. I think that makes it pretty interesting. Golden Go is sitting there really high in usage at number 3, and often is not threatened by the Sneasler at all. Only if it has the Dire Claw can Sneasler even touch the Golden Go.
Well, yeah, I think that's what's interesting with all the the big 3 steel types, how Sneasler fights into them. But I think that one thing that you're talking about, how it's both offensive and it counters a lot of the top 12 Pokemon, but it can also be countered. It's typing. It doesn't, it leaves a lot to be desired. Let's just say, it's a fighting poison type, 4 times super effective to psychic, weak to flying. Right? There's a lot of things that make it not great defensively.
Not great defensively, but definitely not bad offensively. I mean, that's what makes it so strong, is how strong the offensive coverage is. Most of them have the Focus Sash. Sometimes there's the Seeds in order to try to immediately get that speed boost. But I think the Focus Sash being more sticky in this format helps a lot as well. When you have a Pokemon hang on with Focus Sash, you want it to then be the fastest thing so that you can get other attacks off. You also don't want Surging Strikes to just KO through the Focus Sash, right? So the Pokemon that we saw holding Focus Sash in previous restrictions had to be something that could take a Surging Strikes anyway. Whereas now, the Sneasler, nothing here is going to take it out in one hit if it has the Focus Sash, which means it can deal with that really poor defensive typing and still get out a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the other aspect, we are kind of talking around the other value of Sneasler in Dire Claw, that it can even have value, from the Poke Center after it gets knocked out, if it gets a crucial paralysis or sleep while it's on the field with that super strong, same type attack bonus as a poison type. That's probably why it's higher than Rillaboom now, right? Because Rillaboom has a tough matchup into Sneasler.
Well, it's definitely one of the things that's good about Sneasler, is that you resist Grassy Glide. So again, your Focus Sash is maybe a little more valuable. You aren't going to just get picked off by Grassy Glide if you end up low. But I also don't want to overstate the value of the Dire Claw. The percentages aren't that high to get anything crazy out of it. You're often doing so much damage, you're just threatening KOs anyway. For anyone watching the value of Sneasler, you occasionally get a Dire Claw, but this is not a Choice Scarf, Rock Slide, Landorus kind of situation. It is there because it really does trade damage very well.
Let's talk about another Pokemon that I think I'm excited to see on the graphic, but maybe a little lower than I anticipated if you watch the Dortmund Regional Championships, and that is Dragapult at 18.5%. I think all over Europe, and just the online conversation over the past couple of weeks is that Terra Dragon, Choice Band, and Dragon Darts, and Outrage, and whatever. It makes Dragapult such a threat, and it's conventionally, besides Electrode, conventionally the fastest Pokemon in the format.
Right, and often early on in formats, just having that really fast offense has been very strong, so I think a lot of people gravitated to Dragapult early. I think that's actually how Sneasler got its first kind of entry to high usage, was being such a great partner for Dragapult because it can deal with the Fairy and Steel types that resist Dragon Darts. I'm sure there are still teams out there that are pairing the two, but yeah, Dragapult can really just suppress a team. If you don't have things that can take Dragon Darts anymore, or if you try to use a Fairy to take Dragon Darts and you just put 2 into some other slot and lose a Pokemon that way, you can start to quickly have no win conditions left because you're just getting held down by that attack. And in other cases, it might just start Phantom Forcing and picking up guaranteed KOs, or Outraging, and you have nothing that can take a massive Terra Dragon, Choice Band Outrage. And so it's one of those Pokemon that even in a lower power level format, is still kind of gatekeeping what you can have, because you can't just afford to instantly lose to this when it comes up with Dragon Darts.
Yeah, and you would think, this is another aspect of how, the lack of Fairy-type Pokemon or hyper-offensive Fairy-type Pokemon that can handle this Dragon-type Dragapult are what allow it to just lock into Terra Dragon Outrage or Terra Dragon Dragon Darts on the other end. Let's talk about the one Fairy type that is on this graphic in Primarina. I know you and I have different values or appreciation of the Pokemon, as it is at 31% of the field. It's the the premier defensive, the bulky water, quote unquote, that we always feel like we need in every format. And fortunately for Primarina in Regulation H right now, that is the premier bulky water.
It really feels like Primarina has settled into a spot of just being a pretty solid damage trader. Not a ton of speed control being used with it. It's not about setting up Primarina to have outspeed and hyper voice everything, or getting it under Trick Room so they can hyper voice everything. But it's difficult to take off the field in one hit. Even something like Sneasler's not actually taking it off in one hit. Maybe Rillaboom would, but then you just have a defensive Terastalization. You have the Poison or the Steel so that you can take a hit and still get a hyper voice off. And then if you're getting 1 or 2 hyper voices off and forcing attention that way, you end up trading pretty positively, just because Liquid Voice and Hyper Voice together means so much damage across 2 Pokemon, 100% accurate, and pretty good value into a pretty high usage Pokemon, whether it's like Incineroar slowing down its pivoting by threatening a big Hyper Voice into it, or something like Garchomp has to be very careful to not just get Moonblast. And also creates a difficult guessing game, because you can just Hyper Voice against Garchomp. It's still going to do a lot of damage to it, and also then makes it harder to switch into that spot, because it could just be Hyper Voice coming, not a Moonblast. But if you spend your Terra to try to have Garchomp take a Moonblast, it might just take 50% from Hyper Voice anyway. But if you expect that to happen and just lose Garchomp to Moonblast, like we actually saw earlier on today, then that can also be devastating. You can just give a Pokemon up so easily, and again, lead to a pretty positive damage trade for Primarina.
Right, I mean, there are moments. Primarina is always it's having its moments whenever the power level is lessened, right? Also, the absence of Tapu Fini, of course. If Tapu Fini was around, you wouldn't you need that, but it's neither here nor there. But you know, back in Sword and Shield, when the power level was lessened, there was one format where Dynamax Primarina was a fantastic Pokemon, and it hits those either water, the Liquid Voice as a strong spread attack with Throat Spray, or the Moonblast into those 4 dragons that are on the bottom there. You know, those are 4 powerhouse Pokemon back to back in Garchomp, Archaludon, Dragapult, and Dragonite. And you can see with only 1 fairy on the graphic, that's why these 4 dragons are so prevalent.
Right. I mean, there aren't that many fairies to take those attacks. I think it's also interesting, these dragons, none of them are predominantly dragon attackers except for Dragapult. Dragonite often doesn't have a dragon move, or Chaludon is more about attacking with fighting and electric moves for some reason than being a dragon attacker. And so despite having 4 dragons in the top 12, it's not become a forcing function for having fairies, because it's not that you're needing to withstand a bunch of dragon offense. You need to withstand flying and ghost and ground and electric offense, which most of the fairy types don't do very well. And there's not the offensive fairy type like Fluttermane that could just be faster than 3 out of 4 of these Pokemon and threatening a ton of damage against them and trying to suppress dragons that way. And so we ended up in a place where you can have 1/3 of your top 12 usage Pokemon be dragon types.
I do think another interesting thing here, Len, I always like to keep track of the big 3 steel types in the format: Golden Go, King Gambit, and Archaludon. And it's not just where they are on the graphic, but their combined usage, because there were moments, there have been online tournaments, there have been regionals where you combine it up and about 90% of the player base was using one of those 3 steel types. Here, it's actually pretty low. If you could, look it up, it's like kind of 80, which sounds crazy to say. It's like 81, 82. Sounds crazy to say that's low, but there were other regionals where it was literally like 89% of the field had one of those 3 steel types. So why are specifically Golden Go, King Gambit, and Archaludon so prevalent in the meta?
I mean, I think they all offer something different. I think the way you're grouping them together is has steel types, they provide an important defensive backbone. A lot of these teams wouldn't go well without having a steel type. Rillaboom is still at number 2. All 3 of these Pokemon resist Grassy Glide and Woodhammer and let you play pretty well against it. You want to be able to resist Extreme Speed and Terraflying Terra Blast from Dragonite. So having steel is an important backbone. But then what they provide otherwise is so different. Golden Go has a bunch of different sets, but is just a special attacker in a format that doesn't have that many of them. Only like 1/3 of this top 12 are actually special attackers, and so having a strong spread move, whether it's Choice Specs or Nasty Plot, is pretty valuable. Archaludon, the other big special attacker here, but just again, both those Pokemon provide a big range of what they can do. They can set up, they can go out on instant offense with Power Herb and Electro Shot. And then King Gambit is playing the role it's always played in this generation, which is kind of an insurance against Intimidate, a forcing function on what the Intimidate usage overall can be, because you can't be setting off too many Defiance all day long.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting group of 12 Pokemon that I'm sure we're going to showcase throughout the rest of here in day one and see. It's always good to see not just what the general population of Masters players are playing, but also when we convert to day 2 and to see the higher usage and lower usage. Maybe Rillaboom goes back on top in day 2. But for now, Sneasler is that #1 most commonly used Pokemon in the Louisville Regional Championships. But we are going to take a quick break here as we get ready for round 6 of the Louisville Regional Championships. Congrats, Joey. You won your first stream match.
Singing in eerie voices, Gorgeist wander town streets on the night of the new moon. Anyone who hears their song is cursed. It unwraps its prey in its hair-like arms, and it sings joyfully as it observes the suffering of its prey.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion! Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Nacho drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Ternavelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
Somebody get Quaxley a comb. He's going to have to fix his hair. We are moving on to round 6 of the Louisville Regional Championships. It's been a great day of competitive Pokemon so far. A lot of fun. So many people making their way out here to Kentucky for this massive event. Our second North American Regional of the season on our way to Anaheim. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Lendul for this round 6 matchup. And we've had a pretty fun day so far. We're now in officially like the second half of Swiss at this point, right? It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, everyone who's still undefeated at this point is already having a really strong day, nearing locking up their entry into day 2 and starting to work towards those wins required to get into the top cut. Just one more win to be playing tomorrow, and then a few more after that to get into that asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, so let's look at some of these 5-0 trainers. Definitely some very familiar faces on here. Colin Heyer, Carson Comfort, Matt Tidd, Alberto Lara. There's multiple regional championships on this page, and they're looking to end today at least 8-0.
And 8-0 would be pretty incredible. You're well on the way to the top cut if you do that. And all these players so far don't have any reason to believe they aren't going to be.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, we'll see what happens. But as we go into round 6, we can check out our notable pairings for the round here, or at least who is facing who. And we have an important 5-0 match here with Alberto Lara and Andrew Nowak, or some call him Drew, but either way, this should be a pretty fun matchup with some similar Pokemon facing off.
Yeah, always fun to see Alberto playing, someone who sticks to his guns a little bit in terms of what Pokemon he likes to use, and has another variation of it for this tournament. And you can kind of see we're in crunch time for these pivotal matches with how many notable matches there are this round. So many strong players, undefeated or with one loss, looking to continue to move through the tournament.
Yeah, we saw Ben Grismer on stream earlier today, Stefan there, Wolf as well. A lot of great trainers. That Dylan Salvanera Rally Factura match should be a banger for sure. But best of luck to all of these players in this pivotal round 6.
Yeah, this is really the crunch time to get it done, to get that 6th win and lock your place into tomorrow, and then just try to keep it rolling.
That's right, because Len, how do we feel now with the new structure, the new tournament system here, where last season we would always have the round 7, round 8, round 9 win-ins on day 1, where yes, you're technically continuing. If you win the 6th game and you go 6-2, you'll continue to play tomorrow at 6-2, but it's not the same way as we used to do it. With the additional rounds and asymmetrical cut, it's a different world.
Yeah, I mean, it was always kind of difficult if you were at the X-2 point. You probably needed to win all 5 of your games in the 2nd day to move on into the top cut. And so that stays true, but it really emphasizes that you can't just chalk up your 6th or 7th win and make it into day 2 and call that job done. You've got to continue to win those games and keep your eye on that next prize, into the top cut, into the single elimination phase of the tournament, where you can start to angle for the championship.
Yeah, you always want to have those tiebreakers in your advantage, and you think about so many stories where we see somebody, player X won in Swiss, and then they face off in top 8, and then the other player is able to adjust from it. So you want to try to win as many of those matches. I feel like some of the round 8s and round 9s of prior seasons maybe had quote-unquote less pressure because you were already guaranteed into day 2, but now, even though technically you wanted to win every match you played, of course, now it does feel like, no, 6-0 or 7-0, I can't be content. I want to win every game.
Yeah, I mean, I think our players out there are hungry enough, competitive enough. They want to win every game, whatever the stakes and bearing on your final standing are, but definitely need to keep picking up those matches and getting into the top cut.
Now, one thing I always think is interesting with Alberto Lara, as we see him and Andrew Nowak. Alberto is probably, one of the most accomplished VGC trainers that we've ever had, of just the consistent rate that Alberto is able to top cut regional plus level events.
Yeah, I mean, just an insane number of top cuts across regionals and internationals, 3 regional championships to go on top of that. But I think I'm even more impressed with just how many times he's in the top 8, how consistently he plays from season to season, always threatening a top 8 place in North America.
Yeah, so let's check out Alberto Lara's team, and anyone who played or followed along the 2022 season of Scarlet and Violet might find Corviknight, Choice Scarf Garchomp, a damage mitigation fairy type instead of Klefki. This time it's Alolan Ninetales with Auroraville. This is a similar strategy to when he was dominating the world every event.
Absolutely, and he's still using it in a similar way. I mean, unlike when he was kind of the only one playing Garchomp and Corviknight, he stuck to the Choice Scarf Garchomp, the emphasis on bulk up and mitigation to try to make Corviknight into a sweeper as well, where most players are using the Life Orb Garchomp and more of a supportive Corviknight. And then another example of just being a little bit off from the standard. A lot of Ninetales in the metagame have pivoted away from being Auroraville and support like this one and into just all-out attackers. But because Alberto's emphasis is on supporting the Corviknight to try to set up, or the Volcarona to try to set up, then this Ninetales still has Auroraville, still going to play a little bit more of a supportive role with Light Clay than most Ninetales do now. Another supporting option out there, the first time we've seen the coaching Sneasler today, I think. A lot of Sneaslers have started to add to this tech because Sneasler, once it has the fighting move and the poison move, your other move slots aren't too valuable, and there's really good coaching targets here. If you're getting that free bulk up onto Corviknight to maybe get 2 in 1 turn, that's pretty good value. Garchomp trying to get a coaching before it came to tackling, so those Earthquake's more powerful, and Dragonite, not to be like underestimated as a coaching recipient either, can do a lot of damage after it gets a boost.
And let's not shortchange Andrew Nowak or Drew with some of his accomplishments. Multi-time regional champion in his own right. Along with Ninetales, Garchomp on his end with Sneasler, King Gambit, Magmar, and Metagross. But Len, as we're looking at it, there's 4 ground types. Someone needs to throw him an Earthworm real quick to help against Choice Scarf Garchomp.
Yeah, if we're looking at Choice Scarf Garchomp, then you immediately notice there are 4 ground weak Pokemon here, 2 that are neutral, none that resist, none that are immune. Now, of course, Andrew's also aware of that. That's why every single one of those ground weak Pokemon is also Flying Terra. So one of them will probably abandon that ground type weakness and become immune instead. It also means that this Garchomp on Andrew's side has Earthquake, is going to need something Earthquake immune next to it to try to Earthquake himself as well, which means the Flying Terrastallizations are helpful for that reason. Again, similar to Alberto, also has coaching onto Sneasler with a few good targets for it. Metagross, King Gambit, Garchomp, all great recipients of a coaching. There's ways this could play out where we end up with a coaching war, where both Sneaslers are out just kind of coaching up their partners, and it's hard to take down the Sneasler fast enough to prevent them, so instead you've got to go after the thing that's boosting up. It can be some pretty fireworks type gameplay.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to see, +6 attack defense Garchomps on both sides and seeing what happens there. Metagross also, the first time that we're really seeing it on broadcast, has kind of fallen to the wayside in, in this Scarlet and Violet generation of Pokemon, and it's coming back.
Yeah, one of many Pokemon that, has the stats, has the right things to be competitive, but doesn't have enough to differentiate it from something like King Gambit instead, and so gets used a little bit less. But when it shows up, it's not like it is taking some big downgrade in power compared to those Pokemon that we see in the top 12. This is still an extremely powerful Pokemon that has been a major player in VGC across the years, and could absolutely have an impact on this game. Of course, going to be difficult into Garchomp threatening it, Volcarona possibly threatening it, Corviknight, it's not going to be much of a threat against, especially if it starts to boost up. But if you're more worried about Ninetales or Dragonite or the Sneasler, then maybe Metagross has a place to play here.
Yeah, that Assault Vest should help you, obviously, on your special defense from the Volcarona and Ninetales hitting it. But of course, you have Psychic Fangs as well. That's one of the big buffs that Metagross had that gained this in Scarlet and Violet, or it didn't have Psychic Fangs before. Helps you in the size spam matchup, helps you against the Sneasler, who is 4 times weak to Cyclic. You don't have to rely on Zen Headbutt anymore for Drew and the Metagross.
Yeah, Meteor Miss and Zen Headbutt off the set. We have Heavy Slam and Psychic Fangs. Things have changed for Metagross.
Yeah, and so on Alberto's end, you're kind of pointing out how he has multiple different win conditions, right? Dragonite can do a lot of damage, or you can set up with Volcarona, set up with Corviknight. Choice Scarf Garchomp could just sweep through. I think that's tough for Drew to figure out what to stop.
Well, knowing how Alberto likes to play this, I really wouldn't be surprised to see a game plan that uses Garchomp next to Corviknight as Garchomp to threaten immediate offense, kind of force Andrew's hand to react to the Garchomp. And if you're busy reacting to the Garchomp, making sure you don't just get swept by an Earthquake that looks like it threatens your entire team, well, those are free body presses or bulk ups that are happening. And if you let too many free bulk ups happen while you deal with Garchomp, then the Corviknight is what becomes the problem, because there actually isn't that much that threatens the Corviknight on the other side either. The Magmar does have Overheat, even though it's not our biggest attacker. Corviknight's special defense is often low enough that Overheat is a big threat, but of course has to watch out for Earthquake and tons of other offense from Alberto's side. So yeah, a game plan that uses Corviknight as the eventual win condition, but Garchomp as the distraction early would be my guess.
And for any of our viewers that are interested in the human element of this matchup, Alberto and Drew are friends. Apparently, this is their first time that they're actually facing off against each other at a regional, and that's tough. In round 6, it's tough to find each other. You'd rather face a friend in the finals, Len.
Yeah, and already have your top finishes locked in, but they can't be too unhappy. Both here 5-0. Both will still be having a great day today, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Metagross can work here. I'm excited to see how 4 terrifying Pokemon will work. You think they'll get jealous if one terrestrializes and the other ones have to eat the Earthquakes?
Yeah, I think if Magmar is looking at Sneasler up there in the air going, why do I have to take the Earthquake? That's going to be rough.
All right, well, it's time for game 1 of round 6. Alberto Lara and Andrew Novak. Metagross, Sneasler on Drew's side, and Alberto having along with Ninetales and Corviknight.
An interesting preview there as we see what Alberto's 4 Pokemon are. No Garchomp here, doesn't want to fight with it. Instead, the emphasis seems to be all about the Corviknight. It's supported by the Ninetales right now, but the Ninetales itself in a pretty poor position. Has to worry about a Bullet Punch or just a Dire Claw coming in from Sneasler on the other side. Corviknight, though, not really too threatened here. It can't take close combats forever, but is pretty safe to start setting up here, and the more boosts he gets, the safer it is in this position. So another situation where if Ninetales is able to draw some attention away, maybe force a Dire Claw that direction or a Bullet Punch that direction, that's just opening up time for Corviknight to try to establish itself in this matchup.
Sneasler will swap out for Andrew here on turn 1, so just wanted to see what the field had on the other end. Here is the Magmar, the Eviolite Pokemon, going to be super bulky, having access to Follow Me to redirect attacks on future turns. Ninetales swapping out as well, as you mentioned, very much scared of a Heavy Slam into that slot. Volcarona will resist it. You also have Flame Body, which has the chance to activate, and Metagross is burned from the beginning of this game. Corviknight free to set up a bulk up, boosting its stats here, and looking for next turn. Unless you're worried about overheat, this Corviknight still feels pretty solid.
I mean, you do have to be worried about the overheat. That's why the Magmar has come in here. It's going to threaten damage against the Corviknight. Of course, Corviknight could just Terastallize itself. Maybe you don't need your strong initial typing if you then have 2 boosts in both attack and defense. And of course, this can be like almost double setup as well. Like if you put too many resources into trying to take down the Corviknight before it gets too set up, then maybe 2 Quiver Dances happen, and that's the real threat anyway. Meanwhile, Volcarona has done its job pretty well, has come in, taken that massive Heavy Slam for less than 50% damage, and then put the burn back on Metagross. That really means that whatever it is for Alberto's side is going to be more free to set up and try to work its way through Andrew's team.
So how is this Metagross going to deal with being burned from the beginning of the game? We're going to have that damage mitigated. Fire Spin into the Corviknight, so that's a different move on Magmar, with that critical hit doing a lot of damage and trapping it here. Psychic Fangs through the burn is not going to be able to knock out Volcarona, and Corviknight gets to set up a second bulk up, +2 attack, +2 defense.
So Corviknight doesn't Terastallize, stays on the field as a Steel type. It doesn't take an overheat for it. Instead, just takes a Fire Spin that locks Corviknight on the field. Now, you have to imagine Corviknight wasn't super eager to leave the field anyway, because it now has the boost. But other than being locked on the field, the Fire Spin is also providing valuable damage over time. It means that Corviknight definitely can't take an overheat without Terastallizing now, and even if it does Terastallize, takes a chunk from an overheat, isn't looking invulnerable from whatever damage Andrew has in the back. Probably about time where Alberto's going to need to put the foot on the gas a little bit, start using those boosts to deal some damage. Otherwise, he's going to get traded away too easily.
Andrew will swap this burned Metagross out into another Steel type in the King Gambit, so no other swaps here from Alberto. We saw him walk in the Terra Fire. His Corviknight was notorious for being Terra Dragon, but it's a new season, new reason to run Terra Fire here, making sure you now resist a potential overheat on the other end. But Magmar does not go for overheat. Instead, it will be a Follow Me to redirect the attack from this Volcarona. Flamethrower into the Fire type does pretty much no damage.
But costs the turn for the Magmar. Doesn't try to put any extra pressure on Corviknight. Corviknight just roosting anyway, is back to pretty healthy, and was forced to Follow Me because you can see how vulnerable that other slot is to Flamethrower. It was King Gambit that came in, would not have wanted to take a Volcarona Flamethrower. It was trying to get away from the Metagross, of course, couldn't take a Volcarona Flamethrower. And if you lose your Focus Sash on Sneasler to take a Volcarona Flamethrower, that's no good either. And so instead, Magmar is forced to Follow Me and just be, keeping the team safe from Volcarona. Meanwhile, Corviknight now is +2/+2 and at nearly full health.
And there might be another reason to activate the Terra Flying here, not for the ground type that could be in the back, but for the body press that Alberto has on Corviknight. You'd be a flying type, going from 4 times weak to the body press to then resisting it for the King Gambit.
We also know all of Andrew's Pokemon at this point, 3 physical attackers and Magmar. So as long as, now that this Corviknight is fire type, the more boosts it gets, the more vulnerable to damage it is. With the Roost available, I wouldn't be surprised to see Alberto continue to set it up now that it has used the Terastallization, but instead just Brave Birds, goes out on the offense, and Magmar just hangs on.
Yeah, just barely hanging on in the red from that +2 on the Brave Bird. But Swords Dance from King Gambit will sharply raise its attack by 2 stages, matching the attack on Corviknight's end, but of course, you are attacking into that +2 defense still. Magmar is so low, you probably only have 1 more Follow Me left in you anyway.
Right, Magmar is low, but still there. So look, may be somewhat different if Magmar was already down and Sneasler was the fastest thing on the field, threatening a close combat into King Gambit. But for the moment, that Brave Bird wasn't enough damage, and so Magmar hangs on, is able to first redirect an attack from Sneasler. The King Gambit looking pretty threatening at +2, and maybe not too much stopping it from getting 2+4 if it uses the Terrestrialization, which you have to imagine it's going to now. With 2 fighting attacks on the other side, it's time to find out which of the Pokemon gets the flying Terrestrialization. It's King Gambit, ready to resist close combat, body press, anything else coming out.
Magmar very jealous that King Gambit gets to terrestrialize here in game 1. Sneasler with the coaching, you're able to bulk up without clicking bulk up on Corviknight, getting another attack and defense boost. The Sneasler Corviknight synergy is so strong, and Sneasler dodges the fire spin. That would have broke the sash and done solid damage into the Sneasler, but Magmar doesn't get any damage this turn. +2 Swords Dance boosted Kowtow Cleave, not even close to enough damage into Alberto's Corviknight.
I think a really important decision from Andrew's side there that he went for the Kowtow Cleave. Didn't try to stay in the arms race with Sword Stance, and I think that makes it look more difficult now because nothing stops another coaching Roost play, and the more of those plays that happen, the further behind this King Gambit gets. He's going to have to Sword Stance to keep up with the defensive boost that the Corviknight is getting. Meanwhile, King Gambit is not getting defensive boost. At some point, Corviknight is going to feel comfortable to just go out on the offense with Braver. Maybe Andrew hoping it's going to be now as Follow Me comes out.
Magmar will redirect the Dire Claw into that slot, but that could have been where you want to attack. Anyway, Magmar is down. Drew losing his supportive EVLA Pokemon. Alberto not clicking Brave Bird. Instead, will Roost back up to full HP. And King Gambit with the Kowtow Cleave into Sneasler, bringing it down to 2 HP. Not like it matters since it had the Focus Sash anyway, but just feels a little better when it naturally hangs on through the hit. Drew is able to bring his own Sneasler onto the field now.
So Sneaslers on either side, but Corviknight now completely healthy. The Fire Spin has worn off, and there's no Magmar on the other side, and looking pretty comfortable in the position. 2 physical attackers on the other side. Of course, you have to worry about a critical hit. If King Gambit were to critical hit a Kowtow Cleave, well, that's Corviknight gone off the field. But meanwhile, there may be a coaching still available in this game, and the Corviknight can also just continue to boost itself with body press.
Alberto is worried about losing the Sneasler on this turn, so Volcarona will switch in. Fake Out goes to the Corviknight though, does not hit the Volcarona, does not fall for the bait. And now Andrew is able to Swords Dance yet again. Now it's a +4 boosted attack King Gambit.
A really crucial turn for Andrew. Gets the Fake Out into the right spot. Alberto doesn't have Protect on Sneasler and wants to try to keep it alive, and so he switches it out to the back. But the Fake Out goes into the Corviknight slot, meaning that the Corviknight did not get a defensive boost that turn, while King Gambit did get 2 attack boosts. With, with bulk up and coaching, you could have guaranteed 1 defense boost, but that's not how it plays out, and so now the damage is looking a little bit more serious.
Drew's just going to protect his King Gambit here on this turn from a potential hit from the Volcarona. Coaching into the King Gambit as well. That's going to boost both King Gambit, the King Gambit's attack and defense even more. So that's a 5 attack stage boosted King Gambit on the other end of the field. But Corviknight's going to match that, and we will bulk up again, boosting attack and defense. The Volcarona's attack goes into the Protect, so no damage, just even more boost from the end of that turn.
Yeah, so for those tracking, it is 5 attack and 1 defense on the King Gambit on the other side, and 4 attack, 4 defense on the Corviknight on this side. The King Gambit getting a defense boost is really valuable. The first boost add a better multiplier to your stats than the later boosts. And so even just having 1 defense undoes a lot of those subsequent bulk ups for Corviknight. Makes it harder to get to the point where Brave Bird would actually threaten a 1-hit KO against King Gambit, especially because coaching could come out before the attack, but instead it's just Dire Claw, making sure that it isn't Flamethrower, but the Flame Body is huge there. Sneasler ends up burn.
2 for 2 for Flame Body on the 30% chance to burn. Volcarona being very effective, burning Metagross and Sneasler here in game 1. Alberto saying, hey, I'm not stopping until I get to max. That's his 5th bulk up on the team. That's Kowtow Cleave into the Corviknight, and with 5 boosts there, it's still not enough into the Corviknight unless you get a critical hit.
I think that burn is also really relevant because Ninetales should be able to come in here now and Aurora Veil if it wants to. Would have been otherwise threatened by the Dire Claw, but with the damage reduction from the burn, isn't as threatened. But for now, Alberto doesn't need it. Just goes into the Sneasler. 2 HP is enough to at least threaten something. It can be a Dire Claw into King Gambit with only 1 defense boost that might still be reasonable damage to try to get the body press over the top. It can be Fake Out to make sure that another coaching doesn't come out from the Sneasler on the other side. Or it could just be a coaching into Corviknight, but any of it's pretty valuable. That 2 HP is enough to have a relevant impact on this game.
Sneasler fakes out King Gambit, so King Gambit will not attack this turn. Dire Claw does 9 damage to Corviknight, actually healing it because it brings it under 50%. You can see the smile on Andrew's face knowing he accidentally healed his opponent's Pokemon. And that is the +5 Brave Bird into King Gambit. Crucially, that defense boost looks like it was the reason it survived.
King Gambit able to hang on through the turn. Of course, Corviknight would have eventually eaten its Citrus Berry anyway because of the Brave Bird recoil. So getting a little bit of damage on Dire Claw isn't so bad, and getting a chance for the status isn't so bad. Any status is really valuable here. If you get the poison, then that Corviknight's defense boosts aren't as valuable because it's going down. If you get the paralysis, King Gambit is moving first. And of course, if you get the sleep, well, things change a lot. And so a reasonable risk to go for the Dire Claw there, but now the Sucker Punch is tried. Try to get rid of the Sneasler before it attacked, or maybe they try to get damage into the Corviknight, but instead it's just coaching. Another defense boost onto Corviknight. Is it going to be Roost as well?
That is a maxed out Corviknight in attack and defense. Dire Claw does no damage, but he gets the paralysis. So there's a chance Corviknight is paralyzed this turn and can't roost, but Alberto does break through, roosting back up to almost full HP. I think that's what I understand Drew going for it there and say, hey, you never know what could happen. Maybe you get a sleep, maybe you do get a paralysis and stop the roost too.
Paralysis is pretty valuable because it gives a chance to stop the Roost or just stop damage coming out, but it also changes the speed relationship. King Gambit should be moving before the Corviknight now. You can see last turn, the King Gambit went for a Sucker Punch because it was worried it was just going to go down to Brave Bird on this turn. You don't have to take the same risk again, but the one risk was taken and it did not pay off. Missing a turn here in a game where both are just trying to like escalate further and further, missing an entire turn of King Gambit's attack when it's sitting at +5 is a really high cost.
Now he's in such a difficult spot as, yes, now King Gambit will be faster than Corviknight because of the paralysis, but its HP is so low that the rest of the team can do a lot. Sucker Punch into Sneasler, knocking out Alberto's Pokemon. So if Alberto is paralyzed this turn, he's not going to have any damage on the field. Drew will click Dire Claw into the Corviknight, hoping for a critical hit, but does not get it. And he does get the paralysis! So Andrew's able to KO the Sneasler and take no damage on his +5 King Gambit.
Dire Claw being so helpful here in a long, protracted game. Andrew had multiple attempts to Dire Claw and try to get the status, and then would have had multiple attempts to get a really pivotal, fully paralysis. Eventually one lands, but Ninetales still comes in a strong position here. Probably cannot take a Sucker Punch and a Dire Claw. Might not even be able to just take a Sucker Punch. It's going to be so much damage. But you have to worry if you go for Sucker Punch, it can just be Aurora Veil. Sucker Punch failed again as Dire Claw goes into Ninetales.
But it gets the sleep here on this turn. So Dire Claw proving crucial the 2 times in a row, the 2 status conditions it has given Drew, and he gets another paralysis. Sneasler, this is why it's the #1 usage Pokemon in Louisville. Crucial paralysis and crucial sleeps when Andrew needs it.
I'm not sure this is why it's the #1 in usage, but it's definitely helping Andrew here. Really changing the outlook of this game. Ninetales was going to be there to be set to Aurora Veil, instead just sleeping through a couple turns in a row.
Dire Claw, we saw it didn't even do 50% last time to the Ninetales, so you know it's not going to be enough. And the Kowtow Cleave goes into the Corviknight. No paralysis finally means Brave Bird is able to KO the King Gambit, and that +5 Pokemon is knocked out.
Only one of the massively boosted Pokemon remained on the field, and is still relatively healthy. It's going to take a lot of attacks or a crit for this burnt Sneasler and burnt Metagross to ever deal with Corviknight. Corviknight has had to use a lot of Roost, but hasn't had to use all the Roost. Still has plenty of chances to heal here. Without a lot of bad luck in Andrew's favor, eventually this Corviknight should just win this game.
And look how low HP Metagross is. Maybe there's a world if Metagross was full HP and you could survive a couple more turns, but as you mentioned, Alberto still has 4 Roosts remaining on this Corviknight, so as long as it can break through the paralysis and heal itself up, it should be more than enough to handle this. But the Bullet Punch from the burned Metagross into Ninetales will knock it out. Alberto down to just the Corviknight remaining, but that's really the one Pokemon that he needs left in this matchup. Close combat from Sneasler into the Corviknight. Oh, I've never seen a close combat do such little damage before as he gets the defense drops on it and body press takes out the Metagross.
Yeah, not spending the time to roost. You know the incoming damage is so little that the only way to lose this game is to take a critical hit, so give Andrew as few chances for that as possible. Just go out and get the KOs. Now you're one Brave Bird from winning. You just have to not get fully paralyzed once. You saw how little those close combats were doing. Close combat ran out of PP before it ever got close to killing this Corviknight.
Yeah, that's going to be it for this Sneasler. And Slow and Steady wins the race, and that is Alberto's fashion with this team. Boosting up his Corviknight to max attack, max defense, secures the victory in game 1.
That was an intense game.
Yes.
That was the...
You're risking sleep, you're risking parry, you're risking crits also.
I've seen the coaching wars. I haven't seen the coaching wars where the Pokemon being coached are both also setting themselves up with bulk up and sword stance. Just so many boosts coming out, but ultimately the Corviknight was just in a better position for 2 reasons. One, they got the boosts earlier on. By the time the Kingambit hit the field, Corviknight already had 2 boosts, and so it was a game of catch-up for Kingambit. Even though some of that catch-up went in Andrew's favor, it wasn't enough. And then the initial speed advantage for the Corviknight was also really relevant. It was getting the damage out, being able to roost before taking Kowtow Cleave to be able to stay a little bit more healthy, and then forcing the Kingambit to consider Sucker Punches that then failed. 2 attacks with +5 Kingambit were missed because they were failed Sucker Punches.
Right, and it doesn't matter if you're maxed out. If the Sucker Punch is not going to land, it doesn't matter how many attack boosts you have, because it's going to do 0 damage. You can see how strong this Corviknight was. It's one of Alberto's most successful Pokemon. I mean, in theory, I always associate Alberto with just a bulky steel flying type, because he also won regionals with Celesteela back in the day too. So Celesteela kind of evolving here into the Corviknight, and an even better setup sweeper, really.
Yeah, is able to bulk up when Celesteela never could, and really be the linchpin of a team. I think the other thing differentiating these teams, if what they're going to end up doing is both just boosting up defense and attack on some steel type, a really clear difference is that Alberto's special attackers are better. Has a Volcarona that can go out and do really significant damage with Flamethrower. It doesn't have to Quiver Dance to start doing that, but it can still make life difficult for Andrew. Was able to force the Metagross off the field, was able to threaten damage into Kingambit that drew attention away from Corviknight early to make sure that the Volcarona went down. Andrew doesn't have a tool like that to pivot into. We saw the Magmar in the last game. That's the closest thing to it, but there's a big difference between Volcarona offense and Magmar offense.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the 4 physical attackers on Andrew's end also don't appreciate a potential flame body activation, which we saw happen 2 times in game 1. So what is Andrew's adjustments here? In game 2, it'll be Sneasler, Kingambit right away. Let's get those Swords Dance coachings activated from the jump compared to Alberto, Sneasler, Corviknight.
Both Sneaslers on the field, both the steel types on the field. No being turns behind this time for Andrew. The coaching wars may get started early. Of course, there's a lot of little things involved here. The Kingambit may need to terastallize early to not just go down to a body press. Where the fake outs land, what the speed relationships are between the Sneaslers could be pretty relevant. There's also Protect on the Kingambit when there's not Protect on the Corviknight, which could let you get coachings ahead.
Andrew will terastallize Kingambit on turn 1 into the flying typing, just in case Alberto wanted to go for a cheeky body press. Now he would resist that instead of being 4 times weak. Fake out goes into the Corviknight though, so Corviknight's not even getting able to attack at all. But Alberto saying, hey, I'll fake out your other Pokemon as well. So relatively not too much damage committed to the field. However, Andrew did have to commit Terra.
Yeah, Andrew has to commit Terra against these 2 fighting attackers. Alberto may eventually have to commit Terra, but doesn't for now. I think a really interesting aspect of the turn 1, both players would have gotten more value out of faking out the Sneasler on the other side, but don't want to risk being the slower fake out or the or going into Protect.
Coaching from Andrew will boost the attack and defense onto the Kingambit. The Dire Claw didn't do too much damage either to it, and Corviknight is he's gonna coach himself up, give himself the power from the bulk up, boosting attack and defense. But with a Swords Dance, you're able to essentially gain 3 attack boosts on 1 turn with this Kingambit.
two different approaches here. The Corviknight can heal itself, so early damage against it isn't nearly as valuable. The Kingambit, though, cannot heal itself, and so early damage, like these two Dire Claws that already have Kingambit so low, and now Poison to take even more damage is really significant.
That puts Kingambit on a timer. He's not going to be able to stay in this match for long. Poison will add up over time. Another bulk up for the Corviknight, now +2 attack and defense. What does this Swords Dance boosted Kowtow Cleave do from the Kingambit into Corviknight? Brings it down under half HP, but it'll still heal up 25% thanks to the Citrus Berry.
Initial defenses of these two Pokemon are so different. Corviknight is so physically defensive that even that giant boosted Kowtow Cleave just barely does more than 50%, whereas Kingambit is initially vulnerable enough. Those Dire Claws did really significant damage and have already forced this Kingambit into a Sucker Punch set state of mind, and a Sucker Punch that once again failed as coaching goes into Corviknight.
And your Sucker Punch, it's not going to hit anything if Alberto just clicks two non-attacking moves with Roost and coaching. The close combat from Sneasler hardly does any damage. Going to lower his defenses. Corviknight roosting off all of this damage back up to full HP, so he's +3 on that attack and defense stat. And the Kingambit is down to his last turn on the field. It would have been almost better to not Sucker Punch that last turn and just try to get a little bit of Kowtow Cleave damage.
Yeah, because you end up in a mind game this turn. The Corviknight and Sneasler could just get two more boosts onto Corviknight and let the Kingambit go down to poison damage without worrying too much about what the Kowtow Cleave would be, because at that point it would be in against a +4 defense Corviknight. The difference really is this healing. I think Andrew's game plan of kind of opting into the coaching wars when one side had healing and the other didn't is backfiring a lot. The Sneasler put pretty reasonable damage into Corviknight with close combat. The Kowtow Cleave was a lot of damage, but instead the Corviknight is still sitting there at 100% health because of Citrus Berry and Roost.
Metagross swaps into the Sneasler slot on Andrews, and Sucker Punch yet again failing, so 2 turns in a row. Even with the +3 attack, Kingambit, he's not getting any damage. The coaching will go into the Corviknight, boosting his attack and defense, and again, not the bulk up there. Instead, just going for the Brave Bird. That's a resistant attack, and it does about 40% to a very bulky Pokemon in Metagross. Kingambit does knock itself out due to the poison.
You can see how many boosts have accumulated that Brave Bird could do that much. And Alberto comes out of that initial Sneasler plus Steel war looking so far ahead as his Pokemon is still on the field, not status, fully healthy with all those boosts. Yes, Magmar is out here ready to use a fire move, but this Terastallization of it is available. Corviknight can just go fire type. And if that had to happen really early, then maybe Metagross's offense now into not a steel type could go for Heavy Slam, go for Psychic Fangs into the fire type. Corviknight would be more valuable, but so many defense boosts have come into Corviknight in the meantime. Sneasler can get another defense boost in before Metagross can land an attack into Corviknight. And it just starts looking very difficult to see how Metagross could do enough damage, and Magmar is just one Brave Bird away, right? You can go fire type and then just Brave Bird this Magmar off the field and create a 4-2, maybe 4-3 if the Sneasler goes down, but create a lead for Alberto.
Alberto taking a long time to decide what to lock in for this crucial turn in Game 2. Finally deciding to Terastallize Corviknight yet again for a second game in a row. Now a fire type would resist the overheat if the Magmar went for that, but Andrew deciding to keep Magmar safe with a Protect on this turn. The coaching will go into this Corviknight, boosting it yet again in that attack and defense stat, just being a impossible physical wall to deal with. Psychic Fangs, though, from Metagross, targeting down the Sneasler, and no more coaching, but also when you don't really need coaching anymore. This Body Press will go into the Metagross, and that is more than enough to knock it out. So Andrew down to his last 2 Pokemon.
The Coach of the Year, Sneasler, goes down but has done its job. Corviknight is all the way boosted up, and there's not much left to do damage against it. It's this Sneasler and Magmar. It looks staring down a Fire-type Corviknight. I think there's one way out for Andrew. We saw it last game. I would expect to see it again. Right now, it's that Dire Claw. Maybe if you get a status right here,
You miss 100% of the dire claws you don't take, and he gets the sleep. So Corviknight has to stay asleep, but it still doesn't matter because Ninetales sets up Aurora Veil, which is effectively light screen and reflect at the same time, making this Corviknight even tankier than it already is. Overheat into the Ninetales because of Aurora Veil does not pick up the KO.
Yeah, Andrew doesn't prioritize damage into the Corviknight here, tries to just simplify the game a little bit and get Ninetales off, but it's not enough damage. Ninetales, of course, now is in Dire Claw KO range. The Corviknight, though, has spent one of its sleep turns after falling asleep because of Dire Claw last turn, will eventually wake up and take its choice of KO or Roost or whatever feels most appropriate in the moment. But for now, Andrew got what he needed. It's Corviknight taking a break from this game and Ninetales forced to fight by itself.
Just taking a quick Gatorade break for the Corviknight on the field last turn. The Dire Claw goes into Ninetales Protect, so doesn't do any damage, and Fire Spin from Magmar into Corviknight. I'm not even sure if the health bar even moved because of how little damage this Terrifier Corviknight took. It will use that second turn of sleep, though.
The damage over time from the Fire Spin is pretty important, though. Like, if there's a way you're going to try to deal with this Corviknight before it can heal, the Fire Spin was crucial. I think it maybe needed to be last turn. At this point, Corviknight has now spent 2 turns of sleep. Even if you get the full 3 turns before it wakes up and roosts off again, you probably can't KO the Corviknight in the meantime. But if I'm Andrew, I'm trying. I'm going to get the close combats in there. I'm going to try to get damage in there and see if there's a crit or something to be found to get Corviknight off the field.
Dire Claw from Sneasler will be finally enough to knock out this Ninetales, but because Ninetales is holding the Light Clay item, when it clicked Aurora Veil, that will boost the defense and special defense for 8 turns total on this Corviknight. Fire Spin doesn't do really a lot, and that is the 3rd turn of sleep, so we know at least Corviknight is guaranteed to wake up next turn, and because Sneasler is faster, it's not like you can chain sleeps on it, right? The Dire Claw has to attack first, then you would wake up, so we know Corviknight can't be status this turn.
Right, Corviknight will get a chance to wake up and roost off all the damage that has happened in the meantime. Maybe a close combat crit right here, right at this moment, is really the only way back for Andrew, because you saw Alberto's game plan. It's Quiver Dance on Volcarona. If you're going to try to pull out all the stops to get lucky enough to beat Corviknight, we'll just start setting up another sweeper on the side. The Magmar's never going to provide any offensive output. Sneasler's not going to deal with Volcarona or Corviknight very well, and so it's got to come out right now. It's got to be a critical hit. That's not it.
It's not. Does respectable 20 damage or so, more than it did in game 1. Quiver Dance with the Volcarona saying, hey, why have 1 setup sweeper when I can have 2, boosting special attack, special defense, and speed by 1 stage on this Volcarona. If you, in theory, ever even get through the Corviknight, by the time you get through Corviknight, the Volcarona will be so set up that it can sweep the rest of this game. Corviknight wakes up, and instead of clicking Brave Dance, will just roost to pretty much negate all of that damage it's taken these last couple turns while it was sleeping.
The Fire Spins are still ticking, little bits of damage coming in, but now you're at a situation where you just desperately need Dire Claw status again. That sleep was not a reproducible thing. That was the 10% chance from Dire Claw, and now you need it again. Otherwise, that Corviknight is going to take 1 KO each of the next 2 turns and end this set.
Magmar redirecting the attacks into that slot. Flamethrower into the Magmar is resisted, so it's going to take that much better. Dire Claw from Sneasler yet again. Will he get another status condition this time around? No. Body press into Magmar, and Drew just down to the Sneasler against these 2 set-up fire types on Alberto's side.
Yeah, and there goes the Fire Spin damage. It leaves the field with Magmar, and means that there's really no damage coming out from Andrew's side. It's all but over now as these Pokemon are both so well set up to deal with the Sneasler. Volcarona now faster, just gets a massive flamethrower in. Critical hit for the whipped cream on top.
You see the smile on Drew's face. He understands this one is wrapped up. He's also facing a friend here in Alberto. So while he does pick up his first loss of the regional, at least Alberto is going to move on after this matchup 6-0 into the later part of the Louisville Regional Championship.
Such a well-played set by Alberto to recognize where he had the advantage and where it was going to be really difficult for Andrew to stop the Terrifier Corviknight once it started to get set up. I think a lot of players will look at a team with 4 Earthquake weaknesses and 2 neutralities, no resistances, no immunities, and totally focus on Garchomp. But Alberto saw something else. Didn't even bring Garchomp to the set, just saw that Corviknight was going to be unbeatable. Once it got some coaching up, some body press, there was going to be nothing that could stop it. The Roost was the difference above Andrew's ability to do the same thing, and just really cleanly picks up 2 games in that set.
Yeah, and honestly, if you think about it, for Andrew to be 5-0, it means that those 4 ground weaknesses have not been detrimental enough to his strategies, right, to get to this point. But in game 1, maybe a big part of it was those burns that happened, but I still think in general Corviknight was going to get so set up that the flame body probably it hurt Alberto win more necessarily, not just win those games. And in game 2, by having 2 set up Pokemon in Corviknight and Volcarona, I think Alberto was kind of covering his bases. As long as Aurora Veil got up, he was going to win with a sweeper at some point.
Right, he just felt so far ahead throughout and never had to pull the same kind of moves for desperation that Andrew was always being forced into. Because I think if you had gone for the Garchomp game plan, there's a lot of counterplay. There's trying to just get a Blizzard off to match it. There's Terrastalizations. There's priority to try to trade into it. It is not something that would be easy to safely exploit. Whereas the game plan that Alberto went for seemed pretty easy to safely exploit, right? Like even when the luck went against him, started to get Dire Claw paralysis, fully paralysis, or Dire Claw sleeps that caused Corviknight to miss a few turns, it still was decisively ahead for Alberto the entire time.
Yeah, and it's funny, we actually saw all 3 Dire Claw status conditions, right? Because remember, Alberto poisoned the King Gambit, but one of the things that might have been different is if Garchomp was on the other end and you have a +3 King Gambit, it's probably easier to Sucker Punch. Instead, where there's coaching Bulk Up, coaching Roost, Protect Roost, right? There's a lot of ways for, even though Andrew got a Pokemon very strong with a Swords Dance and a coaching boost of his own, Sucker Punch is just not going to help if you don't ever click an attack and let the poison knock itself out.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a risk with having a Sucker Punch Pokemon. You're like, well, it could just get KO'd this turn. I might get nothing out of it, so I should try this Sucker Punch. But when you do the Sucker Punch, you get nothing out of it, and your opponent did get more boosts or more health. Your like moment of slight desperation of like, well, at least I'll get a Sucker Punch off turns into something much worse. And it feels like that's been a story of several matches in the tournament today, but definitely was a big factor in that last one.
Yeah, and I feel like Alberto has just kind of figured out a better way to play VGC at this point. He's using the same strat, different faces on the Pokemon, but some of them are the same. It's still Scarf Garchomp and Corviknight trying to bulk up, and for some reason these strategies, no matter where he turns up, this core, which used to have the Clef Key everybody loved and now has a Alola Ninetales into it, it just works for Alberto.
Yeah, it's working really well. I mean, it's not something that's totally foreign to the metagame, right? It's not like he's out here with Pokemon that have very low stats and don't do that much, right? These are very powerful Pokemon used in really powerful ways, just trying to boost or get faster than every threat on the other side, but being just unconventional enough that your opponent doesn't have a game plan for it. They're trying to figure it out on the fly. You're twisting them in ways they haven't been stretched before, and that can lead to an extra advantage.
Yeah, I'll still never forget, for as long as I live, when Alberto's Klefki got all 4 knockouts in a match in OCIC 2023. Just never thought I would ever see that. But one thing that didn't come up, Len, in this matchup with Andrew not bringing his Alola Ninetales is he has the Never Melt Ice held item. I want to get your thought on that, because it's kind of halfway between a Focus Sash and doing less damage, but it's also halfway between Choice Specs and doing more damage with your Blizzards. Like, what do you think of Never Melt Ice compared to, say, Light Clay or Focus Sash?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just described all the 1.2 items. It's kind of halfway in between everything, right? They're just a safe bit of extra damage without having to commit to any of the drawbacks of some of those other items like Choice Specs, but also not getting the more situational advantage of something like the Light Clay that, you know, if you get to turn 6 of Aurora Veil, maybe you're wishing you had it, but just safely getting extra damage. Often, those items come with a really pivotal damage calculation as well. If you ask the player why they have it, they can tell you, well, this specific Pokemon in this situation, that 1.2 boost totally shifts the matchup. And those things are hard to know without being the author of the team.
Yeah, well, let's talk to the author of this team, Alberto, being 6-0 right now. Evan is ready for an interview with Alberto. So, Evan, take it away.
Thanks, y'all. I am so happy to be here in the lounge with Alberto Lara, who just went 6-0 here in Louisville. Alberto, this was a last-minute decision to attend this regional championship. You've now gone 6-0.
Yeah.
Was it a good one?
I mean, it turns out it was. It's funny, I came here for pizza out of all things. A week ago, I decided to come
pizza
to
in Indiana.
In Indiana, yeah, Indianapolis, not here. I came for pizza,
and then I ended up showing up here, and I felt really good going into the tournament. And then yesterday I practiced a little bit more, and things went absolutely terribly. It was all doom and gloom, and I was like questioning, like, why did I really come all this way for pizza and then to do poorly at a regional, and now I'm 6-0.
Yeah.
So that is just how it works sometimes.
Yeah, maybe pizza in a championship. That's a little bit better.
Nice.
Right?
It's been a while for me.
So you went and made some changes. What were the changes that you made to the team? And especially, like, why did those come up?
Yeah, so the original version of this team I used in Baltimore, then I iterated on it, and I had Primarina, Hydreigon, and Goldango over Sneasler, Volcarona, and Dragonite. And then I did really well. Practice was going perfectly, and then one day it just the same thing happened in Baltimore, I swear to God. In Baltimore, like 3 days, 4 days before the tournament, I was like, oh my God, my team is amazing. And then just something changed in one day, and then the metagame just did not like my team anymore. So I'm like, oh man, I need a new team. So actually, I talked to Drew about this, because Drew, I don't really work with anybody. I mostly stick to myself, and I occasionally bounce off ideas off other friends. And Drew was actually the one, I played him online, and he was using coaching Sneasler plus Garchomp. And I was like, I kind of like that idea with Corviknight, because on a turn that I need a ruse, I can coaching, and then I can also ruse, so I get both the benefits, and I can make my Corviknight like really difficult to knock out. So actually, thanks to Drew, I know I just beat you on stream, but shout outs to you, because you did help me out with this team.
Shout outs to Drew. It actually makes total sense to have the coaching Sneasler on your team, because you know, watching you play, it's so funny, because Corviknight can be played so many different ways.
Yeah.
There's sort of the more supporty, the Tailwind version, and Brave Bird.
I'm joking.
The bad version. Of course, you use the bulk up version.
Yes,
I think
so
you
good. basically
always use the bulk up version.
Yeah, so when I've been using Garchomp Corviknight since Regulation A. Originally, it was Tailwind, Corviknight, and then I had someone suggest to me to use bulk up instead of Tailwind, and I immediately fell in love with it. I'm like, yeah, I would never not use Corviknight with bulk up. It just Corviknight is already a difficult Pokemon to knock out, and then when you add in bulk up and you're upping your damage and more difficult to get knocked out, it's like, yeah, bulk up just is like the. I know there's other people that use Corviknight without bulk up, but it's like 100% for me. I would never not use bulk up on Corviknight.
Yeah, and with Sneasler, with coaching Sneasler, you can bulk up while you bulk up.
Yeah, exactly, and it works out against the King Gambit, because they're Swords Dance, Drew was Swords Dancing and coaching, and I'm bulking up with coaching, so it like evens it out basically. So it makes that matchup playable basically.
I think it's really interesting that you have the two setup Pokemon. A lot of players will only choose one Pokemon to focus on for their setup.
Yeah.
Usually it's like the Swords Dance King Gambit, but you have both on the Corviknight, the bulk up, and the Quiver Dance on Volcarona.
Yep.
And I think in that last game we saw how much of a pressure that can be.
Yeah.
People invest a lot into the Corviknight, and then Volcarona was able to start Quiver Dancing. So like, just in case anything happened, Volcarona was there to clean up.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you come to rely on having two setup Pokemon?
I mean, it's just very similar to my Regulation A/B team as well. I've been using screens, so I have Ninetales now instead of Grimmsnarl in Regulation A and Klefki in Regulation B. So it's like, when you use screens, you're able to use setup Pokemon, because the extra bulk that you get from the light screen and reflect helps your Pokemon set up. And then it just makes it, if they can't knock it out immediately, it becomes a threat with either a bulk up or a Quiver Dance. So yeah. And then also Volcarona, it does pretty well into Dondozo, which is what kind of destroyed me in Baltimore. So I wanted to make sure I had a pretty solid answer into Dondozo.
And definitely have seen a couple of them out in the field.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to get you to your next matchup to make sure that you continue your undefeated streak.
Yep.
You did qualify for day 2, but every match counts to qualify for the top cut tomorrow. So anyone you'd like to shout out, obviously Drew for helping you out and giving you the 6th win to qualify for day 2.
Yeah.
Anyone else who's been supporting you along the way?
Yeah, shout outs to my fiance, Ellie. Like I said, I decided to come to this last minute, and I had to make sure I had to clear it up with her. I'm like, hey, I know this is crazy, but I kind of want to go to Louisville. Is that cool? And she was like, yeah, that's no problem. I'll watch the dog and then everything. And then shout out to Gio as always too for helping me out a little bit. And he did this trip with me as well. And shout out to all my other friends that are here. Drew, Riley, Eric, Colin, just Benji, just a bunch of people. So shout out to all you guys.
Awesome, Alberto. Congratulations again on your 6-0 record and making it into day 2. Of course, we will be following your progress for the rest of today and tomorrow as we head into the top cut bracket. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more from the Louisville Regional Championships. But let's go to our casters to help us out.
the quickest break possible.
So
We're
fast.
right back. So the blink of an eye. And I love Alberto in interviews. He's so energetic. He's got so many great friends in the community. He loves giving the shout outs to. It's always so fun seeing Alberto win.
Yeah, no hesitation on declaring his opinions on what's better. I'm going to have to go out and defend the honor of Tailwind Corviknight, I think.
That's the first thing I thought when he said that. I was like, oh, I don't want to be next to Len as this happens. But no, yeah, it is funny how the similar strategies, like as you're very much a player that can use the same Pokemon and evolve that strategy as the regulations evolve. So he's like, I went from Grimmsnarl in Regulation A to Klefki in Regulation B and onto Ninetales here in Regulation H. And I think that is an effective way of being a player, is using the same Pokemon and having that experience. And even though you're updating the other core Pokemon on the team.
Yeah, you can really build up the muscle memory of your matchups and in a way where, especially if it's something unconventional, your opponent has no muscle memory of that matchup, and you have, maybe thousands of games over years of trying to play a similar style of team, and you know what Pokemon can slot into different places to fill a role that you've seen it be successful at before.
Yeah, well, Evan is one of the hardest working men in the business, because we have another video prepared of Evan having a fun little interview with Geo. So let's see what they were up to.
Hey there, Evan Latt here on the floor of the Louisville Convention Center talking to our 2024 San Antonio Regional Champion. Giovanni Costa is here to compete in the Louisville Regional Championships. Gio, welcome to Louisville.
Thank you. This place has been pretty cool so far. Gotten some really good pizza, and I'm looking forward to playing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of playing, we are now playing in the Regulation H meta, which is entirely different from what the World Championships was played on last season. Gio, how are you adapting to this new metagame?
I really like this meta compared to the last one. I think it allows you to build really creative teams without feeling like, oh, if I don't prepare for this specifically, I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time in case I run into it. So there's a good amount of freedom that this meta allows, while also feeling like, hey, I can switch in a Pokemon and it won't get destroyed by these really powerful Pokemon like Miraidon or, Kyogre and stuff like that. So far I've been loving it. It's probably my favorite meta since Regulation H.
Yeah,
Regulation A. Yeah.
H and A, basically the same thing. And I think probably the best part about Regulation H for you is that Dragonite is a top-tier threat. Gio, have you brought Dragonite to this tournament?
Yes, I have. It's the #1 on my team. It's gonna put in a lot of work tomorrow, I hope. And yeah, like once this format got announced, I'm like, first Pokemon, Dragonite. Second Pokemon, Goldango. Those are like, I start with these and go from there. So yeah, I'm really excited to show what Dragonite can do, and hopefully tomorrow I can start 8-0, because I have very, very lofty goals for this weekend.
Yeah, what are your goals for this tournament? Obviously, you're coming off your first regional championship last season, and Regulation H, with Dragonite being such a powerful Pokemon in the format, does seem like it's really well suited to you. How are you feeling going into the tournament tomorrow?
I came here with one goal, and that is to win. Not second, not top 4, first place. In my locals, I am 28-0 right now in best of 3 sets. I've won every local I've played in without dropping a single set. And so I really hope that tomorrow I can start 8-0 and move on to 11-0 after that, and then win the whole thing and be the first player to go 15-0 at a regional. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult at a regional level. The players are incredibly good at this type of tournament. And so let's see how it goes tomorrow. It could be that I do really well. It could be that I don't do so well. But this is the most confident I've ever been at any tournament in the 7 years I've been playing VGC.
All right, well, we're going to have to see if that confidence is going to pay off in the regional championships throughout the weekend here at Louisville. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, because we've got more Pokemon action coming right up.
Len, I have to think Dragonite has a bit of mixed emotions with Geo, because it's earned Geo so many championship points. However, Geo's iconic regional championship was won without Dragonite on the squad. So, how does that work out?
Sounds like he's trying to make up for it by winning one with Dragonite this time around. I love to hear the confidence from Geo to go out there, not just trying to win, but try to win every set. He's felt so comfortable in this regulation so far, and isn't undefeated, so not going to be able to follow through on that goal, but it's still looking really strong at 4-1 out in the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the best mindset to have, right? You think sometimes you're your own worst enemy. I'll admit, when I'm playing this game, I'm probably holding myself back on some of my decisions more than the decisions my opponent is making. So if you have that confidence in yourself and your decision making, like you said, he's winning all of his locals. He's feeling confident. It's showing so far here today. Like you gotta sometimes stop your worst enemy, which is yourself.
Yeah, I mean, he has been dominant at his locals, and they're not small ones either. LA locals have a lot of people showing up. I think had to beat Michael Durbeste at one of the locals despite being in LA.
Oh, wow.
So has been a pretty successful run for him so far.
Wow, that's actually tough. Imagine you roll up to your local. Michael is there, but yeah, for sure, Gio's a great trainer. Looking forward to how he does throughout the day, and for all those people that are watching along on Twitch with us, want to thank you for following along in any way. Remember we had those social posts to use hashtag Play Pokemon. Let us know what you're doing this weekend. But since you're already here on Twitch and you hit that follow button, you have those notifications for the rest of our broadcast throughout the upcoming week, starting on Tuesday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. This is 5 p.m. This is all Pacific time. Pokeween thrills and chills should be an exciting Halloween-themed stream there. Then we have a little bit of a flashback to the event we just talked about where Alberto was in. Not going to tell you where he finished because I want you to watch the replay. 2023 Oceania International Championships. Thursday, 2 to 5, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League victors. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the Lille Regional Championship. So a fun-filled weekend on Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon.
I'm really interested to see what the metagame looks like in Wheel next week. We've had a little bit of whiplash with things like Garchomp disappearing from the top 12 and then being back in the top 12 this week. I'm interested to see how much of that is like it's just a different North American versus European metagame or just kind of global changes in metagame. I'm looking forward to it.
That's one thing I was going to ask you too, because the lack of Porygon in the top 12, lack of Ursaluna, the lack of Electabuzz. Electabuzz made the top 12 in Dortmund, I'm pretty sure. And so maybe if it is a prevalent Pokemon, it's still on a lot of teams. It's just not in the top 12. So what do you think about some of those bulkier Pokemon that were kind of, maybe 9th, 10th, 11th on the top 12 graphic that didn't make it this time around on day one?
I mean, I think it's always interesting to see the different styles between regions because ultimately most of the practice happens online, happens in the in-game ladder. We're all just playing against each other, and still these different metagames form in different parts of the world because of who talks to each other and how they build together, and that can reflect pretty predominantly in usage stats as different Pokemon become really popular. But ultimately, often something becomes so good and so successful that it starts to kind of unify the whole metagame, and a lot of times it's internationals that can force that, which will mean looking ahead towards Sao Paulo next month and seeing what is the top in usage there.
Well, we'll get to Sao Paulo very soon, but for now, we are continue on here at the Louisville Regional Championships. Alberto and his trusty Corviknight coaching his way to victory. Think Louisville Cardinals might need a coach too. Alberto, are you free?
This frightful, malevolent spirit can glide through walls, appearing wherever it likes. According to rumor, victims of a haunter's lick will wither to death, day by day. If you get a feeling of being watched in darkness, when nobody is around, Haunter is there.
Spooky!
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strive. Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Miraidon.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. Into the on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon video game world champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Competition is heating up here at the Louisville Regional Championships, and we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss before we finish out our first day. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Jake Muller to bring you through our next round of Swiss.
We have our first players that have qualified for the second day of competition. A bunch of players are currently 6-0 in our first 6 Swiss rounds of the tournament, which means they have guaranteed at least 6 wins. Of course, if you have 6, you have at least 6.
I love that, Matt.
And we'll be continuing on. But of course, 6-0 is not nearly enough to get you into that top cut. You have to keep on winning, and so we're going to get to showcase some players that are still fighting for, a better shot at making that asymmetrical top cut stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's been such a tough day of competition as well. We've entered into today with 750 players,
yeah.
which is a lot of people in one convention hall that are all playing the Pokemon video game. And we are starting to get down to the wire where you're 4-2, you're 5-1, you're 6-0, and you still have a shot of being able to play a couple more rounds of Swiss tomorrow and potentially make that top cut.
It's so exciting too. This is what you come to these tournaments for, is these moments. You get to the point where, hey, I'm so close to making day 2. I'm so close to having a really good shot at making that top cut. And that's just like why you show up, right? All these players here from 1 down to 12, again, are the 12 players that are 6-0 and have claimed their spot in Day 2 Swiss. Some great names on here. Of course, Colin Heyer, a great champion. Carson Confer, former senior world's champion. Riley Factura needs no introduction. Alberto Laro, who we just saw on stream, claim his spot. But also some fantastic players here that we haven't gotten to showcase on stream just yet.
Yeah, very excited to see who it is going to be that we are going to showcase in just a couple of minutes. But I'm really excited about some of these names that I feel like we've seen be able to get 6-3 or kind of like the last year of competition, or maybe even be able to make those Day 2s, but not necessarily be able to reach those pinnacles of a top cut or something. And I think we have a lot of names here that are absolutely fit that bill.
Of course, there's so many players left in their tournament that can join Nicholas Morales as a regional champion in North America this season, and it's going to be so fun to see how it plays out. We get to see so many more teams, so many more players, so much more competition, and it's like really exciting, Rosemary. That's like exactly why we love being here and sharing this with everyone.
I agree. I'm so stoked that we get a chance to keep the ball rolling here with our competition at the second North America Regional as we take a look at our matchups that we have. Oh boy, like I feel like it was a tough choice between I think a lot of these, especially when you take a look at who is still playing in the field, but we are going to be focusing on the match at the top. Luke Bowler versus Matt Tidd.
Of course, it's going to be a really fun match and some really cool teams as well. We get to showcase some strategies and some Pokemon that have not yet been on stream this weekend, which is going to be great. Just another facet of the Regulation H metagame, which is going to be, I think, really great. It's nice to see players having so much success with such varied teams and like team compositions.
I feel like, what are we missing? Because we've seen a lot of balance.
True.
I think we've kind of hit the mark on every single one of our caster predictions.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still a couple of things that, I don't know, what was on your bucket list of things you wanted to see?
I mean, I got my balance stuff in. I'm a big Annihilate fan. I also love Weezing. I think Weezing is underrepresented so far.
That's true.
I think if Gabby was here, she would say Trick Room, which she might be pretty happy with what we're about to see.
Maybe, that's
no
true.
spoilers.
I think you spoiled a lot, actually. Surprise, we're showing Trick Room. Ta-da!
It's fun, though. It's two very different takes on Trick Room, which is going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, and I know that Joe Brown actually had sort of like Trick Room and Tailwind as sort of a dual mode option on his caster predictions. And we have seen a couple of teams that do have the ability to play in both, but it's been a long time since we've seen a hard Trick Room team make an appearance on the stream. But if there was going to be any time to showcase it, it would be during this particular regulation and meta where we've got sort of wide open doors when it comes down to what we could actually see be successful.
Yeah, it really is. There's so much space for innovation and for creativity in this format because we're not centering our teams around those big restricted Pokemon like a Miraidon, like a Calyrex, like a Zamazenta. You can kind of pick whatever you want to be like the focal point of your team and then build around it from there. You know, if Incineroar supports your team well, then use it, but like by no means is Incineroar kind of like a must bring anymore like it has been in some past formats.
I built a team around Sylveon. Who's surprised?
I am. Do you like Sylveon?
Of course I love Sylvia. He's joking.
Yeah, of course. I built a team around Excadrill. Because I am Clay, after all.
So I tried.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of Regulation H, I actually tried because I was like, I love sand.
Yeah.
And if there was one team that I thought could be good again, Japanese sand with Tyranitar, Excadrill, Salamence, and it was garbage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think Excadrill is just not it in this format. If you can make it work, please tell us because I want to try out an Excadrill team. I couldn't make it work myself, so somebody else build it for me.
Oh well. There are parts of that team that are still very good, right? Like Salamence we're about to see. I think it's got a place in the metagame. Tyranitar is always around. But unfortunately for us as our Univin souls don't get to see an Excadrill so far in this event.
One of the teams that I've been playing with that actually does have Sylveon on it, does have Salamence as well. But it's a mixed set. It's got Draco Meteor, but it also has
Dual Wing Beat?
Dual Wing Beat.
Nice.
That's the one. I was like, what's the flying type move that's physical that I can't remember. But it's nice because like if you drop your special attack from using Draco Meteor, you can actually still do damage.
Dual Wing Beat's cool for like Sash Sneasler as well.
Yes.
KO through Sash.
Yes, you
Love
can.
that.
You can. We love that. It does. It gets the KO onto Sash Sneasler. It also gets the KO onto Sash Whimsicott.
Yeah.
There's a couple other neat things that I was very excited with. It does not KO Mungus.
Oh, unlucky.
I know.
Not like, honestly, nothing does.
That's true. Mungus still be pretty good, I think, in the meta so far. But I've been having a lot of fun with that. And I think there's a lot of exploration that we're going to see a lot of other people work with. And so we'll even see maybe some similar and familiar Pokemon in this upcoming match that still might look a little different because you've seen them before. But like this, I don't know.
Yeah, there's plenty of Pokemon here that I think have been good in past formats, maybe in different forms or in different like games even, but not necessarily so far in the Scarlet and Violet era. So it's going to be really fun to see them make an impact. I think, of course, Charizard is kind of the perennial Pokemon mascot after Pikachu, and it's often been very good in some metagames, not so far in this one, but we're going to get to see Luke get to showcase that a little bit in conjunction with the Torkoal to set up the Sun, but kind of a fast mode on the Trick Room team, yeah.
What's been amazing to me is just how many of these first partner Pokemon we've actually seen be good.
Oh, yeah.
At Baltimore, I think we got like 17 different like
crazy.
first partner Pokemon or starter Pokemon, and then at Dortmund we had a couple of extra ones.
Yeah.
Hisui and Decidueye did not make day 2 at Baltimore, but it did at Dortmund.
All right.
And I just think it's really neat. I think there's a couple maybe that will never make it.
like
Inteleon.
Embor. Poor Embor. never had his time.
I know, even Chestnut has been able to.
Chestnut's good in Go right now, so it's a different game. We can count it maybe.
I guess.
Well, we saw Chestnut last year. I think Ashton had the Belly Drum one. Remember that? Belly Drum with Grassy Glide. That was fun.
Yeah, and Terrifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I don't know how you would make Inteleon work. The only thing that I really like about it is like you have was Hydro Snipe?
Snipe Shot?
Snipe Shot with, but Hydro
Cannon?
No.
Hydro Pump.
Why am I thinking?
Hydro Vortex.
Am I thinking of the G-Max move?
Oh, maybe.
I think I'm thinking of G-Max Hydro Snipe.
I think that's right, yeah.
I miss Dynamax.
Past era.
Is that a hot take?
Yes. I think it is.
I liked it. I love Dynamax and Regieleki and just hitting things with.
I like that for you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you had fun.
I loved it. I'm not alone. Come on. Everybody in chat, tell me if you like Dynamax or if you didn't.
I just like Trestalization. Trestalization's a really fun mechanic to play with.
It actually is very fun. I didn't like it at first because I was bad at it, but I'm much better at it now, and so I like it more. I think that's kind of how it goes, though. I feel like sometimes we often don't like something because we were bad at it. So were you bad at Dynamax?
No, I was the best. What do you mean?
I think he's lying.
Hey. Rude.
Well, we are getting ready to get into our Swiss round number 7 match. We've got Luke Bauer versus Matt Tid. And your eyes do not deceive you. There are 2 Hatterene in this match.
Interestingly, though, one Hatterene does not have an Indeedee next to it. I think a lot of the times we've seen Hatterene in the past, it's combined with that Indeedee to set the Psychic Terrain and enable the Expanding Force. But Matt, on the right side of your screen, actually just going with Hatterene on its own. The Magic Bounce ability is very good. Psychic Fairy typing, pretty decent. Obviously still has access to Trick Room and whatnot. But Luke's Hatterene, on the other hand, does have the Indeedee paired with it and will be making use of the Expanding Force in the Psychic Terrain. Of course, the other 4 Pokemon on Luke's team, the Ursaluna, Gallade, Torkoal, and kind of the star of the show here, Charizard.
So what's really amazing about Luke as a player is that he's very well known for these hard Trick Room teams. He's committed to this strategy a lot in the past couple of years of playing competitive VGC, and it's really cool to be able to kind of see him in his element, to be able to play around this Ursaluna, this Gallade, this very hard Trick Room mode.
Yeah.
But with this Choice Scarf Charizard, it's kind of a weird out of left field Pokemon when it comes down to looking at the rest of this team.
It is, but I think a team like this really benefits from having something that can operate outside of Trick Room. It's really nice to be able to, you know, just in case your Trick Room gets stopped somehow or reversed or even just stalled out, you can bring in that Charizard and all of a sudden you have this very fast, very strong threat. A Terrafire Heat Wave in the sun is very, very scary to deal with when you have to contend with the solar power ability as well. And so considering that Matt has no weather on his side of the field, if sun goes up, it will stick around.
And as we take a look at Matt's team, you do have this Torkoal as well. So there's definitely plenty of ways to operate in this trick room, whether you are going to be the one to set it up with your own Porygon 2 or if you're going to let Luke set it up. But I think what's really interesting is to kind of think about like what is actually able to resist any of those fire type attacks from something that would be a faster mode like a Charizard. You have this Terra Water Hatterene, so there is an opportunity here for you to go defensive on that front. Also the Terra Dragon on the King Gambit. But you are going to have to invest something in order to make sure both of those Pokemon are able to stay alive.
Yeah, the Torkoal and the Salamence are the only two natural fire resist, but Torkoal especially not known for having great special defense. Salamence can be a little bit bulky, but considering it's holding that Life Orb, it's probably safe to assume it's more trained to be fast and strong on this team. Temper Flare is a really cool move. It's essentially a fire-type Stomping Tantrum, if you're familiar with that move, that if you hit into an immunity or you miss an attack or you were fully paralyzed, anything that prevented you from attacking on the prior turn, its power gets doubled from 75 to 150. And having that coverage is really nice for a Dragon Flying type that really doesn't like facing steals. Also boosted by Torkoal's own Sun, so another way to make use of that drought ability.
Yeah, and think about all the Sneasler running around. I think that's a pretty good reason why you might not be able to actually get to have a turn with that particular Salamence. But as we take a look at this matchup, I love that we get a chance to see them kind of enjoying themselves before they get ready to battle it out. And why would you not? Both of these players right now have already locked in their spots to play in day number 2. So this one is kind of going for the gold a little bit, making sure you're going to get a little bit better of a placement heading into the final couple of rounds of Swiss tomorrow to see if you can make that top cut. So very exciting to take a look at how Luke Bauer and Matt Tidd will be playing against each other.
Since we have fewer rounds of Swiss on day 2 as well, the end of day 1 is still just as important as the beginning of day 1 or the second day of Swiss, because you still need 8, 9, 10 wins to guarantee your place in that top cut. And if you go 6-2 on day 1, you've gotten yourself into day 2, but sometimes that might not be enough. You have to possibly go undefeated on that second day, or if you take an extra win or 2 on day 1, you've set yourself up much better to make it into that asymmetrical top cut at the end of day 2 Swiss.
What do you think is going to be? I feel like the King Gambit actually might have a really good place in this match.
It might. The Terra Dragon kind of lets it exist in front of the Charizard and the Torkoal. Obviously, the Psychic Terrain will prevent any kind of sucker punches, but Kowtow Cleave hits everything on Luke's team for, I think, at least neutral damage. There's no resistances, even including the Terra types. Hatterene is actually Terra Fairy, so that might be a good option, especially because the King Gambit on Matt's side does have Iron Head. It's no Protect, actually. It's Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance, and usually we'd see Protector there, but is actually running Iron Head instead. So going to be interesting to see how that King Gambit plays out. I do agree, it could be a very important piece here, but if you are able to catch it with something like an Eruption, even like a Sacred Sword from this Gallade before it can Terastallize, it could be disastrous.
Just a little bit of context on Matt. We actually did end up getting a chance to see him in Baltimore. We saw him on the stream in round number 3 of that particular regional, and Matt made day number 2 with Primarina, Cinderace, King Gambit, Hariyama, Sinistra, and Electabuzz. So
one of those first partner Pokemon there, Cinderace.
I know, right? Yeah. That was really cool. It was the only Cinderace that made day number 2. But I thought it was really interesting to see that that was what Matt played in Baltimore, and this feels like such a strong departure from what that team was.
Truly, yeah. I don't know, you can't really get much further apart than those two teams, I'd imagine. Something like this, I'm really intrigued to see how Hatterene has been doing without Indeedee. It's such like a known combo, Hatterene and Indeedee, that running Indeedee with Hatterene without the Indeedee feels weird.
Well,
but
I guess we're gonna find out, aren't we?
Yeah.
Matt's gonna go ahead and lead things off here with that Hatterene and Amoonguss, and we've got the Charizard and Torkoal on the field for Luke, so a very offensive duo from Luke's side.
It is actually a Focus Sash Amoonguss from Matt there, which is an item we see oftentimes in the metagames with those big restricted Pokemon, but opting for it here actually could come in very handy because Torkoal being so slow is one of the few things that actually underspeeds Amoonguss. So this Charizard won't be able to one-hit KO Amoonguss. It could stick around, Spore this Torkoal to prevent it from getting awesome in like an Eruption, and do a little bit of disruption right off the bat.
But where is this Hatterene going to really kind of fit in here? Because you do have the opportunity to go for the Water Terra if you want to, but I just have a hard time thinking that Dazzling Gleam or Psychic is going to do a whole lot of damage to either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, it really won't. Maybe Torkoal just because it doesn't have great special defense, but Charizard does not want to stick around just yet and risk getting put to sleep. Hatterene comes right in to make use of that Magic Bounce, but Spore straight into the Torkoal.
Okay, so Spore is going to put that Torkoal right to sleep, and as Torkoal falls asleep, it's not going to get a chance to actually do any damage. It's going to be the Psychic follow-up into the Torkoal, and so you talk about that special defense. You get a chance to see that in action, already taking that Torkoal to below half HP.
One more Psychic probably knocks it out there, which isn't super great if you're Luke. Your Torkoal is now at risk of being knocked out before moving even once. However, we do have this Hatterene on the field in a much better spot for Luke now because the option to swap in Indeedee, go for those spread, powerful expanding forces is on the table.
Well, the Torkoal is going to take a nap, and so it's going to go ahead and retreat back into its Pokeball for a little bit, and it's going to be the Indeedee now taking its place. So the Psychic Surge gets set up, and while it's going to end up helping out itself with the Psychic Seed activating and also the Hatterene next to it, you got to look at the Hatterene on the other side for Matt and go, well, it's nice that you just gave me Psychic Terrain.
Expanding Force comes through here, will hit both targets because of the terrain, and Amoonguss is brought down to its Focus Sash. The Hatterene on Matt's side of the field takes that pretty well, actually. Well over half of its HP remaining, and Focus Sash, of course, does activate.
Oh, but the Psychic in response. And so you can see how this Psychic Seed is going to play a role on top of the fact that this Indeedee is going to have that natural resist to that attack. It's going to be around for a while.
Funny enough, this Amoonguss has acted first 2 turns in a row. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before outside of Trick Room. And now that Sludge Bomb actually did a whole lot of damage to Luke's Hatterene. It's got to be very careful if it wants to stick around. Matt has done a great job getting damage out very early because now this Hatterene and Torkoal on Luke's side of the field are in danger of being knocked out.
You do have Follow Me as an option there onto the Indeedee, but it is also going to be the fastest thing on the field finally, so that Amoonguss does get outsped by that Indeedee to get knocked out in the process. But as the Dazzling Gleam comes back out, I mean, the Hatterene was already at such low HP, it's going to fall over to that.
Yeah, Follow Me would have helped against the Amoonguss' Sludge Bomb, but unfortunately not that Dazzling Gleam. So both trainers lose their first Pokemon. We are at an even 3-3 right now. But I think nice for Luke is that he does get to bring in Charizard here. Sun is still up. And this Indeedee does have Helping Hand, so we can start going for some of those Helping Hand Heat Waves in the Sun with Solar Power active, with the possibility of the Terra Fire as well. Depending on what Matt brings out here, it could be really difficult to weather this Charizard's Heat Waves.
Ooh, well, it's going to be his very own Torkoal. So, you know, Torkoal definitely going to be one good way that you can resist some of these Charizard's attacks, but the special defense still playing a role.
The special defense is pretty poor on Torkoal. If we do see this Terra Fire activate from Luke, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this Helping Hand, Terra Fire, Sun boosted, Solar Power boosted Heat Wave could just score a one-hit knockout on this Torkoal.
Oh no, is it going to be another one of those scenarios where like, it's not very effective? Yeah.
Like the eruption
earlier today? Yeah. Well, one way to find out, huh? So after we see this Terra get committed, I mean, this Charizard, it has to lock into something because of that Choice Scarf. So you have to think really carefully about what it is that you feel like is going to be your best win condition towards the end of the game. There is potentially an opportunity to switch in that Sleeping Torkoal a little bit later, try to reset whatever that Charizard is locked into, but I think Heat Wave makes a ton of sense. Let's see just how much this is going to do to both of those Pokemon. It's so close to getting one to knock out onto the Torkoal.
It does not knock it out, but does most of Torkoal's HP in one hit, and now Weather Ball comes through. Very smart choice not to use Eruption, of course. Weather Ball is not enough to KO Indeedee, though, thanks to that Psychic Seed boost.
Indeedee has been so tanky. Just being able to take the Dazzling Gleam from earlier, this attack coming in from the Weather Ball Torkoal. And I love that choice of the Weather Ball on this Torkoal because I'm sure it plays a bigger role than just being in the sun for Matt's team.
Of course, now King Gambit has hit the field. That Terra Dragon almost definitely going to be used right now. It does not have Protect. You don't have the option to stall out any turns of Sun or Psychic Terrain. And because Charizard did Terrastallize, it is no longer a Flying type. It is protected from Sucker Punch by this Psychic Terrain. Of course, Follow Me from Indeedee could come out as well, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see one more Helping Hand Heat Wave, knock out that Torkoal, get some more damage into King Gambit.
Ooh, thinking maybe a little bit about just trying to go for some of the damage instead, reading that there is going to be a terastallization, and that Kingambit will no longer be immune to any of those psychic type attacks thanks to his start typing, because it's a dragon type now.
Yep.
So really interesting decision there, because you know that the helping hand isn't required to be able to secure the knockout onto Torkoal, but you do run the risk of missing, which is a big deal because it's a double miss.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Psychic does come through here, boosted by that terrain, does a big chunk of damage to the Kingambit, but Kowtow Cleave will finish off this Indeedee. Once Psychic terrain goes away, it will be gone for the rest of this match, and Torkoal gets the chance to act as well with a Weather Ball.
Oh, the Weather Ball is at least going to be fire into fire, so not too bad there, but you're still going to be very close to the end of this Charizard's lifeline in this game number 1. And while the sun has expired, this sleepy Torkoal in the back is prepared for this very moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luke still has a shot here. You can Heat Wave again this turn. Psychic Terrain, I believe this is the last turn it will be on the field. So you are still protected from Sucker Punch. Neither of the Pokemon on Matt's end of the field have Protect, so there's no shot that any kind of, stalling out of this Psychic Terrain can happen. If you are able to connect your Heat Waves this turn, there we go, then it will come down to this Kingambit against the 2 Pokemon left on Luke's side.
And there isn't a whole lot of HP left for this Kingambit, so it should be able to fall to another double up here from this Torkoal, but it's going to be the Kowtow Cleave first.
Ooh.
It's not even enough to actually get the knockout of the Torkoal, and you got the turn 1 wake up, so here's the Earth Power to finish up this first game for Luke.
Luke played that very well. Even though the Torkoal got put to sleep on that first turn without attacking, he didn't really need the Torkoal to be attacking when the Charizard could just come in and be even faster. Show off those really strong Heat Waves, almost one-hit KOing a Fire type with a Heat Wave. I mean, like, just a showcase of Charizard's power.
Oh boy. I kind of wonder if we're going to see any Trick Room at all.
I know, right?
It's like, oh, but both of these teams have Trick Room on it, and we have a pretty much almost hard Trick Room team here for Luke, one of his sort of specialties. And we aren't going to see the Trick Room mode at all. It was so weird, as you said, to see that Amoonguss move first.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because both teams do make great use of Trick Room, but that also means that if you're using your own Trick Room, you're like boosting your opponent's team at the same time, essentially. So I really like the decision from Luke. Even though he brought 2 of his Trick Room setters, he didn't use it at all because he didn't need to. He knew that if he let Trick Room, stay away, keep it away, keep the speeds in the right order, Charizard is attacking first. Matt doesn't really have a great resist to this Charizard unless you use that Terastallization, which then unlocks the Kingambit to be hit by Psychic from that Indeedee. And I think that was a really smart option to not use that Trick Room.
I wonder if Salamence makes an appearance here, because I feel like there is a really nice way to have this, like, to kind of weave in the Salamence. Not only does it have that natural resist to the Charizard, but also, what if you just, I don't know, I like dual Wing Beat on this Pokemon. We've just talked about that.
Yeah. I mean, the Salamence would be good into something like Gallade. Of course, the Clear Amulet blocks Intimidate, but you are threatening damage with that dual Wing Beat. Of course, the Grass Terra means that it can't Terastallize away from that flying weakness. But at the same time, Salamence, like, along the same vein as Torkoal, it's not going to be taking those Heat Waves super well, probably a 2-hit KO. Even though it is resisting with that Dragon typing. And of course, if it does have to Terastallize for whatever reason, it turns into a Steel type, which just gets roasted by a Heat Wave. I think you have to deal with Charizard somehow. That was what Matt couldn't really do in this first game, especially the Terastallized Charizard with the greater damage output and the protection from Psychic Terrain as it's no longer flying.
That was a really great call out there with the Psychic Terrain being able to protect the Charizard, and I feel like that does limit a lot of Kingambit's potential in this matchup. Because you would look at Charizard as one of the fastest things between both of these teams. And it's not like the Salamence is a more supportive set that does have access to something like Tailwind. And in fact, I don't know if you would even want to use that, because Luke still has plenty of options to actually set Trick Room. Because you're not even just looking at the Hatterene that has access to it, but you also have Indeedee that could go for the Trick Room setup, as well as the Gallade. There's 3 Trick Room setters on Luke's team.
The one thing that is nice for Luke to know is that the Amoonguss on Matt's side of the field is faster than his own Hatterene. So if you are setting up Trick Room, that means that Hatterene will be able to attack this Amoonguss before it could possibly go for a Spore, put someone to sleep, go for a Sledge Bomb even to get some good damage out into that Hatterene. So if Trick Room does go up, that could be nice, especially because Torkoal, of course, is outspeeding Amoonguss as well in Trick Room. And with the combination of Hatterene and Torkoal, Amoonguss probably gets knocked out before it can Spore. But I don't know if you really want Trick Room to go up. Again, I think you have the speed advantage with this Charizard. Nothing on Matt's side of the field can really threaten it with a one-hit KO, even though it isn't the bulkiest of Pokemon. And if you get a couple turns to throw out these really strong Heat Waves, that could be enough damage to set up the rest of the game.
What if Torkoal just goes for Earth Power next time?
Calls the Terrestrialization?
No, maybe. But speak of the devil, it is going to be Salamence and Porygon 2 here for Matt in this game number 2. And it's going to be the Intimidate onto the Charizard and Torkoal, which don't care. They're both special attackers.
I like this lead again from Luke. Like, you're just threatening all this damage right off the bat. It went well for you in that first game, even though you did lose the Torkoal to a sleep right away. And by going for this Terrafire with the Choice Scarf, you're going to be able to outspeed either of these two Pokemon. We did see the Terrafire overheat locked into Salamence, and between the Sun, the Solar Power, the Terra, that might just be a one-hit KO.
I think you're right about that one. I think even if you tried to target that into the Porygon 2,
I was wondering the same thing.
I think that might also be a knockout there. I'm not 100% sure with the Eviolite involved, but it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Is kind of the vibes that we're getting from that particular calc. So here's the Terra, and then you have to kind of think ahead of what could this Porygon 2 potentially do to you? If it's going to survive this turn, are you looking to actually recover here? Are you looking to potentially go for just any type of damage? It's a fighting Terra. But the overheat is not going to connect, and that's going to be the third miss, actually, that Luke's going to take in this game. And the crit! Oh, no.
This is really unfortunate. Terra Blast coming out from this Porygon 2 as well is enough to just KO the Torkoal. So Luke uses his Terrestrialization, but still does 0 damage. Loses the Choice Specs Torkoal, loses HP to the Solar Power without doing damage. That is a really unfortunate turn. I mean, the upside, I guess, is that you didn't lose the Charizard. The Charizard's still around and can fire off an Overheat, again, to probably knock out whatever it finds in its way. And Ursaluna does come in. A mix-up from Luke there. We don't see the Hatterene this time, but Ursaluna hits the field. And since Salamence is on the field, obviously it cannot be intimidated on this turn, so there's a little bit of space here to move around, but this Porygon 2, I didn't catch what the download boost was. I imagine special attack because of that Torkoal, yeah. So you don't really want to be taking an Ice Beam here. You are going to be weak to it because of that ground typing. And you also don't have your Flame Orb activated yet, so this might be a Protect here from Ursaluna.
Protect makes a lot of sense. You just want to make sure that that Guts is going to get activated on the next turn, and this gives you another opportunity to actually land this Overheat. This time, it's going to be into the Porygon 2, so we were wondering whether or not it would actually get the KO, and it does not, despite the fact that it was going to be able to connect this time around. Oh, the Dragon Claw, it does so much to this Charizard. The Solar Power might just knock it out at the end of this turn if the Porygon 2 didn't.
Porygon 2 sticks around with 1 HP and a dream. Matt really wants to make this a 3-game set, and so far it's looking like it might be. That Dragon Claw doing so much damage backed by that Life Orb. Now Ursaluna does have its Flame Orb, it does have Guts activated. Indeed, it does come in, so you have the option to redirect damage away from it. You can set up Trick Room if you see fit, but at the same time, you are down 2 Pokemon to 4. This Porygon 2 on Matt's side, surely 1, 2, at least single-digit HP there, surviving that Overheat. And that answers our question, like, does it KO?
Might be a roll.
Maybe.
Yeah, it actually might be a damage roll, but the answer is certainly not 100% here. There's still a lot of options, though. You got to deal with the Salamence. I think that's kind of like a big key here. Obviously, you got to get rid of the Porygon 2 as well, and DD should move before that. So you're not going to see a recover come through from the Porygon. Get rid of all of that. I would hope not. Usually, though, traditionally, the Indeedee is faster.
Right. It's tough. I don't know. I think you do kind of have to go for the Psychic there, but that means that if Matt stays in with the Salamence and tries to get some damage off into Ursaluna, the Indeedee won't be redirecting it. That would be a pretty risky play here, but goes straight for the Dragon Claw, actually. Not to Ursaluna, but to the Indeedee.
So that Indeedee is going to get taken down to half health, but you worry more about the Porygon 2 in this situation because of the Ice Beam, as you said. The Terrestrialization is gone. This Ursaluna is vulnerable to having to take that damage. And when you look at the Facade, especially now that Guts is activated, that is definitely a knockout onto the Salamence.
So Luke evens the Pokemon count at 2 apiece. But Luke is in, I would say, a little bit worse of a position overall. Your Indeedee, your support for this Ursaluna has been severely weakened. Might be in range for a 1-hit KO from something else on Matt's side of the field. And of course, Matt has the option to Terrestrialize whereas Luke does not. It was used on that Charizard. Amoonguss and King Gambit coming in. I don't know, this might be kind of close. King Gambit doesn't want to take a headlong rush. Of course, you can terrestrialize, but Dragon is still going to be neutral into both Facade and that headlong rush, or even Earthquake. The Focus Sash and Amoonguss also might be really important here as well.
Yeah, this King Gambit from Matt also importantly has Iron Head, Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Sword Stance, and so there isn't actually an option here to go for something like Low Kick as we traditionally see on some other King Gambits. And even if there was, Ursaluna doesn't actually get KO'd to that from this position.
Importantly, this Amoonguss is Terra Ghost as well. If the Ursaluna does try to go for a Facade, either into that Amoonguss or possibly trying to call the King Gambit terrestrializing, a redirected normal type move into that Ghost type Amoonguss could spell disaster for Luke as well.
It is going to be the King Gambit, though, that gets the Terra, so another Terra Dragon from the King Gambit, which does make it a little bit less susceptible to that headlong rush, but you still have to worry about what else this Ursaluna can do. Does mean that this Amoonguss is going to get its Focus Sash broken by this Psychic, and we're also going to see the headlong rush finish the job. The problem, though, is that Headlong Rush does have a downside, and that is going to be reducing your defense and special defense. Defense, of course, the more important one versus this King Gambit on the other side.
Kowtow Cleave comes through here into the Ursaluna, will do a lot of damage thanks to that defense drop, but importantly, the Psychic Terrain remains up. Indeedee remains on the field. You can either follow me, or you can Helping Hand this Ursaluna. A Helping Hand Facade here might be enough to KO this King Gambit because it did opt to terrestrialize away from that Steel typing.
But it's really important to note as well that we saw the Ursaluna move before the King Gambit.
Yes.
So if you go for the Follow Me here and you go for the Facade, even just being able to get 2 Facades off should do the trick. So I love that Luke is playing it safe. Just going to go ahead and draw the attention away from the Ursaluna, so it's going to have to take the Kowtow Cleave, but in fact, I think they might be speed tied.
Oh my.
Because that King Gambit moved first.
That could be interesting. I noticed the same thing. Ursaluna moved before King Gambit, so that might be important for Luke here, but the speed tie might actually come into play. Facade does not KO. I think this is just going to be a speed tie to decide the game, Rosemary.
No way.
We saw this earlier with Garchomp. I didn't expect it with Ursaluna and King Gambit.
Right, because the Psychic Terrain is still active. It's not a sure deal to just go for the Sucker Punch. So it comes down to who's actually going to move first on this last turn. And it's going to be the Facade from the Ursaluna. And that is going to be Luke winning the series 2-0.
What a back and forth game that was. That was a really rough start for Luke with that overheat miss, with losing that Torque Hole right off the bat. But kept his wits about him, you know, realized I still have this Charizard that threatens huge damage. Almost win it KOing a Porygon 2 with a neutral attack is something that not many Pokemon can claim. And so great job by Luke to know that, hey, I still have all these pieces left in my team. This Ursaluna in the back is going to put in so much work, knowing that he had to double it up with that Psychic and the Headlong Rush, because this Amoonguss doesn't carry Protect. There's very few Protects on Matt's team here, which actually did, you know, turned out to be a detriment. He wasn't able to style out Psychic Terrain or Sun at all in those 2 games, which maybe if he had some more defensive options there, he could have done.
I think Matt's fun fact also was, is using Protect in this tournament.
This Salamence has it.
And there is one. There is a singular
Exactly
Protect
one.
on the Salamence. But it does make it a lot harder because Protect is one of those moves that does force your opponent to have to think really critically about what do you gain from going for Protect and what do you lose by not?
Even if you never actually use Protect in a game, it just being on the team sheet forces your opponent to kind of like outplay themselves sometimes. Like, oh, if I double attack into a Protect here, then I could lose. So I might split my targets when you really need to be focusing one thing. But obviously Matt doesn't opt to use that kind of strategy, and Luke is able to capitalize on it because, again, if you go for these double targets into Pokemon that don't have Protect, you know that you're guaranteeing damage, which in a game as quick as VGC sometimes can be the difference maker.
Well, you talk about quick. Let's talk about that speed tie really fast. Ursaluna and King Gambit.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because I think King Gambit's one of those Pokemon that you look at, and especially as of the last couple of weeks, it can be trained in so many different ways.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes down to its speed, you can have sort of like a turbo King Gambit where you really heavily invest in its speed and make sure that it can, you know, just go first often. Or I guess speed tie and Ursaluna. You can slow down the game quite a bit. Give it a little bit more bulk, a little less speed. And yeah, when you have something like Swords Dance, maybe you do want to do that.
I think, especially on a team with Trick Room that would utilize it so well, it's hard to decide, right? Because you want your King Gambit to be as slow as possible in Trick Room, but like in certain situations where you're out of Trick Room, do you want your King Gambit to be the faster King Gambit, or like do you rely on Trick Room to make yours the faster one? It's really difficult, and it's a choice that anyone using King Gambit at a tournament has to make. And clearly in this case, it ended up speed tying Ursaluna, which didn't help too much, but I'm sure that it's come in handy in different games so far. It's hard to judge like a team's effectiveness just based on one little snapshot that we get here. But obviously Matt has made day 2 already with this team, and will be fighting for that 7th win in our last round later on. But of course, Luke Bauer, our 7-0 player here in Louisville.
It's awesome. Yeah, Matt's gonna have made 2 back-to-back day 2 finishes from Baltimore and Louisville, so that's very, very exciting, especially when you look at how strong of a departure Matt actually made from his Baltimore team.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to see the Cinderace versus Charizard showdown. I think that would have been really cool, but
well, maybe next time.
But instead it was Hatterene pointing at each other in the in the game. But I love that too. Very fun. Congratulations to both of these players for being able to make it to compete in day number 2. But for Luke, it is going to be with a little bit of a step up, having maintained an undefeated record, 7-0 into the final round of Swiss today.
Well, let's hear from Luke, our 7-0 player. Evan, take it away in the lounge.
Thanks, y'all. I am here in the lounge with Luke Bauer, rhymes with power, and a powerful display there at our 7th round of Swiss here in Louisville. Luke, congratulations. Undefeated so far today at the regional championships. How does that feel?
Definitely feels a lot better than being at the O2 tables that I'm usually at. So super excited to have finally a little bit of success.
Well, let's talk about that success, because you are a player who is known for using Trick Room teams. And you brought a kind of interesting Trick Room team here that has, you know, the fast mode with that Choice Scarf Charizard, the Terrifier, Solar Power with the Sun, and the ability to get Helping Hand boost on Indeedee. I was talking to some of the people in the back. I was like, we were sort of trying to guess if the Overheat would KO the Salamence or the Porygon 2. I was on team, I think it's going to KO. I was like, this is a Chi-Yu calc, right? Like, what was the thought behind adding the Charizard and having that, you know, crazy offensive pressure there?
Well, full transparency, I think I saw the team was used recently at one of the regionals, the Lima team, I believe. And when I saw it, I realized, wow, there's a lot of damage here just from the very jump. Normally with a Trick Room team, you've got to kind of worry about, okay, I'm going to set it up. But with the combination of Solar Power, Solar Power, Sun, Helping Hand, there's not a lot that lives Overheat. And, you know, full transparency, I don't know what it kills. It just kills almost everything.
Yeah, it picks up KOs left and right, but just barely missed on the Porygon 2 in that first game. I was a little bit surprised by that. How did you go about how did you go about playing the rest of that team? You know, when you're playing a Trick Room team, when I've played them in the past, it feels very much like you need to have a game plan going in to both maximize your turns under Trick Room and also get Trick Room up safely. What are the kind of decisions you're making when you're deciding when to go for Trick Room, which we did not see at all in this game, and when you don't?
I think a lot of it is the turn one. That's pretty much Trick Room in a nutshell, is figuring out, okay, am I going to dodge this U-turn that's coming in? Am I follow me and doing a hard swap? Or, you know, am I going to try to just do a Helping Hand and get something off? You really have to make sure that not only is the lead from the preview screen right, but you're also just being very conscious of what your opponent wants to do. Most people want to, example, get a Rillaboom in to get rid of your terrain, so it's a very easy concept to U-turn out and then bring in the Rillaboom. That's one of the reasons why I added Covert Cloak to my Hatterene. As soon as you get into Trick Room, everyone wants to start doing the fake out cycle game. And I'd rather just say, okay, well, here's some Dazzling Gleams and let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, enjoy this chip damage on the switch in. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what is it that appeals to you about these types of Trick Room teams? Why is that sort of the archetype that you've gravitated towards?
I think that's a really good question. And I think if I were to just kind of be transparent, it's really high risk, high reward. It's fun.
It's either O2 tables or the 7-0 tables.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as I've played it and seen the consistency kind of rise up, it's definitely, you know, a big reward when you get that turn right. And it's definitely a sting when you miss. But all in all, you know, the highs are super high, and I think that's kind of why I've been riding the wave.
Absolutely, and obviously the turns have been going your way more often than not in this tournament so far. How has the rest of your tournament run been? Obviously you were already qualified for day 2, but now you're at 7-0, which means there are only 4 more rounds until top cut, which means you only need 2 more wins from now to make it into the asymmetrical top cut. How did your tournament go to get here, and what are you looking forward to over the next tomorrow and the next few rounds?
Well, I think every time I've missed a heat wave or an overheat, I won the set. That's 3 times today, so that's super interesting.
Good luck, miss.
Yeah, good luck, miss. Going into tomorrow, it's just going to be a lot of prep. I know a lot of people are utilizing the King Gambit, Follow Me, Dragon Sneasler stuff, and this goes pretty well into it. I think it's going to be just a lot of prep as I kind of start getting stuff set up, and then probably try to get some good rest because I definitely want to show up tomorrow.
Absolutely. And how has the new Regulation H meta changed how you approach this style of Trick Room team?
Oh, I miss Calrix Ice. I definitely miss Calrix Ice. You know, having the ability to set Trick Room, be just a behemoth of damage and just a presence at all times, I definitely miss that versus now where everything's a little bit more frail, a little less BST, but it's still fun.
Yeah, not as strong a Pokemon out there, but I mean, you still have the Ursaluna there. Ursaluna is pretty close.
Yeah, that's a really high BST, and you know, I think when we all saw Ursaluna get announced, however long ago it was, we all knew, we were like, okay, Trick Room's got some viability now.
Yeah, it's finally got that big heavy hitter that it really needs to make sure you pick up those KOs. Well, Luke, I want to make sure that you have some time to rest up before your next round, but this has been an incredible day for you so far. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out who's been out there supporting you along this ride?
I got a ton of friends that have been helping me create my teams. You know, Ian, you've been helping me. Nick Donnelly, he's my buddy. You know, Taryn, Gerald, I could go through the list. More importantly, just wanted to say hi to my son and my daughter. You're the reason that I play this game. Annabelle and Lukey, Daddy loves you and I miss you, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Luke. Congratulations again on an incredible day 1 so far. 1 more round left for you before day 2, and then we'll see you tomorrow and try to see if we can get you into that top cut. Congratulations again. We're going to go ahead and toss it back to our casters to start getting us into our last round of the day.
Thanks, Evan, and yes, congratulations once again to Luke. That is the cutest thing to shout out his family at the very end there. I love that. Really, like, Pokemon is for everybody.
Yeah, no, it
So
truly
cute.
is. It's a game that, like, anyone can pick up and, like, get out of it what they want. You can play it super competitively, go to regionals, of course, which we do and we love, but you can also shiny hunt, you can collect, you can like do these fun challenges. Yeah, it's so much fun to play, and it really is like a family affair.
Yeah, super, super great. Excited to see how Luke is going to do with the rest of the Swiss rounds that we have today and tomorrow. And as we start to look ahead towards sort of the end of our day, we only have 1 more Swiss round we're playing out today, and then we look forward to finishing out those rounds tomorrow. We got 3 more. Four more total between today and tomorrow. We'll let you guys all do the math on that one. That's fun.
And of course, after those Swiss rounds, that top cut stage, you lose and you are out once we get to that single elimination bracket, which will decide who our Louisville regional champion becomes.
Well, we're going to go ahead and let some of the rest of our tables finish up here for Swiss round number 7. And while we do that, Evan got a chance to catch up with Alberto yesterday. So let's hear what he had to say about our meta.
Hey, Evan Latt here on the floor of the Louisville Regional Championships, and I am joined by my good friend and competitor, Alberto Lara. Alberto, welcome to Louisville. You came up by way of California. How'd your travel go?
Pretty well. I actually got in yesterday, so I got in a little bit early, got a good night of sleep, so feeling pretty good, pretty happy.
Awesome, and it seems like you have a good reason to feel happy because we are playing the Regulation H metagame, which if I had to guess, is probably something you feel really comfortable in. How are you feeling about this metagame?
I mean, I love it. Anytime there's a regional dex format where it's restricted format, 2014, 2017, Regulation A, 2020, Regulation H, it's always one of my best formats. My first regional didn't go so well. It was probably my worst regional performance I've had in a really long time. So I'm off to a rocky start, but I still love this format. So I'm looking forward to it.
The important thing is not your last result, it's your current result. And coming into the Louisville Regional Championships, what kind of Pokemon are you bringing? What kind of Pokemon do you expect to see out in the field here in Louisville?
I mean, if anybody knows me, you know I'm going to have Garchomp and Corviknight. Those are just standards. It's like a requirement. The first two Pokemon on the team will always be Garchomp, Corviknight. Teams I'm expecting, Rain for sure. Sneasler, Dragon Balance, so Sneasler plus the Rillaboom, Primarina, Follow Me user of Electabuzz or Magmar, and then the Dragon of either Dragapult, Salamence. Even sometimes I've even seen Kommo-o a little bit as well. So one of those teams, I would expect those two to be like the teams to, you know, be most prepared for. Porygon 2 or Ursaluna Balance. So there's a good variety on teams that are doing really well right now in the format.
Yeah, and what is it about these Garchomp Corviknight teams that you've brought multiple times in metas where it probably didn't seem like the strongest choice, but you keep bringing that core, and like you said, number 1 and number 2 on your team. Why those two Pokemon?
I mean, I just love the synergy that they have. Back in 2017, I won a regional with Scarf Garchomp and Celesteela, and I used it literally the entire format. That format, I cut 9 regionals with Garchomp and Celesteela. I think maybe one of those regionals, I did not have Celesteela on it, but I'm pretty sure 8 out of those 9 cuts that I had in that format were with Garchomp and Celesteela. It's just my comfort. I just love how to play. I just know how to play it well. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for running Scarf Garchomp. Yes, my Garchomp will be Scarf if you play me this weekend, obviously. But I don't know, it's just, you know, Len has this Assault Vest, Tyranitar, max HP, max special defense. I have my Scarf Garchomp. It's just my comfort Pokemon. I just love using it.
I also love Scarf Garchomp, and I actually think it's really good in the meta right now, so I'm really excited to follow along your progress tomorrow. So heading into tomorrow, you mentioned you're feeling rested, you're feeling good, you're comfortable with your Pokemon. What are your expectations coming out from tomorrow?
Well, I really hope I can improve on my Baltimore finish. Like I said, I finished 5-3 in Baltimore. I didn't do well. So I'm hoping I for sure make day 2, and then from there get a top cut, because it's actually been this might be the longest I've ever gone without getting a top cut. It's been a really long time since I've done super well at a tournament. I've been Mr. consistently top 32, top 32, top 64, but I haven't had like that big finish in a pretty long time, so I'm hoping I can get that this weekend.
Well, with Groudon banned, hopefully that means the drought will also be over for you, Alberto. Good luck tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to following along with your tournament run. And for those of you at home, stay tuned because we have so much more Pokemon action coming your way.
Alberto may just be on his way to be able to make a top cut after so long, which feels weird to say, because I do feel like we see Alberto a lot on the stream. I'm like, really? Has it been that long since you've had a top cut?
But it's the absolute privilege of saying, oh, I did so bad at Baltimore. I went 5-3. Like, at this point, I'd be like, okay, cool. I got 5 wins in a tournament. But I mean, of course, it's hard to argue, though. Alberto's been one of the most consistent players we've had over the past few years, and certainly understand, even though 5-3 isn't a terrible result. It's not what he wanted. It's not what he knows he can do. So congrats to him for, of course, making day 2 so far. I believe you just looked it up, and he is 6-1.
He is 6-1,
nice.
So definitely well on his way to being able to make it to the top cut after we finish out our Swiss rounds today and tomorrow. But we still have one more for everybody. So let's go ahead and get a little bit of a quick meta check-in, because we heard Alberto's thoughts. We've been hearing thoughts from all of our players throughout the weekend so far. But this is what the data tells us. We've got Sneasler at the very top here, and then we've got a whole slew of Dragon-type Pokemon and everything else in between.
It's really cool to see the top 5 Pokemon all within 5 percentage points of each other. I think back in some past formats, like we would have Fluttermane up at like 70% at some times.
Don't even start.
But we have Sneasler there, obviously a very strong Pokemon. We've seen it on stream multiple times this weekend, and it is number 1 in usage, but only at 35.6%. So it's really not an overwhelming majority of the field that's playing any one team or any one archetype. Golden Go up there at number 3. I don't know if we've seen a Golden Go on stream just yet.
I don't think we have.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, obviously very strong. It's one of the few Pokemon that like really beats Sneasler very hard, which is a great reason to use it. But of course, some very consistent Pokemon up here as well. I think Rillaboom and Amoonguss, 2 of the most consistent Pokemon we've seen in a long time. They kind of have one job, and they do it very well, and that's why people keep picking them.
I mean, a lot of these Pokemon, though, you can look at and go, I'd see this on a balanced team. You know, Sneasler, Golden Go, Primarina, all of your kind of basics, like the Rillaboom, Amoonguss, and Incineroar, and then pick your poison of Dragon-type.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of them right in a row there on that bottom row. Garchomp, Chaludon, Dragapult, and Dragonite, all very strong in this metagame. I think that the nice part of them, too, is it's 4 Dragon types, but they all have different secondary typing, which comes in handy handy. They have different uses defensively and offensively, very different coverage options, different abilities, of course. So there's probably no team that's made worse by putting a dragon on it, but depending on what your team needs, it can be any one of these 4.
I mean, let's not forget about Salamence. We got Como-O. I think Port Gruja is actually getting left out of this one. I don't think... I haven't seen a whole lot of those, but there are some really, really good dragon options. And made even better by the fact that Primarina right now is the only fairy type.
It truly,
I want to count my girl Sylveon, but...
Sylveon, like Whimsicott, I think is playable in this format as well, but there really aren't too many fairies dominating this metagame. And it was already called out today, there is no Flutter Mane, which really opens up the fact, it opens up the field for these dragons to be able to use their dragon type attacks without having to whiff them into a Flutter Mane or a different fairy type.
It's nice too, because I think when you take a look at this list, I feel like there's even a couple of Pokemon that are probably right outside of Pelipper that we would also kind of consider to be a huge part of the metagame right now, and they're all still within percentage points of each other in terms of usage.
Yeah, Pelipper itself also still seeing some great success. It's always kind of been around as like a support with Wide Guard, with Tailwind, able to threaten like Incineroar, for example, with KOs. But now it's being used especially to enable that Archaludon, set up those Electro Shots, enable like Basculegion as well, set up that Swift Swim, make those Water type moves even stronger. And of course, it's kind of nice just for countering Torkoal, one of the best answers to Torkoal we could possibly have. So Pelipper still holding its weight in this new metagame as well.
Absolutely, and we have so much more to show everybody as we get ready for the final round of Swiss of the day. So make sure that you all stay tuned for the Louisville Regional Championships.
Bayonet is a stuffed toy that was thrown away and became possessed. Ever searching for those who threw it away, so it can exact its revenge. Bayonet generates energy for laying strong curses by sticking pins into its own body. If it opens its mouth, its cursed energy escapes.
And the sounds gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win. Let's go!
Jeff, a smile on his face, Prince.
Fabio Musicat, Robbie, Marco, Hafata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
I feel like a lot of big weaknesses right now is deck selections. A lot of players do be playtesting a whole lot with their decks, with their play groups, and then decide last minute, this may not be the best choice. And so they switch when they should have probably went with their gut feeling.
I think the biggest weakness players have is kind of getting too focused on the metagame. I think it's more important to play something you're comfortable with, because you'll always do better with something you're comfortable with rather than something that's just strictly meta.
In these regionals, it's definitely nerves.
And you can fix that by scrimming, knowing your typings, and also making sure you hit the right move. And shield alignment, that's always a big one too.
I would say that the big weakness that players mostly have would be overthinking. And the best way to fix that is to just slow down, take a deep breath, and rethink your original thought, because your original thought is probably the best thought you had.
I would say the biggest weakness would be trying to memorize archetypes and patterns to specific mons and not realizing that every player is a different person. So therefore, the best way to overcome it is not to just stick to one strategy for the same team, but to diversify your own mindset going in, knowing that each player will come with their own type of biases and skill sets, and you just have to adapt in a reasonable way to allow yourself some more wiggle room and not be so stuck to one thing.
We are approaching the final round of Swiss for today's first day of competition at the Louisville Regional Championships, and myself, Rosemary, and Jake are back on the mic to bring you through the final round of the day. But before we get into that, let's just soak it all in for a second. Let's reflect. Let's take some time and just relax a bit while we wait for all of our match slips to come back in for the 7th round of Swiss, and we can get that 8th round paired up for everybody. It's been a great day so far.
Really has. We've had some fantastic matches. We've had some cool teams. Some players we recognize from past events, and some new faces on our stream as well, which is always fun. And it's been really being set up for a fantastic top cut stage tomorrow. Of course, everyone that is still in the tournament with 6 or greater wins plays in 3 more Swiss rounds tomorrow, but the biggest deal is that top cut bracket. Of course, the day 2 being shorter kind of makes making day 2 a little bit less important now, and now your goal is no longer just to make those 6 wins on the first day of competition. It's to set yourself up for the 9, 10, 11 wins you need for that top cut.
Exactly, and so we're gonna keep the ball rolling with players that we think have really great shots at being able to make it into that top cut for tomorrow. Before we get to all of that, we've been loving hearing from all of you at home using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. So we've got a couple of posts to share with you, and the first one is from V. Oh wow, regional's happening. Let me tune in and see what's going on. Jan Mega and Kalefki. There you go, everybody.
That's
that was
so
wild.
funny. Hey, imagine like turning it on and seeing what the current meta is, and you see these two staring each other down. Like, did I turn on the right channel? Like, am I in the right place? But yes, that is in fact what is going on at this event. That match was wild. The Klefki like closing out the end game with Dazzling Gleam, not on my bingo card.
No, definitely not. And I think there were a lot of other really good adaptations for these teams that made this matchup even more interesting. We had our Chaladon on both sides, but both of them were built out and also supported in different ways, where Stefan ended up having the Archaladon with the Assault Vest, but also had the Mouse Hold to go for beat up, as well as the stamina stacks. But on Wolf's side, you had the Power Herb with Electro Shot and Terra Electric and Thunderbolt as a secondary electric attack on this Pokemon.
All right, let's see what else we have in store for us. Stefan, oh, that's so sweet. I just like everyone to know that my Klefki is nicknamed Rose the Chosen One. I love that so much. We got to see Gabby with Chalky earlier on. Now we get Rose and Stefan. Ah, love it. That was adorable.
It was actually very cute. That was very cute. He told me why he named it that, and I will share with you guys because it's really good, like disgustingly cute. He said it's because I'm the keys to his heart.
I'm gonna throw up.
I know.
That's too much.
It's
That's
actually too much. I know.
Oh, I love that. It was funny he got to win with the Klefki on stream too.
He also left his keys at home, so I think that's the Klefki.
Well,
in
he's got his keys now.
Yeah,
the only
exactly.
Keys he
Yeah,
needs.
you know, it's fine. Everything's fine. We can get back home. It's fine. Anyway, I think we have a couple more tweets to show everybody. Oh, the sleepy lounging Bidoo.
Oh, Silly Rabbit Handler submitted this to the Pokemon trading card competition last year. I believe there was a competition that people could submit their own art to possibly be used on an official trading card. This is so cute. I'm sure if Gabby were here, she'd be eating this up, but even this Bidoof is adorable, just enjoying its afternoon tea.
Oh my gosh, it's adorable. Yeah, I love the illustration contest that we've had. It's been 2 years now that we've been able to see the TCG art illustration contest that's been run by the Pokemon Company. And this is art that I would absolutely believe could be on one of the Pokemon trading card cards.
For sure. There's some really good art on those. And
amazing.
Seeing what some people were able to come up with and submit is far beyond my means. Like, putting the little felt thing on my hat was about the limit of my artistic abilities.
Yeah, I don't even get me started. I think I tried to draw a Quaquaval on stream and it looked like a turkey. So, it's like one of those like hand ones that you did in kindergarten where you like draw your hand and then you stick the feathers on it. Yeah.
I remember I tried to draw a walking wake at Fort Wayne a year or two ago, and that was real bad.
Okay, well,
it was so bad.
We're never going to do Pictionary again, especially not with the two of us on this broadcast. But we'd love to have you, Silly Rabbit Handler. We got one more post, though, and it is going to be, Sierra Slitherwing finally joining the action. Slitherwing watching his first regional.
Watching Joe's Jumpluff didn't fare super well in that match, but maybe Slitherwing can give Jumpluff a pep talk for the rest of this match, or next time Joe brings it to an event.
I agree. I know. Sierra finally getting her hands on a Slitherwing plush.
That's so funny.
I love that for her. Like, it's been a while, but she finally got one.
She deserves it.
She does.
Slitherwing's strongest soldier deserves a Slitherwing.
Just wait, if they made a life-size one.
Oh, it's over.
Oh, it's so over.
How many do you think she would have? A full team? 6, maybe?
Probably 6.
Yeah, I see
I'd be really disappointed if she didn't have at least 6.
There we go.
Yeah, but please share your thoughts with us using the hashtag #PlayPokemon, and maybe your post will get featured on stream.
Yeah.
But we are just about ready to get into our final round of Swiss for day number 1. And I'm so pumped about this one.
Yes.
Because as we take a look at our players that are going to be sitting at an undefeated 7-0 record, we're going to be focusing in on 2 of those players. We've got Colin Heyer versus Riley Factura for our on-stream match.
Yeah, both are on a tear so far. We have Riley and Colin, 2 of our 6 7-0 players. Of course, Carson and Dylan, 7-0 as well. Logan Castro, Siddharth Singhal, Gio, Austin Swecker, James Beck, Christopher Hahn. That's a great match. And then Kerry Dortona and Zachary Spencer. Some other great matches we have in this final round of Swiss on day 1 of competition. But of course, Colin and Riley, both multiple-time regional champions, both fantastic players, both perennial Worlds competitors. going to be a really fun match to see who gets to end this day one 8-0 and set themselves up for success and a possible berth into top cut.
I know we changed up our championship point structure and our world's invite requirements, but Riley Factura would have been at the top if you looked at last season's competition. Riley not only won a regional last season, but he also had 1,500 championship points or something ridiculous.
Surely that's like a record, right? He had to have like set a championship point record last season.
I don't know if he set one for, maybe he did for VG, but I feel like if you look at some of the players in TCG, they probably have a lot.
Yeah,
some of them have a lot of championship points. Yeah. Oh, the main point here is that we do have 2 players that are going to be undefeated.
You're so,
I got you with that one. I got you. I'm going to keep trying. But yeah, we've got...
It's not hard to get me. Let's be real.
We've got Colin and Riley, though, that are gearing up to play out this final round of Swiss of the Day. And I'm really interested to see where both of these players have kind of taken things. Riley, very, very well known for taking these teams that have 100% accurate moves. He had to give that up a little bit towards the end of last season. I think he had to run Draco Meteor or something on a
What a shame.
I know.
Although we have seen
really.
Snarl and Air Slash and Overheat miss on stream today, so maybe he has a point.
No, I do. I get the vision. I understand the vision.
Yeah.
Even better when you take a look at some of these and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm good. There actually is some things that are not 100% accurate, but under the right conditions. Only one under the right condition. But for Colin, you know, this is a player that has such a rich history with VGC.
Yeah.
And especially when you take a look at the past couple of years, it was never a surprise to see Colin undefeated in a tournament or making a top cut. He's been a little quiet, though, for the last couple of events that he's been at.
Yeah.
But coming back to Louisville, very, very strong. And with a team I think a lot of people will look at and say, normal.
Yeah.
Balanced.
Makes sense.
Yes, makes sense. These Pokemon are all very good on their own right.
Yeah, and Colin's had some fantastic results in the past. You know, he made top cut at the last Oceania International Championships. He's won a couple regionals back in the day, and he's gotten many, many top cuts under his belt. But I know he's hungry for another huge finish, another win. He really wants another win, another big run into like the finals, top 4 of a tournament that he hasn't had in a little while. And so off to a great start so far, certainly on pace for that. But he's gonna have to beat some really strong players to get there, and Riley is one of those players. This is not a matchup you really want to see at all, much less this early in a tournament with so much left to play.
Yeah, and when you still think about having to play 3 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, where the stakes get even higher, because there were 751 players that started today.
Yeah.
And we're going to narrow down that competition to just players that have a 6-2 record or better for the final rounds of Swiss tomorrow. So both Colin and Riley have set themselves up really, really well. And if you can get out of this final round of Swiss unscathed, then you're going into tomorrow feeling even more confident that you can make that top cut at the end of that journey.
We do get to see the players' teams. Again, it is Riley running the Rain team that we see a little bit with the Basque Legion, with the Archaludon, and Colin is running his take on the kind of standard Dragapult balance. Different water type, typically that slot is a Primarina, but Colin opting for the solo Dondozo instead. Of course, no Tatsugiri, so no Commander, no Omni Boost of 2 in every stat, but is running the Unaware, which is great at stopping some of the more setup-oriented strategies. And of course, Fissure, which is really nice for taking down some really bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about the Electabuzz is that it doesn't actually have any speed control. Usually when we look at Electabuzz, it's going to have something like Electro Web just to make sure that you can help with the speed interactions just a little bit, but this is actually going to have a little bit more oomph behind it when you have that Thunderbolt as its main choice of attack.
You know, oftentimes people will run Electro Web in that slot, but Thunderbolt gives it a little bit more offense. Also notably, like, doesn't activate Defiant for opposing King Gambit whenever you use it, which could come in handy here as Riley is packing his trusty King Gambit, another player who's been running that for about as long as it's been legal in the Scarlet and Violet metagame. But Colin does have some interesting options there on that Volcarona. That's another choice we don't see too often on these balance cores. And it does have a Terra Fairy Terra Blast, which is really cool.
That's very cool. And I'm looking at the Rillaboom as well, which is actually going to be holding the Assault Vest. We see either Assault Vest or Grassy Seed in a lot of situations. And this Rillaboom also has a coverage option with high horsepower. Sometimes we see U-turn just to help pivot things out, make sure you can keep control of the terrain. But I think that high horsepower makes a lot of sense, knowing that you do have Kingambit, you do have Sneasler, you have a lot of these Pokemon that are going to be weak to a ground type attack. And so it's great to be able to have that on your own team.
Colin, third in the world hire, really wants to get back to that level, and he will be trying to do that against Riley Factura, who was ostensibly one of the most successful players we've had in a long time last season. Of course, did win a regional championship last year, did have 6 million championship points last year, as we've continually talked about. I don't know, for probably 3 or 4 Worlds invites all on top of each other, but is running this team with Sneasler, Basculegion, Pelipper, Amoonguss, Kingambit, and Archaludon, kind of the archetypal rain team.
And there's the one move that could potentially miss Hurricane on the Pelipper. If the rain is inactive, then that is going to be 70% accurate. But I feel like Riley would not click that button unless it was under very dire circumstances without the rain.
And luckily for Riley, if rain does get set up, Colin does not have a different weather to set up to ruin it. So at least 5 turns of Hurricane perfect accuracy. I like this Basculegion set. Oftentimes we do see the Choice Band on this Basculegion male with the Swift Swim ability, just to make sure you're doing as much damage as possible. But with the Life Orb, you give yourself the flexibility to run Protect, to switch moves, to make it a little bit easier to reposition your Pokemon.
Yeah, sometimes we see Mystic Water as another offensive item for this Basculegion. But the actual gender of the Pokemon is really important because it's going to be physical for the male Basculegion, and it's a little more special attack focused for the female Basculegion. But in this case, we are going to be looking at the physical variant, and Riley is Colin's biggest fan because of his Mawile.
Yeah. I believe one of Colin's regional wins was with the Mega Mawile back in the day, so Riley a fan of that. I think another call out there is Riley's Archaludon. The Draco Meteor versus Dragon Pulse debate. Riley still firmly remains in the Dragon Pulse camp, just to get that consistent damage without a missed chance. We're jumping right into game number 1. It's going to be Colin's Dragapult and Electabuzz against Riley's Pelipper and Basculegion.
So what's really interesting about this is that with Basculegion having a Swift Swim ability, it actually has a really good speed matchup into Dragapult, one of the fastest Pokemon in this format.
And it is threatening with the super effective Last Respects. Unfortunately though, since it is not boosted by any of Riley's Pokemon being knocked out, I do believe Dragapult has a shot to survive 1 Last Respects, even with that Life Orb. Might let it stick around to fire off some like a Dragon Darts, get some damage out, even a Phantom Force for some big damage. And Electabuzz thinks because it has that Thunderbolt, actually is threatening a 1-hit KO on Pelipper.
But you also have the opportunity to go for something like the Follow Me, so even if you weren't totally confident in the fact that your Dragapult could handle the Last Respect, you do have the opportunity to use that redirection if you want to. Riley has set the rain though, and he's very happy with that being Pelipper's first order of business. Gonna go ahead and let that retreat back into its Pokeball, and you're gonna see another one of Riley's Pokemon revealed as the Basculegion does get that Terra.
Immediately goes for that water type Terastallization, will boost the damage of the Last Respects, the Wave Crash and the Aqua Jet, and drop the weakness to Ghost, which could come in handy here.
Yeah, when you take a look at this Electabuzz going for the Protect, it's actually not going to be the Electabuzz that was at the receiving end of that attack. It's just going to be this Wave Crash. So Wave Crash with the Terra in the rain.
Wow.
Even though the Dragapult resists that, it is a one-hit knockout. This Basculegion, though, has to take a lot of recoil from all of that damage it just dealt.
Recoil from the damage and the Life Orb could be very relevant here, but that's a huge KO. Dragapult is a big source of offense for a team like Collins, and having it off the board right off the bat is major. Of course, the Last Respects may not have been able to do it, but resisted Terra Water, Wave Crash in the rain, just like the Charizard Overheat from last round, enough to pick up KOs on resisted targets. That's a rough loss for Colin there. You saw him eyeing the possibility of going for something like Thunderbolt or Follow Me with that Electabuzz prior to that first turn, and maybe wishing he had, because that Dragapult is gone. You didn't give Archaludon a stamina boost when it came in. I guess that's something, but a rough loss for Colin there. 0 damage dealt and 1 Pokemon lost.
This Volcarona is going to have its work cut out for it as well, but at the very least, it's got Electabuzz, its trusty partner, to help it out to do just that. It's going to take another attack from this Basculegion. It goes for yet another Wave Crash, and that's another one-hit knockout for this Basculegion. That's 2 in a row now for this fish.
Yeah, 2 one-hit knockouts there, taking a lot of damage from Recoil, almost taking itself out right off the bat. But Quiver Dance does get set up. Speed, special attack, and special defense will all be boosted on this Volcarona, which will help it take on this Archaludon a little bit better. I don't actually know how the speeds work out, if this Volcarona will be able to outspeed Basculegion in rain with that Swift Swim boost after only 1 Quiver Dance.
I don't think so. I think it's
going to be close, if not.
I think, yeah, it's a little close to call, but it's also going to have to take this Electro Shot first. So even if it wasn't going to be if it's not faster at all, he's just going to get knocked out to the Basculegion.
Especially because Aqua Jet is still on the table, right? It's not Choice Band Basculegion. You have the option to switch up moves, protect yourself from a possible Fake Out or Grassy Glide this turn, and then go for Aqua Jet in this Volcarona. It is the Terra Fairy. It's not Terra Grass or Water like we often see on these Quiver Dance sets. So even though you can Terastallize away from the Water weakness, between the Life Orb, the Terra Water, the Rain, Aqua Jet might just be enough for a KO regardless.
So I like the Grassy Glide option here. At least you know you're going to be able to knock out the Basculegion, or you force it into a position where it's going to have to protect instead. But you're really hoping at this point you can knock the Basculegion out, you can get rid of the Rain, and then somehow figure out a way to deal with this Archaludon. You know that the Terra has already been committed onto the Basculegion, so you don't have to worry about this Archaludon tearing away to a Grass Terra, so you can still dish out that Rillaboom high horsepower damage.
Even though, like, the high horsepower might come through once, but if it doesn't, after that, the stamina boost is going to give it a defense boost. And then you're going to have a hard time getting rid of this Archaludon. Grassy Glide does go into the Protect from the Basculegion. No damage will be dealt to it this turn. An Electro Shock comes through into the Rillaboom, so Riley making all the correct calls this game.
What's also wild about Electro Shot, though, is that even if you're actually not going to hit your target, you're still going to get the special attack boost.
You're right.
So now this Archaludon is going to be at +2. But you almost kind of wish it had gone to the Rillaboom, at least to start chipping away at it. It has an Assault Vest, though, so it would be able to stay a little bit more healthy. But you still have to deal with the Rillaboom now.
Volcarona going to Terastallize, try and take away that Water-type weakness, maybe allow it to survive an Aqua Jet. Thanks to the Swift Swim, Aqua Jet and Grassy Glide are the same priority, but Basculegion's Aqua Jet will go first with that speed boost. So Riley will have the chance to go for this Aqua Jet, try and knock out Volcarona before it can use this Terra Blast.
Oh my gosh, it is so close. It is going to survive that attack, but that Aqua Jet almost knocked out this Volcarona before it got a chance to move. Terra Blast into this Archaludon is going to do a wallop of damage, though. Even with that Assault Vest, that Quiver Dance really coming in clutch to make sure it could boost up that Volcarona's attack. We do see this Volcarona get knocked out for its troubles, but you know the Rillaboom gets a chance to follow up into that damage and hopefully just get the knockout here.
Yeah, knockout would be nice. High horsepower comes through, but because the stamina did activate on that Terra Blast, it is barely just not enough to KO our Archaludon. It is now 1 Pokemon to Riley's 3. Still all 3 left. The Pelipper didn't get knocked out. We haven't even seen Riley's 4th. This is going to be really difficult for Colin. You can knock out the Basculegion this turn, you know, maybe take your pity KO there, but at this point, your Hurricane, something from this Archaludon, which we did see outspeed Rillaboom notably, should be more than enough damage to clean up this game.
Yeah, the Basculegion securing 2 KOs back-to-back turns just put Colin in such a difficult position.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to come back from that because you just don't necessarily have enough HP when you look at how fast these metagames can play out.
Yeah, I mean, Riley still has 3 Pokemon remaining. We've seen this body press. Two more would knock out this Rillaboom. Rillaboom not even able to knock out Archaludon in 1 more hit. So going to be very difficult for Colin to stay in this game any longer. Riley just sent out the Pelipper, not wanting to reveal the 4th Pokemon, which I think is a very smart play there, just to keep a little bit of info hidden. In this open team sheet era, if you can take any of these hidden bits of information and keep them hidden, that can be a big advantage going into a second game. But if you're Colin, how do you adjust to that? You saw the Wave Crash knock out your resisted Dragon-type Dragapult. Do you maybe sacrifice the Electabuzz to it on that first turn to gain some time? Like, I don't know how you handle that.
Do you bring in Dondozo?
I mean, you could.
Like, it's so tough. Like, Dondozo actually does have some pretty good defensive coverage.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that you're a water type as well, you're going to be able to help out just a little bit versus the Basculegion. But the problem with that is you're kind of just bulk
Yeah.
So can you actually deal enough damage with what you have with Wave Crash and Yon? Can you slow down the game long enough to actually give yourself a bit more breathing room? Riley is going to take that first game after Colin locks in the forfeit and thinks about what to do in this next game.
It's really tough. That Basket Legion is so hard to deal with because even as you've seen, a resistance to Wave Crash doesn't mean a whole lot when it's being boosted by the Rain, by the Terra Water, by the Life Orb. And it like the speed as well, the swift swim allows it to be attacking before anything else. And when you have something that strong and that fast without a way to prevent it from attacking pretty quickly, it's tough to deal with. I think Dondozo could be a nice call from Colin. Of course, the Unaware would allow it to sit in front of that Archaludon as well. You probably have to Terastallize and not take too much damage from those Electro shots, but the boosted special attack will mean nothing in front of Unaware. You can maybe take advantage of Riley's own Rain with the Wave Crash, and of course you have Fissure to try and go for a one-hit KO into something like that bulky Archaludon.
You could also consider leading the Rillaboom, but the problem that comes with that is that without something like the Grassy Seed or Meadow Plate, you actually don't think get the one-hit knockout onto the Basket Legion, even with Grassy Glide.
It's just bulky enough to usually survive one of those, and I think if you're running a team like this with the Basket Legion, you're going to make sure it's trained to survive that attack most of the time. And of course, Basket Legion almost always supported by that Pelipper, which is threatening a big Hurricane into that Rillaboom if it does stay on the field as well. Archaludon is like a really perfect swap into Basket Legion because it is going to resist either an electric move from Electabuzz or the grass move from the Rillaboom. And so it's tough because if you try and go for a Grassy Glide, you might just accidentally give Archaludon a stamina boost and do almost no damage to it in the meantime.
And we have seen before that those can get very, very out of hand. And this Archaludon on Riley's team does have Body Press, so you don't want to give that too many opportunities to stack up those stamina boosts and actually go for something like Body Press. You don't have great resists to it either. Outside of, well, the Dragapult's immunity, Sneasler, I guess.
Does Sneasler really truly resist anything? It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon. The Focus Sash is really important.
I was really looking at the Focus Sash as kind of like a saving grace there.
It's a one-time resist for everything.
No, but I think it is a tough adjustment for Colin to have to look at and consider what to do in this game number 2, because leading the Dragapult right away, allowing it to get knocked out so early, was certainly something that caught it by surprise. But here is that adjustment. The Rillaboom is going to lead the charge for Colin in this game number 2 as Riley runs back this Rain duo.
And I like that. The Rillaboom at least threatens, hey, if you go for that big Wave Crash, I just knock you out with either the Grassy Glide or the Wood Hammer right afterwards. This Pelipper does threaten the Rillaboom with a Hurricane, of course, but thanks to that Assault Vest, it should be able to survive one without much trouble. If you do want to knock out this Dragapult, I'm sure that Water Terastallization is important. So even if you're Colin, you could try and take advantage of that. Like if you do go for that Terra right away, that means it's being committed and you can possibly try and play around it later on. But getting an attack off with Dragapult, I think, is important here, because if you don't, you're just losing such an important piece of offense for nothing.
Well, time to figure out, well, never mind. I was going to say maybe we figure out whether or not this Rillaboom can actually get the KO here. But Riley is going to reveal a Moongus in the second game. Did not see it in game number 1, and in fact, Riley's going to do something that we don't see a lot of players do. It's just going to be a double swap. So switching in the Archaludon as well as the Amoonguss. So the Amoonguss has to take this Grassy Glide, which it takes very, very comfortably thanks to its resist. But the Dragon Darts, there's one stamina boost, so the defense is going to go up. If it was going to take that second Dragon Darts, it would have taken it much more comfortably as well.
Nice chunk of damage on both of these Pokemon, but unfortunately just not enough. This Amoonguss surely able to survive a combination of Dragon Darts and high horsepower coming out because it does have that Citrus Berry. And Archaludon with that first stamina boost only getting more and more scary if you do leave your 2 physical Pokemon on the field.
That's a Terastallization commit, though. And so we are going to end up seeing this Archaludon take over that Grass Terra, and so that is one way that you can make yourself much less vulnerable to something like that high horsepower on the Rillaboom. Kind of leaves you open a little bit to maybe do something else with this Amoonguss rather than just have to go for a Rage Powder. Here's another stamina stack for this Archaludon. And this Amoonguss is going to take a little bit more damage as well. That Citrus Berry, though, is going to help heal up so much of the damage already dealt to it and give itself the opportunity to do something else in this game.
Dragon Pulse comes through into the Dragapult. It is enough for the one-hit KO, even without an Electroshock boost. So that is a big deal for Riley there. This Archaludon is now at plus, this is going to be 3 defense. That did nothing. It's a +3 defense. It is a grass type. It's got some nice resistances. And Amogus does go for Spore, probably trying to catch that Dragon Bolt if it opted to switch out, maybe Spore something that come in. But Amogus didn't really have too much to do that game, that turn anyway, rather. And now this Archaludon is a grass type. Notably, that means this Volcarona is threatening it with a super effective Heat Wave, but you do have the Rain up still, and you have the Assault Vest, so one Heat Wave might not be enough for the KO, and this Amogus also benefits from the Rain as well.
And you could just go for something like a Pollen Puff into your Archaludon. So with those +3 defense boosts, yes, please. I'm also going to be very healthy to keep those.
Yeah, that Pollen Puff would actually be so scary right now. I imagine that a combination of Woodhammer and Heat Wave probably is not enough because of the Rain for the knockout. And if you do spend your turn targeting that Archaludon with both of your Pokemon, and it just gets healed all the way up with Pollen Puff, that's such a waste of a turn while Riley gets to do some damage with this Archaludon.
The switch out here in the Sneasler is so scary as well, because you know that Focus Sash is going to be able to help you for one turn at the very least, but you still have to do maybe some recovery here.
Yeah.
This Amogus also doesn't even go for the side Pollen Puff. It's just going to use its own regenerator ability. They switch off the field, get some HP recovery, and we're going to see this Basculegion take its place. Body press, look at that! Sneasler takes half HP from that!
That's really big too, because this Focus Sash has now been broken. This Basculegion can't be faked out, of course, because it is a ghost type. And now this Sneasler probably just gets knocked out by a Wave Crash before it can even do anything. I understand bringing Sneasler in there. You threaten super effective Dire Claws. Of course, some of the Dire Claw, Poison Touch shenanigans, trying to get some status onto that Archaludon. But a really smart swap into that Basculegion. It would have been a really risky play to just go straight for a Grass type move into that Amogus. So now Archaludon is being protected from the Sneasler by this Basculegion threatening a huge Wave Crash.
Ooh, well, the Wave Crash goes into the Rillaboom, though. That is still a ton, even with the Rain, even without the Terra, that Rillaboom is going to be in a world of hurt. But you do allow this Sneasler to get the Dire Claw and puts the Archaludon asleep. This is going to buy Colin some much valuable time to actually see if they can get themselves back into this game number 2.
That's actually really huge. Now this Archaludon is asleep. You have the option to go for 1 or 2 more Dire Claws into that slot. With the stamina boost, it's going to be at least 2 more Dire Claws, if not more, to KO it. But switching in Rillaboom also means that you soak up that Wave Crash as best you can. You're now threatening a KO with Grassy Glide, which means your Sneasler can attack before it gets knocked out by a Wave Crash from that Basculegion. So now Colin's put himself in a much stronger offensive position than we've seen at all throughout this whole set.
I think he just has to keep boiling away at this Archaludon, though, because as soon as that wakes up, or as soon as Amogus comes in and gets a Pollen Puff into it, that Archaludon is going to be unstoppable. But you're right about that. Basculegion is softened up just enough that this Grassy Glide on grassy terrain should be able to get the KO here. Time to find out.
It's going to be tough. We saw Colin lock into a pretty risky play, but looks like it's going to pay off here. Basculegion switches out, does not want to be knocked out by a Grassy Glide, and in comes Amogus.
Hey, so Amogus now actually going to be able to come back in with a bit more HP recovery. Regenerator really coming in clutch, but it's the Volcarona that now takes this Rillaboom's place. And it makes a lot of sense, because what if you end up losing your grassy terrain at some point? You've got the Dire Claw activated into the Amogus to get the paralysis, but Archaludon gets that 1-turn wake up, which is just brutal for Colin to have to deal with. You've got the Electro Shot. I think the Electro Shot damage, even just with the special attack boost into either of these Pokemon, is going to be not great. Yeah, and Sneasler surely gets knocked out by this Electro Shot as well. Colin made a great play there, reading that the Basculegion would switch out, gets some important damage on Amogus, give himself the chance to get another status on it, and does get the paralysis, which could come in handy, but unfortunately that Archaludon does wake up on its first possible turn. And the Volcarona switch also very smart, because if the Basculegion does switch out to Amogus like you're predicting, you're now threatening 2 grass types with a Heat Wave, with the possibility of trying to go for something like a Quiver Dance as well. Just unfortunate that the Archaludon didn't stay asleep any longer. Now Riley has the option to switch that Pelipper back in, reset the Rain, protect these 2 grass types from any fire type damage once again, and of course this Archaludon in the Rain with the 1 special attack boost, with the 3 stamina boost, is looking really difficult to take down once again. It's tough because I think you can bring the Pelipper back into the Amogus slot very comfortably, get more regenerator healing onto the Amogus. And Riley still has so many more Pokemon to play around with outside of that. So here's the first switch. It is going to be the Pelipper to come in, keep that Grass Terror Archaludon just a little bit safer from some of these Fire-type attacks. And now the Pelipper also comes in to threaten something like a Weather Ball. So Fake Out, yes, it feels so bad in this situation to give this Archaludon a fourth stamina boost, but it buys you some time to go for this Quiver Dance, and maybe this is what you need to weave in. You've got to use Special Attack to get past this Archaludon now.
I think you might need to go for a second Quiver Dance just to outspeed that Basket Legion. Maybe Colin knows how these Pokemon are trained, and like maybe one's enough, but I do want to say that you need a second one just to ensure that you're outspeeding that Swift Swim Basket Legion, and because Pelipper did come back in, reset that rain, it means that the Swift Swim will be active for at least 4 more turns.
But the Heat Wave has got to clean it up now, and it's just not enough. The Archaludon is able to hang on, and this is going to give Riley a path to victory. The body press to KO the Rillaboom before it gets a chance to move. Woodhammer would have been able to pick up the KO onto that Pelipper, but with the Hurricane into the Volcarona, this is going to be very close to sealing the deal here for Riley to win this set 2-0.
That damage is probably enough just for the win right there. The Basket Legion rather with that Aqua Jet. Even if it doesn't outspeed, we'll have the option for that priority attack. We do still have the option for that Fairy Terrestrialization, and the Basket Legion on Riley's side cannot become the Water Terra. So maybe this Terrestrialization is a big difference for Colin here, but at the same time, Heat Wave probably not taking out Pelipper. You still have to deal with that Pelipper firing off another Hurricane, possibly a Weather Ball, and that Archaludon sticking around means that Pelipper did get that big Hurricane off into Volcarona.
Oh, and Heat Wave, it is going to miss. It's going to miss the Archaludon, which is critical because you would have loved to get the knockout into that. So if it wasn't going to seal the deal before, it is certainly going to now. Archaludon getting a final Electroshock boost to make sure it is going to be dealing the maximum amount of damage possible in this game. And Volcarona is out of here, down for the count. And Riley Factura going to be undefeated after 8 rounds of Swiss today.
So impressive. This is the way that he can start off any season, any new regulation, any new set of Pokemon, and just pick the Pokemon that he resound, that's the word. Pick the Pokemon that resound with him the most, and just immediately find success. It's such a hallmark of an incredible player, just like Riley is. Of course, Colin too in his own right is 7-1, is 1 win away from that maximum wins on that first day. But Riley has set himself up so well to try and grab a spot in tomorrow's top cut at the Louisville Regional Championships and try and become an early regional champion in the season again.
Again, yeah, again. And Riley's certainly one of those players that could do just that, especially after seeing that expert of a performance. Colin, though, major credit to him. He did enter into this final round of Swiss today with a 7-0 record, and he still gets 3 more rounds of Swiss to play out tomorrow to see if he can make it into that top cut. A very fantastic start for him as well.
It really is. Colin is, of course, a player that has done this before. He's been deep at a regional. He's won regionals in the past. Really, really wants to get back to that finals to try and grab himself a 3rd regional championship. Riley did stand in his way and likely will again tomorrow. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see these trainers rematch in the top cut portion of this tournament. But Riley's Basket Legion in that first game was so difficult to deal with. It took 2 one-hit KOs in the first 2 turns.
We've seen a couple of Basket Legion now as just sort of standalone pieces on teams, maybe with adaptability instead of the Swift Swim because they don't have a Pelipper to help have that natural synergy. But you can see why the rain from Pelipper plus the Archaludon Basket Legion still makes such a strong core. They all come together perfectly to create this beautiful synergy.
It's just the way that these damage modifiers work, they're all multiplicative. So if you get 1, it's really strong on its own. If you get 2, they're adding to each other's effectiveness. If you get 3 between like a Life Orb, a Terra Water, the Rain, it just becomes absurd. You're one-hit KOing things that have no business being one-hit KO'd by resisted attacks, and it just sets yourself up for some huge offense. A Pokemon like Basket Legion, if left unchecked, will just run through your team, and that's what we saw in that first game. Was kept a little bit more in check in that second game, but that's when Archaludon had the chance to shine.
Yeah, Colin made some great adjustments there.
Yeah.
Dragapult being able to get an attack off in that second game put Colin in a much better position than what we saw when that Dragapult did get KO'd so early in that game number 1. I think that's a KO that a lot of people were not expecting either. It's like, it's a Dragapult!
Yeah.
You know?
It's decently bulky. It's a dragon type.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
And just to be taken out just like that, I think is something that really has to make you stop and think and be like, what am I doing?
Do I have the type chart wrong?
I know.
I have to reevaluate this now.
No, it dropped just like that.
Yeah.
But we have some great examples of that today where Pokemon just kind of get some KOs. Maybe they Maybe they shouldn't be. Basculegion is certainly up there.
Back in my day, dragon types actually resisted water type moves. I don't know what's happening right now. I miss the old days.
You miss the old days. I don't know. I kind of like this new era that we're in right now. I think Terra has definitely upped the ante when it comes down to what you can do with this type of mechanic, and not only can you use it for some defensive options, as we saw some really great examples of from Colin, but the offensive variations with Basculegion, getting Terra Water, doing Typhlosion, getting Terra Fire.
Yeah. It adds a layer of skill expression, I think, that's been really fun to watch these top trainers, use to their advantage. You're going to have some really great defensive tricylizations, but sometimes the best defense is just a good offense. You're not taking any damage if you one-hit KO something before it can attack, and in this case with Basculegion, it's so fast to get the speed boost with that Swift Swim that if you can start stacking damage multipliers, it becomes kind of irrelevant what your defensive typing is when you're just knocking things out.
I like what we ended up seeing from Luke's interview. Yeah. It was kind of like, Chi-Yu vibe calcs, reminiscent of the Chi-Yu vibe calcs. Like, it feels like this should be getting a KO. I mean, it's overheat in the sun from a Chi-Yu with Terra Fire. Just helping replace that with Charizard, and I think you've got the Chi-Yu light.
That's great.
That's my favorite type of calc.
Yeah.
It's just vibes.
Just by feel.
Straight vibes.
I feel like this will KO, so I'm just going to go with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Miraidon. I think this is going to KO something.
Speaking of type charts, that's a crazy one.
Gosh, I will still fondly, or maybe not fondly, remember the Volt Switch Terra Electric KO onto Incineroar. You don't see that very often, let's tell you that. Although now we say that and we have
Dragapults getting knocked out by wave crashes. Nothing's off the table anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the wild East Coast, apparently, huh?
Don't you dare. I now know. I looked at a map in between rounds, and I know where Kentucky is.
I'm proud of you.
It is in the Midwest.
Is that what they teach you at the Blueberry Academy?
They don't teach us about that. They definitely teach us about type charts.
There we go. Well, type charts don't matter anymore, huh?
No. What is my education worth?
I want our tuition money back. This is an outrage.
On that note, it's been a really good day of Pokemon so far.
No, truly, we've had some amazing matches from some amazing players, and we get so much more tomorrow between our second day of Swiss rounds and, of course, the all-important top cut bracket to eventually crown our Louisville regional champion.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. These top cuts have gotten quite impressive also. I'm really excited that we get a chance to see asymmetrical top cuts for our 2025 season. We've already been rewarded with some really great matches from Baltimore, Dortmund, and now we get a chance to see what maybe Louisville is going to have in store for us as we look forward to just a couple more rounds of this tomorrow. And also finishing out the rest of the matches that we've got going out on the floor as we speak, because we still have players that are trying to finish out their final round of Swiss of the day, and then we'll tally everything up and see who's going to make it forward tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been really fun to bring you some great action from the Pokemon Regional Championships here in Louisville, Kentucky. We've got the other casters along with Evan in the lounge ready to close out the day. Please, Evan, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jake and Rose. I am so happy here. It has been so much fun to play these last 8 rounds of Swiss. Lynn, Joe, what a day of Pokemon. What were your highlights? Lynn, we'll start with you.
Oh, so many highlights from the day. I love seeing Corviknight get all boosted up, get all that coaching and sweep through. I think it was probably my highlight.
Yeah, day one was an absolute treat for sure. But I think to me, the stress, the back and forth nature of that Stefan versus Wolf match earlier with the Mega and the Sinistra, and just it was all over the place. Klefki was getting KOs too. That was my favorite moment of the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an interesting matchups throughout the entire day. Probably some tricks because a lot of players didn't expect to see some of those KOs, like they were mentioning, the wave crash, getting the one-hit KO on the resisted Dragapult, and Porygon 2 surviving that overheat with just a sliver of health. I really thought we were going to get that KO. Came real close.
There are some massive attackers out there doing so much damage in one hit.
Yeah, big damage coming out here in Regulation H. The power level is lower in terms of like both defense and offense, but if you still invest in the offense, if you still invest in defense, you can still be pretty strong. It's just more specialized this time.
Yes, some of the Pokemon that hit the same peaks of offense, they just have bigger drawbacks in terms of speed or defenses, but it means that when they're hitting hard.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think was super interesting about today, we've seen our day one sort of usage over the course of the day. One Pokemon that's super high up on that list that we didn't see at all, Golden Go. Where was Golden Go?
I think it really shows the diversity of the overall field, that we can show so many strong teams, such a wide spectrum of the teams being used today, and still not hit the number 3 Pokemon in usage.
Yeah, number 3 Pokemon in usage. It is still out there, of course, but it definitely wasn't at those undefeated tables. It's sitting at 6-1. It's sitting at 5-2, heading into day 2 tomorrow. So, Joe, were you expecting? I think Golden Go was considered one of the big 3 steel types: King Gambit, Archaludon, and Golden Go. It's still present, but it was nowhere to be seen. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point to bring up, that we didn't even see Golden Go. I would imagine some of it is that the particular, since it is a special attacking sweeper Pokemon, maybe some other people that were performing well, it might be indicative of what some of the other popular and well-performing special attacking teams are out there with Archaludon or some other options. If the, it's going to be important to see the conversion rate from day 1 to day 2 if Golden Go goes lower than the 3rd slot. And what we've seen as a trend at the last couple regionals, Evan, is that on day 2, King Gambit is the steel type that rises to the top and becomes the either the number 1 most commonly used Pokemon overall, or just in general the most commonly used steel type.
Yeah, King Gambit definitely the supreme overlord of day 2 when it comes to our VGC matches. But speaking of the matches, let's take a look at our standings. Now, we do still have players in the field completing their round 8, so this is the round 7 standings, but all of these top 16 players will be competing again tomorrow for our last 3 rounds of Swiss. Again, we do have 8 today and then 3 tomorrow, and then we will be cutting to our asymmetrical cut. And of course, some huge names on here. World champions like Carson Comfer on there. Colin, who we just saw, unfortunately dropped that game to Riley Factura, world semi-finalist. Newer players who are having breakout performances here, like Luke, who we saw in round 7, winning with that Charizard Trick Room team. Lots of really strong players here.
Yeah, Joey, another newer player who we saw really play extremely well to beat Paul Chua earlier on the tournament. Went on from that point to finish, or to at least be 6-1 going into the last round and lock up a spot in day 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of great names, a great mixture of seasoned veterans and newer names, which is what we always want to see at these events.
Well, day 2 is what it's all about tomorrow, and that will be starting bright and early at 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. So make sure you set your alarms, or even better, click the follow button on however you're watching us right now, either YouTube or Twitch, and feel free to make sure you have reminders set, because you are not going to want to miss tomorrow.
I think that's important for us too, because with the new structure of the season, not gonna lie, getting up a little bit earlier than we used to.
I'd recommend, Joe, you don't rely on the following on Twitch to be here on time. That might be a bit late.
True.
There is a little bit of a delay, so yeah, we need you here before that. But for all of you at home, make sure that you are going to be bright and early to watch those matches, because they are going to be incredible. If our matches today have been anything to speak of, we've seen so many players who have qualified for day 2 over the course of the day. I saw, Ben Grismer on that page in the standings that we saw very early on in the day. Talked to him, he was like, "Oh, I'm so shocked to be here at like 2-0. I really expected to be here maybe later on, but we got him early. He's still in day 2, and we're going to see a lot more of all of these players coming up tomorrow." And then, of course, the single elimination top cut bracket. That's what it's all about. That's when all of the marbles are on the line. You win or you go home.
Yeah, no player has locked up their spot in it yet. Even players who in it today undefeated need to win one more match tomorrow. So players will be fighting in those few rounds tomorrow to lock into that elimination cut, and then that's, like you say, that's when it's all on the line.
And with our Baltimore regional champion Nicholas not competing here this weekend, he can't steal that invite away from anybody else, right? So we will have our second qualified player for Worlds.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the other events that players could get their Worlds qualifications at. Of course, we are here at the Louisville Regional Championships, and the next event in North America, well, is actually in Latin America at the Sao Paulo International Championships, and then Sacramento to round out our Regulation H meta area tournaments. Then, of course, you can see we go up to Canada for the Toronto Regional Championships, San Antonio, and then hopping over the pond to London for the European International Championships, all the way down to the North American International Championships back in New Orleans for the second year. And then, of course, we return to Anaheim, California for our World Championships. You can see the dates there. Players at home, make sure that you are scheduling your travel to attend. Spectators, make sure that you are putting them on your calendar so you don't forget. It's going to be an incredible season of Pokemon, I think, here. And for those of you back at home, make sure you're using the socials, following us on #PlayPokemon to see all of the posts that we've had over the course of the weekend. I've really been enjoying watching them over the course of the stream. We've seen some incredible fan art. We've seen some incredible pet pictures. We've seen some incredible heartfelt moments. It's really amazing to see all of the community out there sharing their thoughts. Anyone have a favorite post that y'all saw?
I mean, we got to give the shout out back to Gabby and Chalky again. One of the longest running couples in Pokemon history. Two of the greatest people that we know, having such a beautiful ceremony last week. You got to give them a shout out, and shout outs to Cheese, of course, too. He did a great job.
Always shout outs to Cheese.
I love so much of the fan art that we saw.
Yeah.
I think the Ursaluna one is the one that's going to stick in my mind, of it grabbing the flame or of it going berserk.
And terrifying Porygon too, to avoid the earthquake.
The one piece that I am still waiting for is I really want to see some fan art of Coach Sneasler out there blowing the whistle, buffing, hyping up its friends, because I think that's going to be the story this tournament. We already saw, Alberto got to +6/+6 on Corviknight.
There's a lot of coaching going on, and maybe not even just Sneasler either. We saw this Choice Scarf.
That's true. The Annihilate,
but didn't actually use it. I've seen a few Blazikens with coaching, so maybe see some other coaches tomorrow.
Absolutely. Coaches are out here in Louisville. Well, for those of you who are watching at home, make sure, again, follow those socials, follow the channels, of course. Don't miss the action tomorrow. Don't miss the action for the International Championships or any of our other regionals here in North America or Europe as well. Make sure you're following the channel so you don't miss any of the action from the tournament circuit. Well, that just about wraps it up for us here for day one of the Louisville Regional Championships. We'll be back tomorrow, as I mentioned before, with more action from the Swiss rounds and then into the top cut. So make sure you're following those channels, and we'll see you tomorrow.